There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy, lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing is important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Trent Valley Kart Club. Once again, we are in action for round 3 of the 2019 Winter Series in the best circuit in British karting for the club and national sport of karting in motorsport. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Kai Bachini. We have 36 races on the bill today, starting with Miami Cadet. And after qualifying yesterday, this is going to be a real test for these guys. Good morning, Kai. How are things?
Really good, thanks, and it's definitely going to be an interesting heat. All of them are going to be trying to get the points in for the final round, trying to get that little bit of an advantage for the final round, but let's see what happens in the heats.
Now, you were here for qualifying yesterday. Obviously, it was mixed conditions yesterday. It's a damp start for the morning. You've done a lot of laps of this circuit in these karts. One of the first things that the driver's going to have to be careful of in the early stages.
I think, as we can see on the track, there's a couple of damp patches, so they're going to have to be careful in the damp patches. If they're using slicks, they're going to have to make sure they don't get too wet, or in the corners they're just going to slide and oversteer.
The difficulty with this track is that it's so abrasive and you really have to push flat out from the off, and it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers deal with that, especially considering it's not very good in terms of temperature at the moment. It's 8 degrees, you've got rain expected at 11 o'clock, and that's going to last all day long once that hits. So this is going to be a bit of a knife edge for the drivers.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, if they're using slicks, they're going to be a bit running, more than the wets are going to be running. It's definitely going to be interesting because it's damp parts of the circuit, so definitely going to be people sliding all over the place. There's definitely going to be a bit of action.
So the drivers are going to come out for their 8-minute heat, the first of 36 races of the day, and it's going to be like this for the first grid. Aidan Neate and Harley Keeble will take up the front row of the starting grid as they exit the pits for their rolling lap now. Leo Robinson and Archie Clark will be on the second row from Ella Stevens and Finn McLaughlin. Harry Jr. Burgoyne and Micah Taylor, Sonny Smith and Zach Knight from Nathan Tye, the fastest man of the entire Winter Series in Miami Cadet so far, and Cathal Clark, Ted Bradbury and Will Knight, Jack Cunningham and Joe Rippin, Vinnie Phillips all the way down alongside Alfie Garford, Kylan Ingram in his first race back to Miami Cadet for 8 months, alongside Will Murter, Finn Leslie and Cole Glover, Scott Riley and Ben Smith, George Davison and George Edgar, Connor Grant and Michael Walker. So obviously it's going to be an interesting start to proceedings, but Nathan Tye has the fastest lap of the entire Winter Series so far this year. During the first meeting of the year, he got a 1:07.90. I'm not sure that's going to be beaten today, because obviously the temperature is a little bit lower, the rain is going to come in, it's going to be slippery, greasier, the drivers are going to get up to temperature. I reckon we're only going to get a low 1:08 at best today.
Yeah, definitely. That would even be an amazing lap for the drivers because it's very damp on track and the conditions are going to be very mixed during the day. I think one to watch is going to have to be Archie Clark, who is in 4th position. Let's see how far he can make his way up. Definitely hoping for a top 3 for him. He's definitely got it in him. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, his rate of development has been absolutely exceptional, young Archie Clark. He is getting faster and faster as we go. Archie Clark has also got 2 fiery drivers behind him, Ella Stevens and Finn McLaughlin, 2 rising talents very much coming into their own. But Aidan Neate is the man at the front, and he is looking for another victory. Over the course of his season thus far, Aidan Neate has been at the top spot 3 times, twice in the heats and once in a final. so he knows how to get the job done. We're waiting for the lights to go out. Ready for a start. Is this going to be a clean getaway? Yes, it is, and we're off and running. Up to the first corner. A cracking start from Aidan Neat on the inside. He holds on. Leo Robinson's gone with him as they go through under the Litchfield Bridge. Up through to the left-hander, and a cracking getaway from Aidan Neat. The spins behind. 3 of them have gone on the way to the bridge. Fortunately, they've all stayed out of the wall, so everybody is A-OK on this first lap as they run through and over the top of the bridge, down onto the back straight. It is the 2 Fusion carts of Aidan Neat and Leo Robinson that head the way, chased down by Harley Keeble, who is still there in 3rd position, with Ella Stevens having charged through to 4th position, but not for long, as up the inside comes one of the ORM carts. That, I believe, is Lewis Werrell. No, it's Sonny Smith. My apologies. Sonny Smith has come through up into 4th position from all the way back in 9th on the grid. What a start from Sonny Smith.
Yeah, an amazing start from Sonny Smith. As we see, Leo Robinson's up into 2nd from 3rd. And as we can see, the Fusions are going to try and push away. But Harley Keeble definitely going to give them a challenge as Harley Keeble goes for the move. And is he going to make a stick? Is he going to go for both of them? I think he has. I think he's made both of the moves. I may be wrong, but yes, he has. He's in the lead, pulling a little gap.
How did Harley Keeble get on the inside of both of them? Absolutely terrific start from Keeble as he now charges through, and he's made the gap to let his teammate Sonny Smith come by as well. So he's up in a 2nd position. Down the main straight then, and it's Keeble from Smith, Neat from Robinson, and in 5th place, having come up now, is Micah Taylor. Great start from Micah Taylor too. Then it's McLaughlin, Knight, Stevens has been edged back to 8th place from Nathan Tye. Then Archie Clark, Zach Knight, Burgoyne, Phillips, Garford, Clark, Murta and Bradbury as they run under the Litchfield Bridge once again. And now up to 2nd place has come Aidan Neat. He's made the move on Sonny Smith. Warning flag on the first lap for Harry Jr. Burgoyne. But at the moment, it is a bit of a split. ORM Fusion as Keeble now goes for the lead. Sonny Smith has got past his teammate. It's overtaking galore at the moment as Smith has become the 3rd different leader of this race on only the 2nd lap. As now Keeble is getting a bit of a charge from Leo Robinson. And charging up is Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin has come from nowhere, charged his way through up to 5th position, and is now taking on the pair of pairs up at the front end of the field. Finn McLaughlin through the chicane, through the left, through the right. McLaughlin's got a great setup, and he's absolutely going for it as he charges in behind Leo Robinson.
Yeah, Finn McLaughlin doing what he does best, getting those overtakes in early and pulling away from the group. As we see him on the cameras, just going past Leo Robinson. I didn't see if he got it sticked, but it was definitely an amazing attempt. Hopefully he has, though.
Absolutely terrific stuff in the Army Cadets. The first couple of laps of racing. Smith is your leader, and he's pulling away. Neat is now to 2nd. 3rd is there, Harley Keeble. 4th now, Finn McLaughlin having got past. Archie Clark has made his way up the inside of Micah Taylor as well. So Archie Clark comes up into P6 behind Leo Robinson. Then it's Tye, Stevens, Burgoyne, Knight, Phillips, Zach Knight. Then Cathal Clark, who's doing a good job. Garford, Bradbury and Murta from Leslie, Rippin, Glover, Kylan Ingram. And then Scott Riley, Ben Smith, Jack Cunningham, Michael Walker, George Davison, George Edgar and Connor Grant. No retirements as yet. All 28 still running. And up the inside, Finn McLaughlin makes the move for 3rd position. Tucks in back on the outside and seals the place. Good move there on Harley Keeble. And Finn McLaughlin is just going for it. A bit of a moment from Neat as he runs wide. McLaughlin counteracts and gets into 2nd position. What a run from McLaughlin.
Oh my gosh, that was an amazing first 2 hairpins from Finn McLaughlin, making it up into 2nd. But Aidan Neat's going to fight back as hard as he can. He makes the move past Finn McLaughlin, but we've got to see more of this battle. He's definitely going to try and get the move back on him.
He's got him. Great retaliation from Aidan Neat. He really made light work of him back on the inside as he charges through to 2nd position. So we got 3 different teams in the top 3 places. Out in front, Sonny Smith for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. 2nd place, Fusion's Aidan Neat. And 3rd place, Strawberry's Finn McLaughlin. Now Clark makes the move for 4th place. Archie Clark makes the bid to get into 4th and has got him. Up on the inside of Harley Keeble, Archie Clark is absolutely on it. I've been saying to him for the last few meetings, just keep digging, keep pushing, and it will all come. And here it is, the Iami Bambino champion from 2017 is having an absolute barnstormer out there. Up to 4th position, charging his way down the back straight as McLaughlin tries to work with Neat to get away from the pack behind. But Archie Clark is still there. Neat and McLaughlin go wide. They're taking that wider line in the damp conditions. There's more traction to the outside as Nathan Tye makes a brilliant move there. And Harry Jr. Burgoyne, McLaughlin up the inside. Clark up the inside. They're up to 2nd and 3rd now, past Aidan Neat. So Neat down to 4th, McLaughlin in 2nd, and up to 3rd comes Archie Clark.
Aidan Neat's not going to be happy with that one. he's not going to let two of them pass, but Archie Clark makes a little mistake, and Aiden Neat's just able to slip back. Let's see his retaliation to Finn McLaughlin, though.
So he's there in position up to third, and it looks like Harley Keeble is trying to come back into fourth position. Has he done that? Yes, he has. So Harley Keeble up into fourth place now. A really good run there as they come through. Out in front, Sonny Smith's disappearing and checking out. Finn McLaughlin now to second. Third is Neat. Fourth is Keeble. And fifth is Archie Clark from Micah Taylor and Leo Robinson. Then it's the two ORM twins, Harry Jr. Burgoyne in front of Nathan Tye. And rounding out the top 10 is Will Knight ahead of Vinnie Phillips, who's come up 6 places. And Ella Stevens in 12th. Up the inside. Nice move there into a third position for Harley Keeble. He gets the move on Aiden Neat. Backing Neat back into his teammate Archie Clark. But Finn McLaughlin's got some space now in second.
Unless anything drastic happens, it looks like Sonny Smith might have signed, sealed, delivered in this win for him. But Finn McLaughlin's definitely going to have to fight for second place, but I think he's able to do it.
Archie Clark made a move on the inside of Neat, and that's both of them wide. Now Robinson and Micah Taylor have got past both of them. So up to fourth position comes Micah Taylor. Up to fifth goes Robinson. Archie Clark sixth. Neat now seventh. So the two squabbling Fusion teammates have cost themselves dearly there as they run down out of position. So a very interesting start then for these guys in position. But Sonny Smith has got a full 5.5 seconds plus out in front in the lead of this race as he just continues to dominate proceedings in this first heat. Second position is still Finn McLaughlin, only just now, though, in front of Harley Keeble. Keeble can sense an opportunity to go for second place. Micah Taylor up to fourth. Archie Clark's made the headway again up to fifth. And then sixth position, that is Aiden Neat trying to shake off Harry Jr. Burgoyne. Robinson, Tye, Knight, Phillips, and Ella Stevens with Zach Knight in there as well. I tell you what, the Dark Knights at Mark Baines Motorsport doing a great job now. The two of them, 10th and 13th. They're right up at the sharp end these days.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to be a one to watch for this season as we see Micah Taylor going defensive. Archie Clark tries to make the move, but he just has to back out. There wasn't enough room, but Archie Clark, is he going to have another go in the second hairpin? Yes, he does. He goes for the move. Micah Taylor's left vulnerable on the outside. He's going to try and hold it, but Archie Clark is just able to get the move. Now Archie Clark trying to catch up to Harley Keeble and Finn McLaughlin.
Textbook overtaking from Archie Clark. He really got that one nailed. As up the inside, that is the 81 making a pass in the midfield. That is Cathal Clark on the inside of Zach Knight. So Cathal Clark getting a good run there up into 13th position. Good move from the PMR driver. Your teammate, of course, Guy Bachini. Doing a great job there, Cathal Clark. Up, down over the line comes Sonny Smith. He's just a country mile ahead. 1:14.5, though. That's how slow the circuit is compared to what it was back in January. It's a full 7 seconds off the normal pace. Finn McLaughlin and Harley Keeble very closely matched indeed. The fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.5. That's a full half second faster than anyone else has gone.
Yeah, domination must be his middle name because he's just setting faster lap after faster lap. He's just poking away even more and even more. By the end of the race, it might even be a 10-second gap. Little do we know.
Really good performance thus far. Here comes Keeble now right on the back of Finn McLaughlin. Time has run down to nothing. So we are going to be on the final lap next time around. Sonny Smith leads the way, though. Going well at the head. Finn McLaughlin and Harley Keeble second and third. Archie Clark's actually pulled clear of the gaggle behind in fourth position. Fifth place, that is Harry Jr. Burgoyne. Now running in front of Micah Taylor. Aiden Neat's really struggling at this stage of the race, though. Trying to hang on in front of Leo Robinson and Nathan Tye. And Ella Stevens is hustling Vinnie Phillips, having finally dealt with Will Knight. So a really good run then between Phillips and Stevens. And they're continuing to battle just on the outskirts of the top 10 as a warning flag has gone out to Ted Bradbury. Not sure what's happened to Bradbury on that lap. Didn't see anything untoward. Last lap. Here we go. And Sonny Smith is on his own. A full 7 seconds clear. Where is he finding this pace from? Second place now is Keeble, though. Keeble's gone for Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin into the first corner. Dives through and gets the place back again. Brilliant racing between these two, and it's going to be electric between them as they fight for position. McLaughlin trying to hang on in front of Keeble. This could be a very close finish between the two of them as they go over the bridge.
Talking about very close, have you seen the top 5's lap time? They're within a couple of tenths of each other as Archie Clark just snatches that fastest lap off Sonny Smith.
He is closing in on these two for second and third. Good spot. So now they come through the hairpin as Finn McLaughlin and Harley Keeble battle for second place. Archie Clark is going absolutely full guns blazing. Fastest lap of the race, charging after them. He might catch them before the end of this lap. He's a lot quicker than the guys in front, so he might have an opportunity here. But out in front, it is going to be a victory for Sonny Smith as McLaughlin and Keeble continue to duel. Clark is desperate to catch them. He's the leading fusion. That's a nice thing for Archie Clark to be able to say at the end of this one. But out of the final chicane, Sonny Smith has cleaned up in race 1. A thrilling victory and an absolute blitz of the field for Sonny Smith. He wins in fantastic style. Second position is going to be close. Keeble drifts wide. McLaughlin's going to get him on the final bend. McLaughlin's got him. McLaughlin takes second. Keeble is third, and fourth is Archie Clark. What a steal from Finn McLaughlin. He just kept his nerve and made it stick in the final turn. Absolutely terrific. Clark fourth behind Keeble. Burgoyne in a brilliant fifth position. Another new fastest lap on the last lap from Archie Clark. A 1:13.8. That's absolutely terrific from Archie Clark. Faster than the rest of the field by a long way. Micah Taylor sixth from Aidan Neat, Leo Robinson, Nathan Tye, and Vinnie Phillips. Great race to start the day.
Yeah, amazing race. And on the road, we saw Leo Robinson and Nathan Tye neck and neck over the line, separated by 100th of a second going over the line. I thought Nathan Tye had just got it, but Leo Robinson must have just pipped it.
Absolutely terrific. Fantastic start to proceedings and a really cracking start to the day here at Trent Valley Kart Club. PF International up here in Lincolnshire, the premier circuit in Great Britain for international and national karting, and a recognised club of the Motorsport UK. Fantastic performance from the drivers, though, and the opening race of the day goes to Sonny Smith by 7.5 seconds from Finn McLaughlin and Harley Keeble, then Archie Clark and Harry Jr. Burgoyne, Micah Taylor, Aidan Neat, Nathan Tye, Leo Robinson, and Vinnie Phillips. A whisker in front of Ella Stevens, then Will Knight, Ted Bradbury, Joe Rippin, Alfie Garford, Zach Knight, Cathal Clark, Finn Leslie, Will Murter, Kylan Ingram rounding out the 20, then Jack Cunningham and Cole Glover, Scott Riley and Ben Smith, George Davison, Michael Walker, George Edgar, and Connor Grant. Every single driver that started the race brought it home. Great to see nice and clean proceedings over the course of the start of the day. And Sonny Smith has had an absolute flyer. To get away to the tune of 7.5 seconds when it's not raining is quite impressive.
And there's lots of other talented drivers on this grid, so it must have been hard for him to put that 7.5 second gap, but he just kept fighting through the race to put as far away as he can.
But we still have yet to find the championship leader we're still yet to see the championship leader in Ayami Cadet, who's coming out in the later heat, and that, of course, is Kia Nakamura-Berta, the very consistent driver who leads the championship. We're coming out on circuit again as we go straight into the next heat of the day, and that is that of Senior X30. Really close battle. The championship led by the championship in Senior X30 led by Thomas Turner with just 8 points over Louis Westover and another 1 over Oliver Hodgson. But with a very exciting battle ahead of us, it's going to be very tight for the title bid. Let's look at the grid for this first heat. Lewis Gilbert and Cole Kilner from Teddy Pritchard Williams and Elliot Harvey. Louis Westover and Harry Platten. Lewis Malin and Matthew Hudson from Charlie Lamb. And rounding out the top 10 is Australia's Sean Butcher. Then Brad Pennell and Ben Hodge. Mark Kimber is back in action. He's there alongside Gary Edwards from Tom Fleming and Eduardo Cosseteng. Max Jean and Jensen Brown. Rufus Hunt and Alex Pendlebury. From Oliver Greetham and Alex Spinks, Archie Tillett and Joe Reeve-Smith, Alexander Wang, Artu Salmela, then Jamie Rogers, Louis Short, Abigail Ross, Valtteri Valkeayavi, James Towell, Cameron Coombs, Ben Cowley, Richie Faulkner, Andrew Trevor, and Gareth Duffin. A full capacity grid for Senior X30, and Lewis Gilbert from the front. It's going to be hard to pass him today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard race for the others trying to pass Lewis Gilbert. But looking in fifth is Louis Westover. He's definitely going to be a charger up to the front of the grid, but we'll see where he can finish. I don't think it will be below fifth, though.
Yeah, Louis Westover really is in the form of his life at the moment. These last couple of months, he's been absolutely on it like a car bonnet, here and in Europe as well. Let's see how he goes today at Trent Valley Car Club. Away we go! And it's a cracking start. Lewis Gilbert on the persistence machine. He's leading the way. Oh, and off into the barriers nearly! Goodness me, Teddy Pritchard Williams with the save of the season already. How he missed the barriers there as the kart drifts out wide. Pritchard Williams catches it. That was lightning reflexes. He almost got into the wars. And Lewis Gilbert leads the way in, well, the vintage persistence colours. He's normally in KR Sport colours, but I guess now for the remainder of this season at least, he is back in persistence. And up the inside, that's a bold move from Cole Kilner. And it's drifted him wide. Up to the leaders come Louis Westover. And there goes Elliot Harvey. So it's DHR 1 and 2. Westover leads, Harvey second. What a start. And Gilbert and Kilner, there's been contact further back. Unfortunately, that has seen several drivers in the wars. Abigail Ross is one, and the other one in the mix there is James Towell, the privateer. Several others were caught up as well, so it's going to be a topsy-turvy order in the midfield, as well as a changeable one at the head of the pack. But over the line, it's Louis Westover, who leads from Elliot Harvey. Then it is Cole Kilner from Butcher, way up to 4th position. The Australian's gone out of the guns like a jackrabbit. 5th is Gilbert, Blatton, Pritchard Williams, Hodge, Hudson, Lamb and Edwards. What a start for Louis Westover.
Yeah, I did say that we'd have to watch Louis Westover, but I wasn't expecting that on the first lap. An amazing first lap from Louis Westover. Just unfortunate that Lewis Gilbert slided wide, but now he's in 5th. He's definitely going to make his way through.
So some really intense battling to come then in Senior X30. As, bit of a moment from Westover in the second hairpin. He almost lost the kart. Manages to get it together, though. He'll love these conditions. A little bit of a tussle in the mid-pack. That's the 12. I believe that is Eduardo Cosseteng, who's tangled up with a couple of his rivals. And another bit more contact in the midfield. That's the 199 who has tangled up there. That's Louis Short for the Madcrock team. He just about gets away without incident. And again, fortunately, everybody has come through without striking the barriers and out of the race. So everyone's coming through side by side as Harvey goes for the lead and gets it. Harvey leads over teammate Westover now. Then it's Kilner, Butcher, Gilbert and Platton. Harry Pritchard Williams is still in the mix. But this is a fascinating dynamic. Lewis Gilbert having switched back to the Persistence team that he started 2018 with. Initially, he was there in February. He's had a year with KR Sport, and now it looks as though, at least for this weekend, he's back at Persistence on the red speed.
Yeah, it's definitely a bold decision for him to make. It's his decision. Don't know if it was the right decision, though. We'll see from the races later on in the day. But he's looking like he's pulling his way back to the pack right now. Not looking too bad in that Persistence car. Look like it might not be a bad move.
Well, let's not forget that Lewis Gilbert is still very new to the world of Senior X30. He was the European Junior Champion last year, as well as the British Vice Champion. So he knows how to get this job done. And obviously a switch of teams might well be a switch of mood. He was with Persistence at the start of last season, so he's obviously decided to return over the line. Harvey and Westover running well at the front of the field. Sean Butcher's looking absolutely rapid at the moment. He's caught up to the back of Cole Kilner, his teammate. So it's DHR and MBR at the front of the field. Dan Holland racing 1 and 2. Mick Barrett racing 3 and 4 as Sean Butcher and Cole Kilner are working tag team to get up to the DHR twins. A really exciting battle in the offing as Gilbert's there in 5th position in front of Platton. Pritchard Williams has saved his bacon in 7th place after that wild lunge. Up the inside goes Kilner for second, launches onto the inside of Westover and gets the move. That was a textbook overtake from Cole Kilner. Unfortunately, though, for them, out in front is Harvey, and he's disappearing. I said to him, you can win from 4th on the grid, mate. Absolutely can.
Yeah, I heard you talking to him earlier on today. He said he could win from where he started, but it looks like he might be able to. Elliot Harvey and DHR, it looks like it might be DHR versus MBR during the day.
It's certainly the way that this particular heat is going. Harvey looking strong. 2nd place, Kilner. 3rd, Westover. 4th, Butcher. Then it's Gilbert on the red speed. In 5th position for Persistence Motorsport. BMR, Harry Platton in 6th. Teddy Pritchard Williams 7th from Charlie Lamb and Matthew Hudson. Hodge, Balin, Edwards. Mark Kimber's doing well to come up to 13th. And then Jensen Brown, Tom Fleming and Brad Pennell from Pendlebury, Archie Tillett, Rufus Hunt and Alex Spinks. I hope Rufus Hunt's found his glasses. He lost them last night. But fortunately, he races in contacts anyway, so it's not a major concern yet. It's only on the way home when he realises, I've got school tomorrow. I should probably find me specs. Anyway, up to the chicane. Harvey running well. Kilner in 2nd place. 3rd is Westover. A big tank slapper from Harvey as he came through the chicane. That was a wild moment. He just put a wheel over the curb and the back end unsettles in the wet conditions. That can cost you anywhere between half a second and 2 seconds.
All it needs is that back wheel on the curb to unsettle the kart. It could have been worse than that, but he's able to just catch a kart before it goes onto the grass and goes worse. But as we see them go down the straight, it is still Elliot Harvey from Cole Kilner, Lewis Westover, then Sean Butcher.
And what that's done, that mistake from Harvey, is it's brought Cole Kilner right into play. He now has a genuine shot to go for the back of Elliot Harvey. They go down the back straight. He's only about 3 kart lengths away, and we've still got 2.5 on the clock. So Cole Kilner definitely in with a shout as Harvey takes that wide, wet karting line. It's not raining here. It will later by the powers of Met Office. But It looks pretty tricky out there still. Very greasy, very damp. And so obviously the leaders are going to be very tight together. Some great battles throughout. Harvey Kilner, Westover, Butcher from Gilbert, Platten, Pritchard, Williams, Lamb. Then Hudson and Hodge rounding up the top 10. I have to say, the Mick Barrett Racing Squad have suddenly come back to the fore again. They struggled a little bit in the early stages of 2019. And now here they are at round 3. And their drivers are absolutely flying. You've got Kilner chasing after Harvey. Butcher's been absolutely explosive out of the blocks. And now you've got the other 2 drivers in that squad, Matthew Hudson and Charlie Lamb, deep inside the top 10. And they are pushing on. Looks like it's going to be a good day for MBR. Dan Holland Racing Squad man Elliot Harvey being caught napping down the back straight. Harvey trying to hang on to it. Kilner down into the braking zone for the hairpin. Kilner just seems to have a little bit more motivation. And Butcher's got third. Butcher's got third. He's made the move on Louis Westover. And over the lead. Kilner dives for the inside of the hairpin. Side by side as they come down the stretch to the chicane. Harvey is not going to give him space. Kilner's going to be relentless around the outside. They bang wheels and just about settle it with Harvey still in front.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there, but it wasn't very malicious. It was just those 2 trying to get the racing line. Both of them going for the racing line. It looks like Kilner's just going to get off it, though. Elliot Harvey just losing out. It was an amazing move by Cole Kilner, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant racing from both of them. Neither of them doing anything malicious. Banging wheels is fine as long as there's no intent to cause a problem. And the pair of them having an absolutely sensational battle. In the dry, that probably would have ended in tears for somebody. But in the wet, they realised, well, we can rub wheels, we can roll off the power, we can blend out the brake, get back on the gas. And they had an amazing duel. Elliot Harvey versus Cole Kilner. Dan Holland Racing versus Mick Barrett Racing. And that duel was fantastic. But because of it, now Butcher and Westover are catching. So there's still dynamic to have in this race. This is going to be the penultimate lap. We're going to run out of time before they go over the line again. And now Harvey's in defensive mode. Kilner's going to make a late lunge over the curbs. And he's through. That's the latest possible move you can make at that point. And now Butcher's going to try and get through as well. He can't quite make it into Mike Wilson. But what a sensational move from Kilner.
Yeah, amazing move from Kilner, but you better watch out on this last lap for Sean Butcher and Louis Westover. Those front 2 are going to be battling, but those are going to be catching on, trying to join in with the battle.
Last lap, here we go. And Butcher is trying to reel in Harvey. Harvey's a little bit frustrated at the way that Kilner got through, but a superb move from Cole Kilner. He timed it to perfection, rode the curb, and that was a clean, legal move. So out over the curbs, down the back straight. Kilner is your leader. Harvey second, Butcher third, Westover fourth. Westover gaining a lot of ground in the braking zone. Butcher tightening up to Harvey. Harvey having a little bit of a look on Kilner, the race leader, as they come down to the hairpin. Butcher braking very late to tighten up on the exit. Westover trying to get the undercut. Butcher comes through. No problem at all. And it's still those 4 in position. But Harvey's looking threatening as they come up towards Bobby Game. In through the right-hander. Up towards the Mike Wilson complex. Is there going to be a last lunge? He's not close enough to make the duel as they roll off the power. This is going to be fine. And it's going to be Cole Kilner out of the final turn. Harvey's going to keep pushing to the line. Is there going to be a change? No, Kilner's just going to take it. Brilliant run there as Kilner just gets the win from Elliot Harvey. Sean Butcher third and Westover fourth. What a sensational race. Gilbert is fifth from Platten, Pritchard, Williams, Hudson, Lamb and Hodge, with Mark Kimber fighting him back to 11th place ahead of Gary Edwards and Tom Fleming, Brad Pennell and Lewis Malin, Archie Tillett and Oliver Greetham, Rufus Hunt, Alex Spinks and Alex Pendlebury, from Max Jean, Louis Short, Ben Cowley, Alexander Wang, Jensen Brown, Jamie Rogers just hangs on in front of Eduardo Cosateng and Joe Reeves-Smith, from Richie Faulkner, Cameron Coombs and Atu Salmela, Abigail Ross and James Towell, Andrew Trevor and Valtteri Valkajavi in front of the lapped Gareth Duffin. But what a drive at the front. That was so close between Kilner and Harvey. Kilner just bagged it.
Yeah, very close battle between the 2. Definitely going to be the ones to watch in the other heats. There's definitely going to be more battles from them, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Sensational racing. Really good battles between the drivers. So this is going to be a very busy day at the office for Senior X30. I think you're wanting to go off on your filming travels now, Kai, potentially, so we'll welcome you back up into the box a little bit later. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get those news stories for us, will you?
Yeah, we'll do. I'll be back very soon, though.
Good job. Thanks, Kai. So, Senior X30 and Army Cadet have had their first heat of the day. There's more to come from them, but it's going to be really exciting racing from here on in. The next heat on the grid is going to be Honda Cadet, the only class this weekend that has a standing start. All the others, of course, have rolling starts, as is the method operandi of the karting championships here. But once again, a very tricky and treacherous start to the day for the classes, as the circuit is still quite damp in patches, and it's a relentless program with 36 races in total through the day, so it's non-stop. There's not really a chance to catch your breath, and that's the way you like it. Non-stop motor racing, action-packed all day long. Yes, please, as much as you can throw at us. Thank you. So the first 2 races done and dusted. A victory in Army Cadet earlier on after some brilliant battles for Sonny Smith, who checked out Charlie out in front of the rest of the field. Cole Kilner wrapping up proceedings in Senior X30's first heat in front of Elliot Harvey by just 0.5 of a second. But now we have the action from a Honda Cadet. Speaking of Honda Cadet, this season has pretty much been a bit of a demonstration run at the moment for Kiin Nakamura Berta, who's determined to make 2019 his own. He's won both of the finals over the course of the first 2 meetings in January and February. His closest challenger, though, is Sonny Smith. Between the two of them, Kiin Nakamura Berta has been in the top 3 5 times, and all 5 of those occasions was a win. He has never been on the top 3 unless he's won, which is an amazing feat of achievement, really. And they come out onto the starting grid and do their rolling lap before they form up on the grid. So let's talk you through the starting grid for this race. Pole position, though, goes to neither of them. It's Connor Duncan who popped up with a brilliant qualifying lap yesterday for the Heinz Racing squad. He'll line up on pole position from Sonny Smith. Jack Brandt and Josh Agambar are on the second row of the grid from Jack Hobson and Zach Drummond. Then Lewis Islen and Wesley Swain from Connor Leishman and Gustav Ushakov. Then Stephen Duncan and Johan Kalachern, Jamie Perrelli and Devon Nolan from Hayden Eldridge and Sonny Mortensen, Henry Jocelyn and Dylan Mackay, Jai Lawrence and Joe Cheek from Oliver Gaillard and Zico Hopkins-Collis, then Aidan Evans and Oliver Stilt, Miles Turnbull and Josh Patch, Oscar O'Sullivan and Nathan Marquez, then Thomas Behrman and Fraser Oram, Kasper Tomalewski and Mikey Porter from Kit Walowski and Finley Whiting. So the drivers just getting themselves up to speed, trying to get the tyres and brakes at the temperature on this rolling lap. And everybody keeping an eye on what is happening. Martin Bean just watching over proceedings on the top of the gantry as they make sure that everything is in procedure. But race 3 of the day is Heat 1 for Honda Cadet, Grid A versus Grid B. And it's going to be a very tough battle in Honda Cadet, that is for certain. Plenty of plethora of talent in this particular field. But Connor Duncan and Sonny Smith will be there at the sharp end in the hope that this is going to be a very strong run for them. They battle away in position at the top end of the field. Now, if I'm correct, then we'll see Kiin Nakamura Berta out in Honda Cadet again later. But it is going to be a very interesting battle to see how he goes when things proceed later. He's having a bit of a later start to the day in both IAMI and Honda Cadet, despite the fact that he is actually the title leader in both categories coming into this weekend. It's only the points from the finals that count to the championship. So we're just waiting for the drivers to get gridded up into their position. The last few drivers just taking their positions. You've got to remember that these guys are still very young. They start in Honda Cadet at Trent Valley Kart Club at the age of 8. And some of them are still getting used to racing at this level. But for Connor Duncan, this is a brilliant start to the weekend. Pole position, exactly where he deserves to be, alongside Sonny Smith, who is fighting for the title. Now, all of them appear to be on wet tyres on the front end of the field. Well, actually, the front row men are on wets. The second and third rows are on slicks. So this could be interesting. It's a mixed strategy on the start of the race. On the fourth row of the grid, the 92 is on wet tyres. That is Wesley Swain. Connor Leishman alongside him is on slicks. So again, there is a bit of a difficulty in determining strategy. The track is drying, but there are still wet patches. Is the right way slicks or is the right way wets? We will find out at the end of this first lap, because whoever's got it right is going to go charging forward. Whoever's got it wrong is going to go sliding backwards. This is going to be a very fascinating race as the 8 degrees air temperature is drying the track, but we have got scheduled rain, according to the Met Office, arriving at 11 o'clock-ish today, and it will stay throughout, according to the Met Office. So let's see what happens from the start. This is going to be a really interesting battle. Who's got it right? Those on slicks or those on wets? Let's find out. Go! Cracking start from Connor Duncan. Sonny Smith is not going to overtake him on the run to the first corner, and they're going to work together as they charge through the first corner. Cracking start from Connor Duncan. That's the textbook getaway as he leads under the Litchfield Bridge. Sonny Smith's going for the lead early, though, and he goes through immediately into first position as they come under the bridge and up towards the top end of the hill. So no problem at all as they knit their way through. We're going to see a massive change of dynamic very shortly as the tyres start to get up to temperature. Those on wets will charge away. Those on dries will slip back by the look of things. But halfway through the race, that could change. So we're going to see a really interesting move. Oh, there's a spin. There's a spin in the middle of the pack in the first hairpin. There's two of them that have gone, in fact. So they've had to try and get out of the way of each other as they go through. So far, so good for the wet runners by the look of it. The slick-tired runners are starting to tumble back, but give it 2 or 3 minutes, and those on slicks may well be the geniuses of the piece, because if there's not enough grip on the wet tyres and those on slicks have got the right choice, then this could be just one of those races. My favourite kind of motor race, when people are on different types of tyre. At the first part, it's one condition that suits. On the second part, it's the other condition that suits. So let's see what happens, as already there is a warning that's gone up by the look of it. I'm not entirely sure what that's for. Drivers come through. Sonny Smith leading Jack Plant. Then Hobson, Agambar, Leishman, Usikov and Connor Duncan, who has slipped all the way, sadly, to 7th place. Then it is Stephen Duncan in front of Zach Drummond, Wesley Swain, rounding up the top 10 from Jamie Perrelly. So they come over the Litchfield Bridge. Very tricky start. You've got to remember that some of these guys are on slicks, some are on wets, so it's not always going to favour the correct shod runner. As up the inside, going for second, that's Jack Plant, holding off the attentions of Jack Hobson. So it's a good run at the front end of the field. 6 different teams in the top 6 places at the end of that lap. And charging through the field with gusto are Connor Leishman for Saltire Motorsports and Gustav Ushikov for Project One. So they are charging through the field up into the top 6 now. They come through onto the far side as they go through the Mike Wilson complex at the end of the second lap. No problem for Sonny Smith, who's doing what he did in Army Cadet, getting into a lead and disappearing. I tell you what, Sonny Smith's had his Weetabix this morning, charging over the line and continuing on his way. Second place for Jack Hobson, third for Plant now, who is starting to slip back. Agambar, as up the inside, for 6th place goes Zach Drummond. He gets the move on Gustav Ushikov. And also a nice move there from Wesley Swain as he takes on Lewis Islin and gets the place. Very nicely done indeed. The drivers come through, down to the back straight. A nice run from Sonny Smith as he leads the way in front of Jack Hobson. Up through to the hairpin on the run down the short stretch. This is a good run at the moment as now Sonny Smith has got a little bit of a strong challenge out in the lead of the race. Second position, still Jack Hobson running well from Jack Plant. 4th place now, Josh Agambar for Cutting Edge. He's really starting to charge after these guys as they come up towards the S's. Looks like somebody in trouble, having had a little bit of a spin. That looks to me like Thomas Behrman has had a moment and has got the car going again. So unfortunately for Thomas Behrman, he has dropped back there in the 87 kart. So they come through to the chicane once more. Down the main straight, and all going well for Sonny Smith. Jack Hobson is close, not close enough to make a challenge. Josh Agambar has caught and passed Josh Plant during the Mike Wilson complex. Tell you what, Josh Agambar is having a great run. He had such a miserable time last time out in February. He wants to bite back, and here comes the move from 3rd place, Jack Plant, getting his move back on the inside. He retakes 3rd position. They come down onto the back straight once again. Look how quickly Jack Hobson's making moves on Sonny Smith. I think Sonny Smith may have a problem. He's going very slowly. Even for Sonny Smith, that is not the usual rate of anyone catching and passing him. Has he got problems with top-end speed at the moment? Something doesn't look right. As up the inside, making the move, Jack Hobson gets through. Hobson's been catching him fairly rapidly anyway. His lap times. Now, I think this could be the change of tyre. This could be the pendulum swing, because obviously all those on slicks may well end up being at an advantage to all those being on wets. If the track is drying fast enough, anybody on slicks is going to get the advantage. I wonder if that's it. Has Sonny Smith just not got enough grip to maintain the lead of this race? Are the slick tyres the way to go now? Across the line. And I think it is now. Slick tyres. Well, yes. Sonny Smith is on wets and Jack Hobson is on slicks. Hobson's got the call right. It looks as though anybody on slick tyres has made the right call. Any on wets, a little bit wrong, unfortunately, unless there is rain during the course of this race. And when there's only 2 minutes and 49 seconds left of it, I doubt that's going to play into hands. So look at how quickly Sonny Smith is dropping back. That's the difference between the slicks and the dries. As up the inside, Jack Plant makes the move for second place. Smith is doing a valiant job trying to keep himself in contention, squeezing out Jack Plant. He's lost the lead. He doesn't want to lose too much more time, but this all comes down to tyre strategy. He can't quite get the undercut yet on Jack Plant, and that is how the differing strategy has played out. Unfortunately, anybody who went for wet tyres has just made the wrong call. So Sonny Smith is doing an admirable job of trying to hang on as they go through the Mike Wilson complex, but I fear that is him now down to third position. Yes, it is. So Hobson's gone through, Plant has gone through, and now Joshua Gambar is going to be the next man. Look, he's just not fast enough in a straight line on the wets, and storming through, Joshua Gambar goes up in a third position. That's just a case of being on the wrong tyre at the wrong time. Unfortunately for Sonny Smith, he just doesn't have the pace. As over the line, he now is in fourth. Drummond is fifth from Leishman, Usikov, Islin, Joe Cheek, and Wesley Swain. So here we go. Now all of the slick runners are finding that grip that they were struggling for in the first couple of laps, and now the slick tyre is the one to be on. Poor Sonny Smith. He's just tumbling down the order to fourth place now. He's still doing his best to try and keep up with Joshua Gambar, and fair play to him. There's not many drivers in the fray that could make an overtake up into third position. Still on the wet tyres, but he's made it work. Fair play. Sonny Smith is driving out of his skin on wet tyres. He is the leading wet runner. You've got to look quite a long way back to find the next wet tyre runner. I think that is the 72 of Joe Cheek, who is on wets. But fair play to anybody who is still in the top 10 on wet tyres at this point, because slicks is definitely the way to go for this race alone. And out in front, Jack Hobson looks over his shoulder. Where is everybody? Jack Plant's a few cart lengths down the order. Sonny Smith is still in third. He's asking for assistance from Joshua Gambar. You see, that's how good Sonny Smith is. He is just able to run at the front, even on the wet tyres. This is the kind of caliber of driver you're dealing with when Sonny Smith hits the road. This is a brilliant run. He just doesn't have the straight line speed. And he's actually making Joshua Gambar work with him. But he's keeping his third position. Joshua Gambar should cut and run, really. He should get through and leave him standing. But Sonny Smith is proving to be a worthy adversary, even on the wrong tyres. And he's actually getting away. This is a brilliant drive from Sonny Smith. Third position in these conditions, on the wrong tyre, effectively, is quite the performance. But out in front, Jack Hobson has made good use of his very quick thinking, and he's hanging on to the lead. But he is being caught by Jack Plant. Jack Plant, who had a great qualifying yesterday as well. And he might be able to snatch the lead on the last lap. It's going to be between these two. Jack Plant is making great inroads. He's just gone a second quicker than Jack Hobson on that last lap. And now they go into the final tour. Here goes Plant, makes the bid up the inside under the bridge, and he's through. But has he shut the door? Hobson comes back on the inside, takes him back. Brilliant dicing between these two. Hobson retakes the lead. Plant having got him. Hobson just had the door wide open still, and they're side by side. Down the main straight, up towards the hairpin. They slide as they bang wheels, and they're still side by side. Up the inside, Jack Plant determined to get through on Jack Hobson and squeeze him out for the next corner. They're going to drift wide, side by side again as they come off the second hairpin. They've been at each other's throats for most of the lap. Hobson back on the inside. Plant going to try and get the switch back out of the S's up towards Bobby Game corner. There's nothing to choose between them, and they're going to hit each other if they're not careful. They come up out of Bobby Game through towards the Mike Wilson complex. Have they kept it clean enough to run through? Sonny Smith has caught them up as a result. He's into second. Sonny Smith's through to second. How has he done that? They've obviously collided, but out to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be that gets it? It's Jack Plant. Jack Plant who wins it. Plant takes the victory in front of Sonny Smith in second on wet tyres. Joshua Gambar third and Jack Hobson in fourth. But for Jack Plant, that was absolutely stellar. Fifth place for Zach Drummond. Connor Leishman in sixth from Gustav Usikov and Joe Cheek. Then comes Louis Islin with Wesley Swain just edging out Oliver Guy. In 12th is Finley Whiting. What an effort from Finley Whiting from 32nd on the grid. 34th on the grid, sorry. Finley Whiting charges up to 12th. That's a terrific run from Finley Whiting. Easily the most improved driver from qualifying to the race. Good effort there. Zico Hopkins-Collis is 13th from Henry Jocelyn and Hayden Eldridge. Then Connor Duncan and Aidan Evans, Oliver Stilp and Jehan Kalichern. And then Joshua Patch rounds out the top 20 from your man in 21st. That's Devon Nolan from Jamie Perrelly and Miles Turnbull. Stephen Duncan and Tom Behrman. Then Kasper Tomilewski in front of Nathan Marquez. Oscar O'Sullivan and Jai Lawrence. Dylan Mackay and Kit Bolofsky. Then Mikey Porter and Fraser Oren with just the one retirement from that race, namely Sonny Mortensen. But that is how critical it is to get the tyre choice right in changing conditions. Those on the wet tyres got it spot on in the first 2 to 3 laps, but then it changed to the slicks, and anyone on slick tyres was then at the upper hand, proving just how good a driver Sonny Smith is. On wet tyres, he brought it home in second place. Fantastic effort and a really good drive. Now with Honda Cadet sorted for the moment, we go into Senior Rotax, and we'll hear back more from the Honda Cadet fray, but Senior Rotax has been very much a tough battle over the course of proceedings thus far, with plenty of drivers to choose from at the top end. Reese Hunter currently leading the championship, 2 points ahead of Ben Burgess, but they each have a final win to their name, so it's going to be very close indeed this season between these two. James Lowther, last year's national junior champion in Rotax, is there in third in the points, so he's ready to pounce if either of those two slip. So this is going to be an interesting challenge for the field once again in Senior Rotax. Let's talk you through the grid for this one. Reese Hunter, along with Kieran Gifford on the front row of the grid. So Reese Hunter and Kieran Gifford, Morgan Rose and Luke Wooder, Ben Davis and James Lowther. According to the timing screen, Bradley Barrett has not been able to get out for this race. I want to double check that because he might have a transponder issue. Where Bradley Barrett is there in the 5, that's good. So Bradley Barrett should be alongside George Holbrook, Ben Burgess and Lewis Malin, then Sam Harrison and Michael Roots, Jason Lockwood and George Smith from Kian Tasang and Alexander Baker, Travis Coyne and Ethan Haynes, from Tiernan McCann and Lewis Smith, Jack McConnell and Sean Berry, and then we have Harvey Edmondson and Joe Hunt from Alex Holgate and Louis Fleet, Jake Douglas, Sam Sanders, James Watson, Jaden Walker, Sam Stansbury, Matthew Scaife and Matthew Beaumont. So the drivers are ready for action once again, and hopefully we'll see some pretty good performances from them as the racing continues over the course of the day. But we are going to see some pretty exciting battles. There's going to be a really exciting run for several of the drivers in the fray. Jim Rainbird there just giving me a nudge to say Michael Roots is in this race. He's done so well over the Winter Series, and he's right in the hunt for the top 10 of the series. Let's see how he does in this first race. Go! Now, pretty much everybody has that previous race and seen that slicks is the way to go, so I think everybody is on slick tyres as they run under the Litchfield Bridge and charge through on this first lap. Reese Hunter hitting the front with gusto right out of the blocks. So Reese Hunter comes over the top of the bridge and down the back straight, looking good. Reese Hunter leads the way for Dan Holland Racing. Bit of a battle from Kieran Gifford still to come as they run through. A bit of a battle now as up to second has come Morgan Rose. Morgan Rose is going to get crafted round the outside by Luke Wooder. Luke Wooder pulls off a magic overtake into second place. We've got contact at the first hairpin. 4 drivers in trouble. Looks like 2 of them could be out on the spot. And one of the Chaos Sport Brigade, I think that is in trouble. That is Jake Douglas. So Jake Douglas, unfortunately, having more bad luck. The 46 is in the mix there as well. That is Joe Hunt. And who else is in there? 2 more in trouble. That's the 43 of Matthew Scaife. And he has tangled with Matthew Beaumont, unfortunately. But out in front, it is Reese Hunter, who leads quite convincingly in front of Luke Wooder with an amazing move to second place. Wooder still running strong as up to third. Big bold move from Kieran Gifford. So Gifford is through into third position as he makes the move on Morgan Rose. Then it is Ben Davis and Bradley Barrett charging away in 5th and 6th. As they run together, the DHR twins behind their teammate, who is the race leader, as up to 7th place further back, James Lowther getting caught out there. As up the inside of him comes the 13 of Ben Burgess for persistence. And those two still scrapping over 7th place. Meanwhile, behind them, that is the 45 of Lewis Malin ahead of Sam Harrison. And in the mix there as well is Michael Roots for DSM. He's charging through. Consistency and solidarity, very much the name of the game in senior Rotax. You've got to keep pushing and you've got to keep edging out your opponents as they come out of the final turn and down the main straight. This is going to be a really tough run. So Reese Hunter still leading. Luke Wooder still second in front of Kieran Gifford and Morgan Rose. Then Ben Davis and Burgess. Up to 5th is Bradley Barrett in front of Ben Davis now. My apologies. He's still got that transponder issue. So if I forget to mention him through looking at the timesheets, do forgive me. As James Lowther makes a bold move in the upper end of the hill, having got himself back into 9th place on Sam Harrison, I think that is. And there's going to be 4 wide as they go down the back straight. Goodness me. James Lowther in the middle of the crowd. Meanwhile, Kieran Gifford is up the inside of Luke Wooder and Morgan Rose. Rose up to 3rd behind Gifford. And that puts Wooder down to 4th place once more. So they go through the S's up towards Bobby Game. Very tight battle so far. And still they keep this war edging out. Reese Hunter still going well. Hang on a minute. Morgan Rose appears to have disappeared. Morgan Rose has disappeared. Now what's happened? Morgan Rose has vanished from the fray. It looks as though he's pitted in. Well, I didn't see what happened there, but Morgan Rose, unfortunately, appears to be out of the running. So I'm not sure what it was for. Maybe there was contact. There's yellow flags up at the Bobby Game corner. And I want to have a look and see if there's any debris there or anything that I can spot, but I don't see anything untoward as the leaders come through. So, yeah, very strange situation. But Morgan Rose is out of this race, effectively, along with the likes of Matthew Scaife and Joe Hunt, who had damage from their earlier incident. But Morgan Rose joins them on the sidelines. He's out of this race. What a shocker for Morgan Rose from the top 5. So leading the way is still Reese Hunter in front of Kieran Gifford and Luke Wooder as they battle away for 2nd and 3rd. Then comes Ben Davis, who is running in 4th in front of Ben Burgess and Bradley Barrett. Up to the Litchfield Bridge once again. They storm under the bridge and up towards turn 3. Through the long sweeping left-hander, up the crest, and then up towards turn 4. Over the bridge, into 5, the right-hander, and down the back straight as they go chasing after the race leader, Reese Hunter. So a really strong challenge for the moment. And Kieran Gifford there in 2nd place. That's Brad Barrett through into 3rd. Brad Barrett has made the move to 3rd place past Luke Wooder. So he's got through. A really exciting battle to get things started off with, and it just keeps going. So it's going to be a really exciting challenge for the rest of this race as they continue to battle away. Reese Hunter out in front of Kieran Gifford. Bradley Barrett now challenging with Luke Wooder as they continue to charge. They come over the start-finish line once more. And Brad Barrett still hanging on in there. Under the Litchfield Bridge once again. And going over the top of the hill as they run through on the far side. Luke Wooder pressuring Bradley Barrett to try and get back into that back into that 3rd position spot. But Reese Hunter and Kieran Gifford have got themselves into plenty of space, 1st and 2nd. Gifford too far back with 2.5 minutes to go, realistically, to challenge Reese Hunter. So it looks as though Reese has got himself a lead that's unassailable. And then in 3rd position, whoa, a nice move there from Ben Davis. Ben Davis gets the move on Burgess, and that almost lets Lewis Malin have a look himself there as well. Jason Lockwood's having a good tussle with James Lowther for 8th. KR Sport versus Coles Racing. And as they come through the S's onto the main straight once again, Reese Hunter is just loving life out in the lead of this race. No pressure at the moment as he continues to charge around. He's the fastest man of all in the final sector. Fastest man of all in the 1st sector, by the way, is Lewis Malin, who's now in 7th place. And the fastest man of all in the 2nd sector is Kieran Gifford, who is running in 2nd place for KR Sport. Down the back straight goes Reese Hunter, just charging away, loving the racing at the moment as he goes in the lead. 2nd place for Kieran Gifford. 3rd is Brad Barrett in front of Wooder. From a long way back, Burgess is trying to pressure Ben Davis. Ben Davis is hanging on to 5th position by a thread at the moment, as Burgess and Malin are definitely giving him a pressure now. Lewis Malin for Mark Litchfield Racing, running very well. The car not in those colours yet. It's clearly a brand new chassis, and they haven't had time to put the graphics on yet. As they come through on the far side. Well, this is going to be an interesting run as Reese Hunter continues his run in the lead. Kieran Gifford is starting now to lose a little bit of ground to Barrett and Wooder as they come through. 1 minute and 3 seconds to go. This is going to be, well, there might be time for 3 laps actually, depending on when Reese Hunter crosses the line. Brad Barrett still looking good in 3rd position, tucked up there as he runs with Luke Wooder. Then Davis, Burgess, Malin, Lockwood, Lowther, Jack McConnell coming up well now to 10th position. Good run from Jack McConnell. And here comes the move for 5th position. It's already happened. Burgess has got through and round the outside. Malin's going to chuck it in and hope that he's got enough traction. He hasn't, but that's bravery like no man's bet for Malin as he tries to come around the outside of Ben Davis. And on the far side, Burgess is going to try and make a lunge into the chicane to hold off the charge of Ben Davis. Burgess through into 5th, Davis 6th, Malin 7th. Those 3 scrapping away. Lowther has finally dealt with Jason Lockwood, and he's got through into 8th position, and he's now starting to catch up to the 3 up the road. So there could still be a bit of a challenge. 1 lap to go as we now have no time left on the clock. We have run out, but fortunately Reese Hunter started another lap before that time ran out. So there is still 1 more lap to do after this one. And now the battle's really hyping up for 3rd position as trying to catch up with Gifford. Wooder has had enough. I think he's sensed, I'm not going to catch Kieran. Even if I get past, I'm just going to go for the move now. Goes through, goes wide. Ooh, and Ben Davis, Bradley Barrett gives him no room for negotiation. Back down the inside, diving for 3rd goes Wooder. But Bradley Barrett is not done with him yet. Absolutely terrific. Now, interestingly, Wooder's had an issue with the timing now. So I'm not sure what's happened to Luke Wooder. Morgan Rose, by the way, has gone back out on circuit. So Wooder is back out on circuit and is basically getting some extra testing mileage in. So Reese Hunter goes into the last lap. Kieran Gifford in 2nd. Battling for 3rd. Brad Barrett versus Luke Wooder. And it looks like neither of them are having much luck with their transponders at the moment. Looks like there's an issue with timing full stop. So we'll continue on with that when we can. But Reese Hunter still going well. Jason Lockwood appears to have disappeared from the timing screen, but he's still there. So there's a slight glitch. But up the inside for 3rd goes Bradley Barrett. Makes the move on Wooder. Now there's yellow flags at the chicane. Yellow flags at the chicane after the hairpins. Somebody has gone. Now I think that is going to be Sam Stansbury. Sam Stansbury appears to have disappeared from the fray. But out in the top 2, it's still going to be lightning. Oh, it's a real jostle in the mid-pack, but the checkered flag is being prepared. I'm trying to keep an eye on so many things in one go. Reese Hunter, though, he's going to take the checkered flag with ease. Kieran Gifford is going to be 2nd. 3rd is just going to be Brad Barrett in front of the resilient Luke Wooder. Good effort there. And 5th position, well, that's going to go the way of Burgess and Malin with a rather frustrating end for Ben Davis in front of Holbrook, McConnell and Lockwood. Travis Coyne, James Lowther is edged back down to 12th. And then Kian Sang, George Smith and Sam Harrison from Harvey Edmondson, Alex Baker and Michael Roots, Ethan Haynes, and rounding out the top 20 should be Jake Douglas. Then Sam Sanders and James Watson, Alex Holgate and Sean Berry from Tiernan McCann, Lewis Smith, Louis Fleet, Jaden Walker and Morgan Rose. Now, according to the timing screens, Wooder has now crossed the line, but he's only completed 9 of the 10 laps. Well, that's not technically true, because he has done all 10. So I'm not entirely sure what that means long term. Is he going to be allowed to keep his performance? I'm not sure. So we'll double check. A really exciting battle and really exciting racing. So a very confusing end to the race with a couple of people having some discrepancies on the times. Not quite sure what happened there, but that's left me in a bit of a daze. Apologies. But it's a really fantastic battle from the top end of the field in senior Rotax. Now we go across to Junior X30, and I'm delighted to say that the young gun on pole position totally has earned his right to be there. Will Murdoch will take up residence on the front row of the starting grid, and rightly so. Great to see Will Murdoch going so well, and his pole position totally and utterly deserved as he lines up alongside Ivan Lomliev on the front row of the grid. Oliver Behrman and Freddie Spinlow will be on the second row. Then Blake Anglis and Douglas Bolger, there on the third row. Sam Shaw and Joe Taylor, Marcus Littlewood and Oliver Duffel. From championship leader Alessandro Serenetti and Tom Leben, James Walker and Alicia Barrett, Aaron Walker and Alex Lay, Charlie Cole and Sam Heading, Tom Edgar and Josh McLean, Lucas Ellingham and Tom Mills, from Joshua Torpey and Oscar Joyce, Harry Cottrell and TJ McDonnell, Harvey Rivey and Alex Kobe, from Luke Barham, JP Sleater, Josh Rowledge and Callie Bergman, then Alex Moody, Chris Bingham, Reese Newburn and Carly Atkins. So Will Murdoch will have a tough fight from the front end of the field. There's nothing you can say about that other than great stuff. We're going to have an amazing battle between these guys right from the sharp end. So we'll see how things go from the off, but obviously it is going to be very tight in terms of the battle. And we'll see some really great racing as Will Murdoch tries to hold on to that pole position slot. He has very worthily run, but there's going to be a few people out of position. I think this is going to be a false start. No, it's all right. It's a good start. And away they go to the first corner, charging through the first chicane. Will Murdoch's got the perfect hole shot and leads the way comfortably as they come through the S's just in time. Kai Bachini's rejoined me for the Junior X30s as Will Murdoch leads the way. Oh, there's contact. Contact over the bridge, and two of them have come together at turn 4 as they run through there. Now, there's going to be a couple of names missing from the fray, and I'm trying to figure out if Ivan Lomliev is one of them. No, he's there in 4th. So Lomliev is through in 4th place. So the two that are missing are James Walker and Alex Lay, the teammates at Coles Racing. Well, they do say the one thing you are not allowed to do in motor racing is hit your teammate. And unfortunately, it's Alex Lay who is out on lap 1. What a shame. Alex Lay, who was such a star out in Valencia for the IAME European Winter Cup, has now, unfortunately, started his weekend, I should say, with a bitter end. As at the end of the first lap, it's Murdoch from Behrman, then Douglas Bolger and Joe Taylor, Sam Shaw and Anglis. Now, Lomliev's got a transponder issue, so we'll keep an eye on Lomliev, but he should still be there in the top 5. So I'm not sure what it is with Lomliev's car, but he's got an issue with the timing, and he's there in 4th, just a whisker in front of his teammate, Joe Taylor.
Yeah, Sam Shaw, look, he's pulled away from the other pack. He's just catching the front pack. He's definitely going to be a one to watch in this race and the further races in front. He's already made up a couple of places up into 6th. He's up 1 place. He's definitely going to try and make his way forwards even more, though. As we see, he's already caught onto the front pack. He's using his pace wisely. He is very fast in this category. Yeah, Sam Shaw is one of the standout talents of this field, and a really, really positive thing to see how well he's going to go. A really exciting battle, and we'll see some really spectacular runs over the course of this race weekend from him. Down the straight, Murdoch running beautifully in the lead. Oliver Behrman second, Joe Taylor and Douglas Bolger. Then Sam Shaw and Tom Leben. Blake Anglis, Alessandro Serenetti, Oliver Duffel and Marcus Littlewood as they run through together. Some terrific battles between these guys as they continue their charge forward. But Will Murdoch runs well in front of Oliver Behrman. 3rd place, Joe Taylor and Ivan Lomliev being able to hold off the attentions of Bolger and Shaw for the moment. But Sam Shaw for BKC Racing doing such a grand job. It's been great watching him make the switch teams, and he's settling in so well. That's a great move from Serenetti up the inside of Blake Anglis and gets through. So Serenetti, who of course leads the championship at this stage, is running very well indeed. He wants to continue his pace as he continues to set the world alight. But he leads the title fight by just 2 points to Lucas Ellingham at this stage. Tom Edgar there in 3rd, and Murdoch and Shaw tied for points. So Will Murdoch, running as well as he is, having only had 1 top 3 finish prior to this, is running sensationally well. And he leads comfortably. Oliver Behrman, Joe Taylor, Lomliev, Bolger and Shaw. Lucas Ellingham, I have to say, is having an absolute nightmare at the moment. 2nd in the championship. He's down in 22nd, just in behind Josh Rowledge, another man who's really struggling. Yeah, very unfortunate first heat for those two so far, but definitely think they're going to be fighting in in the final heat and in the final. They're definitely going to be a one to watch coming through the pack in the final if they don't get a good second heat. But yeah, it's very unfortunate that those two are at the back, knowing the class of driving that they are able to do.
To be fair, there's quite a few names that are really struggling at the moment. You've got Tom Edgar down in 11th place. Josh McLean is 13th, in behind Alicia Barrett, who's really struggling. Aaron Walker's 15th. Littlewood is down in 16th place. Freddie Spindlow's having a difficult time in 17th. There's a lot of drivers who have been caught out thus far. Joe Taylor, meanwhile, has got past Behrman and is now surging after Will Murdoch. He wants the victory, and Joe Taylor wants to take it off him. Murdoch will never have wanted to stay in the lead of a race more in his life. He has yet to win a race in the TVKC Winter Series this year. So far, the wins have pretty much been monopolised by Serenetti, Joe Taylor, Reggie Dewey, and obviously 2 wins for Alex Lloyd in the first round of the championship as well. So he will really want to demonstrate his credentials in this category. And Will Murdoch, of course, is tied 4th in the title race with Sam Shaw. It appears to be that only those 2 of the top 5 drivers in the points are actually having a decent run. Will Murdoch and Sam Shaw in the top 6. Serenetti's down in 8th. Second in the title fight thus far, Lucas Ellingham is 20th. And then the third man in the points, still battling away there at the sharp end, Tom Edgar. He's having a difficult day at the office as well, as he currently finds himself all the way down in 10th position. So it's a really tricky day for the point scorers, but Joe Taylor has hit the front. Joe Taylor has got first position off Will Murdoch. Now the battle's really on.
Will Murdoch will definitely be fighting back, knowing how amazing he done in qualifying on pole for the Junior X30. He's definitely going to be fighting back against Joseph Taylor. But Joseph Taylor, he definitely...
Oh, big crash, sorry, Guy. Big crash down the back straight. I could see that one coming from a mile off, a tangle between Blake Anglis, and I think that is one of the BKC carts with him. That is Blake Anglis, I think, that's gone around. Marcus Littlewood's been tangled up. So Littlewood's had a big accident. Who else? Well, Littlewood's come to a stop. Who else is in the mix there? I think it's Tom Edgar who he got tangled up with. But Blake Anglis and Tom Edgar, a big shunt. And unfortunately, Anglis and Littlewood are the ones who are out of the race. Edgar has kept going, but lost a lot of time. And I'm sorry to say that unfortunately for Blake Anglis and for Marcus Littlewood, it is game over in this first heat. That was, unfortunately, the kind of incident that can be stereotypical in this battle when you're racing away and battling. Whoa, Serenetti's taking a big lunge up the inside to get to 4th position just before the yellow flag zone. That was well timed by Serenetti to charge his way through at that point. And now he finds himself up in 4th position behind Ivan Lomliev. But a big shunt for Anglis and clattered into by Littlewood. So the pair of them out of the race. What a shame.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It looks like it might have been Tom Edgar who just went over the top of Blake Anglis, looking at his NASA panel that has came off. But Blake Anglis, as you can see, he's very shocked after what's just happened. As we see, coming over the straight, Joseph Taylor with Will Murdoch. Will Murdoch under a lot of pressure to get Joseph Taylor back. Alessandro Cerenetti just trying to pull back on the front 2.
Well, it looks to me as though Littlewood has made his way back to the pits, but Blake Anglis is going to be escorted to Marshall Post 6. Meanwhile, Taylor versus Murdoch continues on what is likely to be, not confirmed to be, but what is likely to be the penultimate lap. They may just cross the line with a few seconds in hand, but Taylor staring away all over the back of Murdoch. I wonder if he's trying to slow him up just a little bit to give himself only one more lap, because the way he's going to come across the line, I think there's going to be a few seconds left, you know. So they'll have to do 2 laps more rather than just 1 more lap. So this is going to be an interesting tussle. Murdoch all over the back of Joe Taylor. Lomliev still there in 3rd from Serenetti, Behrman, Bolger, Sam Shaw, Tom Leben, Josh McLean and Alicia Barrett. So they come off the final turn and it's still Joe Taylor just about hanging on. And it is going to be the last lap. So they will have just 1 more. Will Murdoch will be pushing hard. He will never have been more determined to win a race at Trent Valley Kart Club, and Taylor is slow out of 3, so Murdoch may get a chance over the bridge as they come out of turn 5. He's got him lined up. Taylor knows he's there. Murdoch is giving him a challenge. Watch out for Serenetti, who's come up to 3rd. Serenetti is going to try and get a victory out of both of them. Watch out for Serenetti. He's going to pounce. In a second, he gets past Murdoch. cuts back across. He's so good at this track, Serenetti. He's really good here. But up the inside, Murdoch takes him back. And I think that's going to be enough for Joe Taylor. But Taylor is struggling on this last lap. He hasn't quite got the same amount of grip in the tyres that the two men behind have. And as they come up to the Mike Wilson complex, he will just have enough. Although he's drifting a bit wide, he's got to be careful here. He's taking a defensive line. He doesn't need to. Out of the final turn, Joe Taylor's going to get it, but only just to Will Murdoch. Brilliant run. Taylor wins it. Murdoch second. Serenetti consistent as ever in third position. Behrman, Leben, and Bolger round out the top six. Sam Shaw seventh in front of Alicia Barrett fighting back to ninth place. Alex Moody in the mix there as well, apparently, but I think that's an issue with the transponders. And the reason why that last couple of laps ended up being so chaotic is that it's now starting to rain. It's come early. That scheduled rain that we thought was going to be here for about 11 o'clock, it's starting now to hit the circuit. So that's going to make tyre choice for the next race such a knife edge. And which class is it going to be? Junior Rotax. I don't envy any of them. Joe Taylor, Will Murdoch, and Alessandro Serenetti from Oliver Behrman and Ivan Lomliev. Then it's Tom Leben and Doug Bolger from Sam Shaw and Alicia Barrett. Rounding out the top 10 is Josh McLean from Oliver Duffel and Aaron Walker, fighting their way back. Charlie Cole and Tom Mills. Tom Edgar 15th, even with that accident. And Lucas Ellingham fights back to 16th. Not bad from him. Josh Torpey, Carly Atkins, Sam Heading, and Harvey Ryby.
Yeah, Tom Edgar fighting back really hard, but Alessandro Serenetti just shows that if you're in third position on that final lap, you always have a chance to pounce.
Well, Freddie Spindlow retired from the race early, as too, sadly, did Alex Moody. And after Harvey Ryby came James Walker, Luke Barham, Alex Covey, and Oscar Joyce, TJ McDonnell and Harry Cottrell, JP Sleater, Callie Bergman, Chris Bingham, Josh Rowledge having a howler. 30th position for Josh Rowledge. That is not the Josh Rowledge we know. And 31st, Reese Newburn. So, a very dramatic first race for Junior X30. The rain coming with a couple of laps to go, and it's only drizzle at the moment. It's not heavy and torrential as we are planned to have a little bit later on. We're told that about, I was looking at the Met Office weather report this morning, I'm told that at 11 o'clock it's going to get to a proper rain shower, and it's going to stay with us all the way through the rest of the day. 90% chance of it hitting the circuit as well. So that doesn't bode well for the rest of the day. And unfortunately for Marcus Littlewood and for Blake Anglis, their day has started in the war zone. And that's a real shame. And that sort of accident, we've seen that time and time again, Kai. It's a chain reaction, isn't it? Two guys hit each other, the rest of the field bunch up, trying to gain 3 or 4 positions, and somebody gets spat out. Littlewood, the innocent victim in all of that.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that happens sometimes. It's always going to happen. When someone spins, there's always going to be a bit of chaos around it. And, yeah, it's definitely going to happen.
So now we're going to get to the point of proceedings where there might be some rain coming down. There is a little bit of rain in the air, and obviously it won't be long before they actually start thinking about putting on wet tyres again. When does the circuit get wet enough to need to make that change? When do you make that push?
I think you need to make that change when you can see the conditions are definitely going to change and it's not going to be on and off. Yeah, definitely tyre choice is going to be interesting and very important throughout the day from now on.
Do we think there might be a possibility for a few gamblers through the pack? Oh, I was just going to say, a few gamblers through the pack. We've had one of the junior Rotax drivers spin on the way to the Litchfield Bridge, so clearly that drizzle that's starting to come down, making it very slippery indeed. But I'm guessing fortune is going to favour the brave today.
Yeah, it will do. It will be hard to make overtakes, but overtakes will definitely be crucial in these races.
So let's see the grid and talk you through the positions as they go, one from one. Out in first position on the starting grid is going to be Matthew Higgins alongside Kai Hunter. Then Tom Adams and Ben Casely from Harrison Collings and Taylor Babs. Then it will be Harry Newman Oakley and Ryan Taylor Truman from Harry Holland and Will Jenkins. Will Ellswood and Matty Hingley from Jack Stedman and Jensen Watts. Edward Matthews and Luke Sharp. William Walker and Jordan Morris. Kieran Kay and Hugh Lawrenson from Max Edmondson and James Winter. Dan Armstrong and Josh Wilby. Then John Knox and Ben Maxim. Owen Allison and Joshua Balance. Ellis Paleo and Daniel Parent-Smith from Oscar Hoole, Harry Arthur, Josh Powell, Madison Foley and Alex Doddington. Matthew Higgins from the front of the grid is going to find this to be a very dramatic race. I have a feeling we're going to go around again here I don't think anybody is really clued up to go racing. Indeed, they do. They go around for one more exploratory lap. Obviously, and as they go through the first chicane, our pole sitter, Matthew Higgins, has to take to the grass. It looks to me as though the rain is coming down. The thing is, if the rain comes down in this race, Kai, they're all on slicks. It only started to fall in the last couple of laps of the last race. They're all going to be on slick tyres.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting as we see the number 99 pull off, who is Ben Maxim. Ben Maxim. It's very unfortunate. It looks like some water has just got into his engine and cut it off. But yeah, it's going to be slicks in the wet. It's going to bring out the best of the drivers and show who's going to be the better driver. It's all going to be down to racecraft in this race.
Yeah, we may well see the junior Rotax drivers pushed to their absolute limit of ability as poor Ben Maxim has to pull his stricken cart with assistance from the marshal. They've got to get him off the circuit. Ben Maxim refusing to assist the marshal there. The marshal was trying to get the cart across the circuit in time for the start of the race, and Ben Maxim refusing to assist the marshal. Well, I'm afraid to say that is, well, I know that Ben Maxim is fed up, but to be fair, that's not very good form from Ben Maxim. The marshal is there trying to assist to get the racing started, and unfortunately, Ben Maxim choosing to disregard his request. So that's a real shame there, because obviously the marshal trying to do a good job, not just for one driver, but for all of them. And that's, that's another issue. We'll move on to the race itself. Should be a good start. And away we go. Good move from Higgins. Adams goes into the first corner. They're all sliding and none of them got any grip. The drizzle of the first corner makes it an absolute knife edge to the first corner. And they're all sliding through on slicks. How on earth have they managed to get through okay? They're dancing and sliding through the first couple of corners as already there's a big change for the lead of the race. It's not Matthew Higgins leading anymore. We've got a couple of them going, big couple of drivers going over the top of each other on the far side of the circuit, and it looks like we've got at least one retirement, possibly even two. Oh, the leader's gone straight on! Higgins has gone straight onto the hairpin! I don't believe it. Matthew Higgins has gone straight onto the hairpin. He knows he's got to come straight back, which he does. Oh, disaster for Matthew Higgins. He's now down at the back of the grid. There's no grip at all on the slick tyres as the drizzle starts to come down. It's like an ice rink as all of them are on slicks. And it's going to be about who's brave, who's bold, and who's careful. So Matthew Higgins, the race leader, just overshot. It's easy to do in these conditions.
Yeah, it's easy to do if you're pushing too hard in the wet. It's definitely going to happen as we see having to go so slow and careful into corners. As we see down the bottom corner, a couple of moves being made, and there's a spin in the bottom corner. There's a spin in the complex, and he's right in the middle of a track, but all the drivers managed to dodge him. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, very close indeed. It's going to be a knife edge all day long as the red flags by the look of it. Oh, no, my apologies. My timing screen hasn't updated. And the slippery oil flags are out, of course, on the way up to underneath the Litchfield Bridge. Let's try and bring you the order as they come through. Well, now the weather conditions are saying that there is rain, and it is raining. Oh, still drivers sliding around all over the shop in Junior Rotax. Regrettably, my timing screen, for whatever reason, has not yet updated, so I'm having to guess the order. Out in front, that looks like Kai Hunter, tiptoeing his way around with Tom Adams, and the two of them are currently battling for position as they run in the lead of the race. 53, Ben Casely is there in third, but he's got no grip. They're literally slamming on the brakes as they go around. There's barely going to be any laps completed. This is the worst kind of conditions. Slick tyres for all of them. The track is getting wetter all the time as the drizzle comes down. And it's coming down heavier now. It really is coming down heavier. So there are some difficulties. And there is a slight issue with... Oh, there's been problems up at the far end as well. Carts coming off up towards Bobby Game. A spin in the chicane. Dear, oh dear, these drivers are really struggling to cope with these conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely going to bring out the best in the drivers because you're going to see who's the best and you're going to see who's the worst. It's not going to be nice to see, but you're definitely going to find out.
Yeah, this is going to be such a difficult situation for the drivers to cope with. The rain coming down quite hard now, actually, around the majority of the circuit. You can see towards the timing screens just how heavy the rain is, and it's about precision, it's about delicacy, it's about balance at this point. And at the moment, Tom Adams and Kai Hunter are battling away for the lead. Tom Adams making a big mistake over the bridge. Who's that that's crawling up in front of them? That looks to me like Ben Max. No, it's not Ben Maxim having got going again. Might be Harry Holland, who's had a bit of a difficult start to his race. They're just tiptoeing their way around the circuit at the moment. Now, that looks to me like the 85. That could be Edward Matthews. Well, Ed Matthews is a Coles driver. Oh, another spin. It's the 86 that's had an issue there. So that is Harry Newman-Oakley. Harry Newman-Oakley appears to have been lapped already. This is absolute carnage. I can't tell how things are going. The timing screen has just started counting down on my screen in front of me, showing up that there's 7 minutes left. But there's actually 4 minutes left. So I'm not entirely sure how this bears out. I have no idea. Unfortunately, my screen is not assisting me on this particular occasion. So the drivers in the lead are tiptoeing around. And it's Kai Hunter who's definitely leading on the road. Tom Adams in second place, just trying to hang it out there in second. Third is the 53 of Ben Casey. Battling for fourth, that looks like Steadman and Ryan Taylor-Truman. But the carts are just sideways everywhere, sliding around all over the shop. And yeah, my timing screen over the top is showing that there's 8 minutes to go as well. So, absolutely bizarre. We're having to guess who is leading and who is running in position. I've never known such a bizarre incident. I think it's because the weather has just caught us out at the wrong moment. And there's 3 minutes to go as far as the timing gantry is concerned. There's a real issue with timing. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there, but the screen is frozen on the main scoreboard. Oh, and there's another spin up at turn 4. Yellow flags are stationary at the Litchfield Bridge, temporarily at least. So out in front, we still have Kai Hunter leading from Tom Adams and Ben Casey. But again, it's just about bravery. Oh, a couple more cuts coming off of the first hairpin. This is going to be a lottery, this final finishing order. Drivers are spinning off all over the place on slick tyres on the wet surface. And unfortunately, our timing screens are not really assisting us. We've got 2 minutes and 19 to go, and we don't know, other than the top 3, what the order is.
It's been really wet in this race. As we see, the rain is just starting to ease off with the road taxes starting to dry the track a little bit. I think it's going to help the Iamis who are out next.
That is very true. The Iamis will need to be prepared for this. They will clearly go for wet tyres, as there's going to be a lot of surface moisture. Oh, another spinner. Now that looks to me like the 42 that has come off there. That is Josh Wilby for the Avago squad. They're sliding around all over the shop on slick tyres. But then this is the ultimate driving conditions. Yellow flags are waving at the Litchfield Bridge. Oh, and it looks like we've got a cart stranded in the middle of the circuit. Is that? No, got going again. That's good. Got going again. So yeah, it's a difficult situation for the drivers as they're trying to get their way through. Now, who's that going very slowly? I think that's still Harry Newman-Oakley, who's dropped all the way down the order, but he's just letting the field go, essentially. But Kai Hunter, I should say, still leads the way from Tom Adams and Ben Casey. Fourth place, that is Ryan Taylor-Truman. Then it is the 62 of Jack Steadman. Then it's the 85. Now, that is Ed Matthews, who's in 6th position. And then it is Matty Hingley, who's worked his way forward. But other than that, I'm really struggling to keep up with it. Yellow flags. We've had a spin under the Litchfield Bridge, and now the yellow flags are withdrawn again. So it's a little bit crazy. Fantastic difficulties with the drivers at the moment. Now there is the 5 of Kai Hunter. He continues with what will be 2 laps to go. Adams. Third is Casey as they come across the line. Fourth is going to be the 62 of Jack Steadman for the Project 1 kart. We've lost Taylor-Truman. Taylor-Truman's gone from the fray. So 5th now is Hingley. Then it is... there is Taylor-Truman behind Hingley. So he's lost a couple of places. Obviously having an off. We've got yellow flags at Bobby Game temporarily and then withdrawn. The thing is, you're not going to get a massive accident in these conditions because going around so carefully, it's going to be delicate slides that see them spin off. But unfortunately, timing isn't really giving us any understanding of things at the moment. The weather's causing a bit of an issue. So we're doing our best to give you a bit of an update. It's not easy, but the time has run down to 0. So this time around, they will start the final lap. And it's going to be Kai Hunter in front of Adams and Casey Fourth is the 62 of Steadman. Then it is Matty Hingley in front of Taylor Truman. Oh, no, sorry, it's not Taylor Truman. That's the 85. Battling away, that is the 85. My apologies. That is Ed Matthews. And he's battling away with his opponent. Very slow indeed is the 75. That is Matthew Higgins, who obviously started originally from pole position and shot across the escape road. Now it's really coming down. The rain is really coming down now. And Kai Hunter is just hanging on in the lead. Ben Casey no longer in second. Adams is there in second position. Third is Casey. Oh dear, the rain's relentless at this stage. Fourth is the 62 of Steadman. Then it's Hingley. Then it is Matthews. Then the 29 and the 96. So that is going to be the hard-charging Taylor Babs in front of Harrison Collins. Oops, over the grass. I think that's Higgins, who's gone across again. Well, this is absolutely no doubt at all for the Miami Cadets. Wet tyres is the way to go now. There's no second-guessing it anymore. But unfortunately, our timing screens, we're trying to work it out as we go. We're having to do it the old-fashioned way, and that's why we have lap scorers, of course. So the last lap is well underway, but obviously it's going to be Kai Hunter who tippy-toes his way through. It will seem agonizingly slow, and he'll want to push harder to get away from the pack. But what you have to remember is that everybody's going the same speed in these conditions. He's going to come up through Bobby Game, through the right-hander, and up to the Mike Wilson complex. And to be fair to him, Kai Hunter has dealt with the pressure cooker so brilliantly in this race. He's done an absolutely terrific job. So it's going to be really great to see how they will cope for the rest of the day. But in the wet conditions, on slicks, Kai Hunter comes through for a thrilling victory. A brilliant job from Kai Hunter. That took nerves of steel. Adams will come through for second. Ben Casey for third. Wow, dramatic racing indeed. Fourth position is going to go the way of Steadman. And in fifth place, that will be Matty Hingley. Good effort from the top five. Well away from the rest. Then it is Matthews. Then the 96. So Collins came through. It looks as though on the last lap we lost Taylor Babs, unfortunately. But as far as the race results are concerned, we'll have to tell you later, I think.
Yeah, Matthew Hingley with a very unfortunate race. But Kai Hunter just showing the class of driving, the other level that he's on. Pulling away by miles, having at least a couple of seconds gap. It was a really good drive by him, and as we see over the line, there's still battles going on in the mid-pack.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few drivers that will be really scratching their heads with this. Oh, this driver's going off after the finish line. Goodness me. This driver's coming off the circuit after the finish. That's how wet it suddenly got. And on slick tyres too. So anybody on Miami Cadet in the race up next, there's no debate. Wet tyres. It's got to be the way to go from here on in. And considering that we were scheduled heavy rain from about 11 o'clock, I imagine it's going to be wet tyres all the way through the rest of the day for all the classes now as well. And that's a shame. I was rather hoping to see some of the lap records come down. But we'll have to wait until the sun comes back, hopefully in April, for the record while we're trying to sort out the nuts and bolts of that race. It's worth talking lap records. So far, fastest drivers in each of the individual classes in terms of the fastest lap set across the three classes through qualifying, practice and race trim is very interesting, actually. I'm not sure how many championship leaders there are who are the fastest of all. There's not many of them, to be fair. Fastest of all in junior TKM is actually Harry Wainwright at the moment, having set a 1 minute 1.28. All of these times back in January, by the way. Rotax Max 177, the fastest man of the season thus far is Chris Thomas, who did a 58.45 in race trim. Ben Donkin is the fastest man in Senior Max, and the fastest man of all across the Winter Series, 57.33 from him. Nobody's gone faster than that in the entirety of the Winter Series. Will Ellswood is the fastest Junior Max, 59.21. The Mini Max has been Tristan Rennie. He is the fastest of all with a 61.07. The fastest Senior X30 driver of the Winter Series, well, that's not a surprise, Ben Barnacote, 57.44. The fastest of the Junior X30 contingent, the ever-impressive man from Chelmsford, Oliver Behrman, has done a 58.07 this season. And then we go to the above 60 laps. Edward Pearson has done a 60.11 in Mini X30. The fastest of the Honda Cadet drivers at this stage of the season is Sonny Smith, who's pulled out a 107.97. Fastest IARMY Cadet driver of the entire season in Winter Series, Nathan Ty, a 107.90. IARMY Cadets are up next, and they are coming out onto the circuit now. So let's talk you through the grid. If we've got it ready to go, we have indeed. Brandon Carr and Lewis Werrell on the front row of the starting grid. From the championship leader, Kia Nakamura-Berta, alongside Ashton Hodgson. Taylor Orridge and Macaulay Bishop from Maximus Hall the Gladiator, alongside Alex O'Grady. Ethan Jeff Hall is ever impressive, and alongside MJ Canini. Callum Graffin alongside Ryan Ward. It says on our timing screen he is in, but he's not. He is now out on the circuit. Edison Purcell and Oliver Phillips are together for Sam Pollitt Racing. Jack Buckley is alongside Sky Parker, the Downforce Radio Under 13 Racer of the Year. Tad Buckley and Lewis Bird. Mason Bishop and Michael Gray. Alfie Slater and Fraser Anderson from Gabe Fairbrother and Sebastian Minns. Jack Mowat, Joey Brown, TJ Tapp and Eddie Hayes. Well, it's definitely raining out there now. 8 degrees air temperature. It's only going to be about 9 degrees track temperature, but the rain coming down, and as I can see, everybody is on the wet tyres. So this is going to be about balance, kart control, and about gusto and nerves.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to be brave when making the moves, just forming up in the bottom corner. The pack not really together, so this could look like it might be a full start. Little do we know they might form up just in time. Yes, it looks like they might have. But yeah, it's definitely going to be about nerves, as we see they're on wet tyres, so it's going to be a bit easier than the junior Rotax. But still, they're going to have a lot of guts.
So let's see who's got the draw from the start. Is it going to be a start? Yes, it is. And Brandon Carr leads the way as they go into turn one. Plenty of grip for the wet tyres. Whoops, and daisy. 2-3 of them have gone over the grass and rejoined the circuit in the middle of the fray. A brief wave of the yellows, but no need to do anything major. As up into second place, that looks like Kia Nakamura-Berta has made the jump into the lead. Goodness me. Nakamura-Berta, I think that is, has come through into first position. They come down the straight. No, it's not Nakamura-Berta. It's one of the others. That looks to me like... Oh, no, it is. My apologies. It is Nakamura-Berta. I thought for a moment it was Ashton Hodgson, but Hodgson is still there in third. So Nakamura-Berta leading. Second position is Brandon Carr. And as they come down into the hairpins for the first time, Hodgson is now facing a challenge from his own teammate, Alex O'Grady. Alex O'Grady's up to fourth. What a move. And what a first lap from O'Grady. Up from about 9th on the grid, I think. And an amazing getaway from O'Grady. 8th on the grid, in fact. But a great start. And obviously going on with the race as he means to go on. But for Kia Nakamura-Berta and Alex O'Grady, stellar starts.
Yeah, amazing start from Nakamura-Berta to go from third into the lead. Alex O'Grady also making his way through the pack. He is definitely going to be a one to watch in the season, as well as many other drivers are going to be in this field that we're watching right now. But it's definitely going to be another close race in the heats, as we see more drivers just going a little bit wide at the bottom corner, just pushing a little bit too hard, finding the limits they can go to and trying to keep it within them.
The rain's definitely coming early, but it's here to stay by the look of things. As up in the second place, Brandon Carr charging after. Oh, a big moment there for our third place man, Lewis Werrell. He's run wide, and that looks to me like MJ Canini has made a move to get into third position. It's not quite worked out. Oh, and on the grass! Fourth and fifth going wide. That is MJ Canini and Ashton Hodgson going wide, and that has allowed that's Alex O'Grady up the inside to get fourth position back again. Meanwhile, for the lead, Kia Nakamura-Berta hanging on in front as they battle away for position. There in behind Ashton Hodgson is Maximus Hall. He's running well in 7th place, trying to get himself further up the order. He's had a very sensible first lap. Not done anything silly, just kept himself in position. And he's now just a whisker in front of Macaulay Bishop, who's had a very good start. So some very good moves in the first couple of laps already from a few of the drivers. The thing is, you can't win the race in the first couple of laps, but you can definitely lose it. So they're working very hard to get themselves into a good rhythm. And out in front, Kia Nakamura-Berta, championship leader. He's determined to make both of the cadet classes his. He could well win both IARMY and Honda this season.
That's definitely going to have to be his goal for this season. Better watch out in the British Champs, because Nakamura-Berta is definitely going to be fighting for that lead. He is definitely going to be a threat to those top 5 who thought they were going to easily get it through. But no, Nakamura-Berta is here, and he is here to stay.
Hodgson makes the move on O'Grady on the inside line to get into 4th position on his own teammate. And Maximus Hall makes the challenge to come up into P6. So Maximus Hall gets through on MJ Canini, I think that is. No, it's not quite MJ Canini. He's made the move himself. And now Hall is left out to dry just a little way as they come through. But Kia Nakamura, Hall's going to make a place on 1, 2, nearly 3. It just goes a little bit deep into the braking zone and has ended up at the back of the queue in behind Alex O'Grady again. But it's Kia Nakamura who leads it. 2nd place, Brandon Carr. 3rd is now Lewis Werrell. Then it's Hodgson, Canini, the 67 of Bishop. And then it is O'Grady and Maximus Hall. Yellow flags up at the Litchfield Bridge. We've had somebody on the grass. Is that 2 of them, in fact? I think that might be 2 of them that have clattered together. It's Tad Buckley. So Tad Buckley is on his own, unfortunately. So Tad Buckley is out of the race. That's a real shame. And was running there up at the Litchfield Bridge. Unfortunately, his car has come to a stop on the bridge. On the run to the bridge, I should say, sorry. But out in front, it is still Kia Nakamura dealing with the conditions well. Carr 2nd. Werrell being caught by Hodgson. Here comes Bishop up the inside of MJ Canini. And Alex O'Grady is now tucking in on the back of them with pursuit from Maximus Hall. And we're now starting to get spray off the tyres. Now it's getting really wet now as the drivers are trying their best to feel around the conditions and get themselves up to speed. But the wet weather conditions really causing a bit of an issue for the drivers as they're now starting to find that there is going to be a lot to do on this surface as it continues to get slippery. But at least being on the wet tyres gives them plenty of opportunity to deal with those circumstances. Some drivers favour the wet. Others still have a lot of homework to do. But this is where they do it. This is their bread and butter at the clubs. You've got to keep pushing and you've got to keep running well. And hopefully it is going to be a very useful lesson as they work their way up the ladder of motorsport. Kia Nakamura still leads here in race 7 of our 36-race program, the 2nd round of the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. Jake Sanson and Kai Bachini with you. Iami Cadet, race number 2 of their day for the groups B versus D. And Kia Nakamura, championship leader of not just the Iami Cadet class, but also Honda Cadet, is leading here in Iami with a decent gap over Brandon Carr. It's nearly 2.5 seconds. Carr is trying to edge him out. It's now up to 3 seconds, in fact. Werrell, Hodgson, Bishop, O'Grady, Hall and Canini are following in pursuit. Then it is Edison Purcell and Taylor Orridge in front of Ethan Jeff Hall, who's just made a very nice move on Callum Graffin. Then Phillips, Bishop, Mins, Gray and Sky Parker battling away with Alfie Slater. And it's Slater who comes best on this particular run. From Ryan Ward and Lewis Bird, from Gabe Fairbrother, Buckley, Brown, Anderson, Taff, Hayes and Moat. That is Jack Buckley in 22nd. Tad Buckley, rather sadly, is out of the race. Nice battle as Maximus Hall again tries to go for MJ Canini. Canini runs wide with it, bangs wheels, and Canini gets onto the grass, and he edges into the side of Maximus Hall, nudges him as they go into the hairpin, but Maximus Hall will not be intimidated. Brilliant defense there from Maximus Hall. I think that was just MJ Canini losing the kart as he came back onto the circuit from the grass. That was not intentional to ram into the side of Hall. He just ended up losing the kart. And that was well held by Maximus Hall. He was not going to let anything crack him today.
Yeah, they call him the Gladiator for a reason. He's strong enough to be one. As you can see, he can hold that kart very well to keep it in its position. Make sure if anyone knocks him, he's going to try and hold his position and stay there on the track.
So Kia Nakamura leads the way with a new fastest third sector. He is the fastest man on track. A 1:22.81 is his best. But interestingly, fastest of all in the first sector is actually Macaulay Bishop. So Macaulay Bishop is really strong in that first sector. So it's Nakamura, Carr, Hodgson, Bishop, Werrell, O'Grady, Hall, Canini, Purcell and Taylor Orridge as they run in the top 10. Down the back straight. Looks like the rain's eased a little bit, but it's definitely going to come down harder and harder as the day goes on. So down towards the second hairpin comes Kia Nakamura, still leading the way with a decent gap now over Brandon Carr. It's almost at 4 seconds. As up the inside, Hodgson makes the bid to get past Macaulay Bishop. And Ashton Hodgson is through into third position. Good run from Hodgson, defending from Bishop. They both got past Lewis Werrell. And then it's O'Grady, Hall and Canini. But as they battle for third position, things are going to get pretty slippy as Bishop nearly loses it through the chicane. Catches it on the curbs on the way through. That was amazing reflexes from Macaulay Bishop. He almost lost everything as spinning into the hairpin barrier and coming back out again is Sky Parker. Oh, and another spin. That is at the second hairpin this time. That looks to me like the 92 of Gabe Fairbrother. So a bit of a moment there. But now they're on the last lap, and Kia Nakamura-Berta continues to charge forward. Second place is Brandon Karth, nearly 4 seconds back now as the rain really now comes down on the circuit, pelting the track. And Hall makes a good move there around the outside to shut down Edison Purcell and Taylor Orridge. In fact, he's come up to 6th place. He's got past O'Grady, he's got past Canini, and now he's into the top 6 again. So Nakamura-Berta leads the way on this final lap as the rain pelts down on the circuit. And Maximus Hall is really catching the 3 men in front as they battle away for position. Now, who is that in 6th position? Is that Edison Purcell? I think that's Edison Purcell up to 6th position on this last lap. He's made good work of the first sector, and Purcell's doing a great job. Wipes his visor for vision, but he's having a great run there in front of Maximus Hall. Good character-building stuff from Edison Purcell. And I'll tell you what, the Sam Pollitt racing driver made up 2 places in 1 sector there, getting past Hall and O'Grady. So a great run from Purcell, but it's going to be Kia Nakamura-Berta as he comes out of the Mike Wilson complex for the last time and into the final chicane. He's leading by example, and 2019 appears to be his to command. Kia Nakamura-Berta does it again. His 6th win of the season, his 4th heat win of the 2019 campaign. 2nd place for Brandon Carr, and 3rd is Ashton Hodgson in front of Macaulay Bishop and Lewis Werrell. 6th position for Edison Purcell. Great drive from him. And 7th place for Maximus Hall in front of MJ Canini, Taylor Orridge, and Alex O'Grady. Just a whisker in front of Ethan Jeff Hall and Callum Graffin. Some terrific racing there, some great drives. Driver of the day in that race, though, Edison Purcell. He just got on with it and found his way to the top 6. Good effort.
From 13th to 6th, you can't really complain with that in the wet. 7 positions up, definitely has to be the driver of the race. Edison Purcell definitely coming on since when he used to be. He's came on really well and might be a challenger for top 5.
Fastest lap of the whole race, though, was set on the very last lap. And it wasn't Kia Nakamura-Berta. It was Macaulay Bishop who got the fastest lap of the race on the very last tour. So good work from Bishop to be 4th behind Nakamura-Berta, Carr and Hodgson. Werrell in 5th from Purcell, Hall, Canini, Origin, O'Grady, then Ethan Jeff Hall and Callum Graffin. Oliver Phillips in 13th. 10 places made up for Sebastian Mins, doing a good job there, the new boy in at Fusion. Michael Gray and Ryan Ward, then Mason Bishop and Alfie Slater, and Lewis Bird and Sky Parker. From Gabe Fairbrother and Jack Buckley, Fraser Anderson and TJ Taff, Joey Brown, Jack Mowat and Eddie Hayes, with just the one retirement on lap 3, namely Tad Buckley. And then next up, it is going to be Mini X30, and we know how ferocious Mini X30 can get at the best of times. Add wet tyres and rain to the mix. This is going to be a really difficult race to call.
I think all of the races are going to be if the rain keeps going on like this.
Well, this is where the seniors can really utilise those years of experience, that depth of knowledge. They'll be able to put on a really good show. The senior drivers will obviously have a lot of experience to draw from, but for these youngsters in cadets and X30 and Rotax, this is where they're really going to learn how to become world-class drivers. This is how they learn how to be Formula One champions.
Yeah, you come up from cadets, you come up from karting into the ranks, and this is where you all learn your basics of motorsport.
So this may seem like just like a kart club event in the middle of Lincolnshire in the pouring rain to some, but for other young drivers on their way up the ladder, it's very character building. As on the rolling lap, on the touring in lap, MJ Canini is broken down. So MJ Canini, the 31, I think that's MJ Canini, the 31. We'll double check. Yes, it is. So unfortunately, the South African start has had to pull off the circuit and be toured in. Readiness for the start of the first Mini X30 race. It's not MJ Canini. It must be one of the other Tony Kart drivers. So we'll double check who that is. But I thought it was MJ Canini, but it's not his helmet design, is it? So it's a different driver, unfortunately. It might be the 51, actually, rather than the 31. So I'm trying to calculate who that would be in IARMY Cadets. Now, that, according to... That would be... No, Tad Buckley is the 51. Well, it might be one of the new recruits to the fray. We'll come back to that one because it's definitely not Dan Sofranea. But we'll get back to that one later. Might be Ethan Jeff Hall, but I didn't think it was his kart. So, yeah, that looked to me from a distance like it was... it's post-race anyway, so it doesn't make a massive bearing on things. Oliver Greenall, championship leader in Mini X30, coming into this race, the first of the day for Mini X30, but he's not on pole position. It's Theo Makuris who's on the top spot. Pole position for Crop Promotion. Jessica Edgar alongside him on the front row of the grid from Matthew Hyde and Edward Pearson. Oliver Greenall and Alfie Rigby now in his new berth by the look of things, or at least on the entry list it said he was with KR Sports, and he is indeed. The number 12 is there. Marcus Luzio and Mikai Singh, Luke Watts and Lewis Gardner, Ben Price and Bart Harrison, Evan Brown and Alfie Briggs, Gabriel Stilp and Antonis Sofronio, Alfie Cottier and Jacob McComb on the Schumacher kart, and then Dane Tucker, Thomas Bohr, Olivia Algieri and Benjamin Dawson. So it looks like that one day in the rain in February for Jacob McComb. It looks like we had a spin on the rolling lap. Not sure who that was, unfortunately, but yeah, Jacob McComb sticking with that Ralph Schumacher kart, having had his first go in it at February. Oh, Theo Makuris struggling even to get to his pole position slot, and they're going to go round again. Wow, very tricky rolling lap. Several drivers out of position. So obviously a very, very wet rolling lap. I definitely think they needed a second one just to get used to the conditions. But a very tricky situation for the drivers out there. And that was always going to be very tense. But we had some very tricky moments there in that one. But yeah, I'm just very interested to observe at the sharp end of the field in particular the change of team for Alfie Rigby. He's been a Fusion Motorsport man for a lot of proceedings. And basically, it's ended up being a very interesting run for him now. So what do you make of that at this stage of the season? Alfie Rigby moving across from Fusion Motorsport as a cadet. Oh, that's a spin from the 64. Now that is Oliver Greenall. That is the championship leader in Mini X30 spinning on the rolling lap. Oliver Greenall having a big moment. And that is very dramatic considering that he is the man who not only leads the championship but has won both finals coming up to this point. So Greenall with his back to the wall a little bit, starting P5. Will he be able to get back to his starting position? I was going to say, and ask the question, moving from Fusion Motorsport to KR Sport, is that a statement of intent from Alfie Rigby?
I don't know, because he looked good in Fusion, but KR Sport has been very strong right now in the junior categories, so I don't know if he's got any ideas for moving up to juniors with KR Sport, or just moving in to see what it's like.
Well, here we go, and up through the first corner, the driver's getting through, and it is Rigby going across the grass as they go through the first chicane, but out in front, it is still Theo Makuris who leads the way. Somebody in trouble down at the back. That looks to me like the 93 of Ben Price. So he's basically a lap down already off the start as they come through over the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. And Makuris is down to third. Who's that's charged through to the lead? That looks to me like one of the Fusions. I think that's Jess Edgar. So Jess Edgar's got into the lead in front of Matthew Hyde, is it? No, that's Ed Pearson. Edgar runs wide. Pearson's going to take the lead. Pearson leads then. Edgar in second position. Makuris is third and Rigby is fourth. Edgar goes for the move on the inside line. Pearson gets her back on the undercut. This is great wet weather racing. Oh, and there's a tangle. Unfortunately, that was a coming together between Matthew Hyde, who is going backwards down the field, and the 76 of Antonis Sofronio. So Sofronio's had an incident. Also a problem there for the 66. That is, might be the 68 actually. Sorry, that's Ben Dawson. But the rain is really pelting it down now as the leaders are coming through. And it's Pearson who leads. Edgar second from Makuris. And in fourth position, I think that's Mikai Singh in fourth place. One of the Coles drivers potentially as they come through. No, it's not. It's the 37. That's Luke Watts. Luke Watts from 9th on the grid has charged up to P4. Luke Watts has definitely proved himself to be one of the star talents coming up to Mini X30. He's absolutely on it now.
Yeah, Luke Watts definitely making an amazing start. Luke Watts, one of the star drivers in Mini X30, moving up from cadets, I think it was last year. But Jess Edgar, showing that being a girl doesn't matter, showing the class of driving that they can do. If it's a boy, it doesn't matter. Girls can do as good as boys.
Watts up to third. Watts makes the move in the hairpin on Makuris. Alfie Rigby chasing them down in fifth position. Jessica Edgar running well in second. Pearson runs very wide, then cuts back across. That's the wet racing line. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Oliver Greenall makes a beautiful move on the inside of Marcus Luzio and takes his teammate Bart Harrison with him. So they are up into 6th and 7th places. Greenall with his back to the wall here, trying to get the victory in his 3rd straight final. But this is one heck of a race battle now. They come through on the far side out of the Mike Wilson complex. Edward Pearson leading the way. Jessica Edgar under pressure from Theo Makuris. Makuris trying to get up on the inside and sweeps through in the chicane. Nice move from Makuris. Rigby's up to 4th place past Watts now as well as they come down the main straight. Makuris to 2nd. Edgar's not given up though. She's pushing through into 3rd. So Jessica Edgar trying to make the lunge to come through. She's really good in the wet, to be fair, Jessica Edgar. So as they come through up to the top end of the course, it's still your race leader is Ed Pearson, but Makuris is getting on with it. Alfie Rigby challenging Jessica Edgar as they come over the bridge. And Rigby's got a good run off the turn in his new berth on the Cosmic. As they go down the back straight into the hairpins for the 2nd, 3rd time, I think it is, 3rd time. Up the inside, a bit of a challenge on Rigby from Watts. He's not quite able to make that work on the exit. And they're being caught rapidly by Greenall. So Greenall now into the top 6. Makuris into 2nd place past Edgar, sliding around all over behind Pearson. So Pearson, Makuris, Edgar, then Rigby, Watts, and Greenall. Behind them, it is Luzio and Harrison from Brown, Gardner, Singh, Briggs, Stilt, Hyde, Algieri, Cottier, Tucker, Bohr, McComb, Sofronio, Dawson, and Ben Price. As your race leader comes up into the Mike Wilson complex once again. A really good battle from Pearson in the lead of the race from Makuris. Edgar's giving him a bit of pressure now. So Edgar's still there in 3rd position. She once again has plenty of speed down the main straight. Alfie Rigby still tucked up there in 4th place. Oliver Greenall now threatening for Watts. As they go through the first chicane, he won't make the move there. He'll wait until turn 3 at the earliest, but he's not quite close enough. So they come under the Litchfield Bridge once again. This is a sensational little tussle up at the lead of the race. 6 drivers gunning for victory as Watts has a little look at Rigby and might try on the next apex, and he does, but doesn't get it finished off. Rigby chops across and gets through. Greenall gets through as well, as up to 2nd place goes Edgar. No, wait, yes, it is 2nd to Edgar because Makuris has got past Pearson. Makuris leads. I didn't see where he got that move done, but Makuris has taken the lead. Edgar 2nd, Pearson 3rd, Rigby 4th, and Greenall and Watts are squabbling away for 5th and 6th. Brilliant racing so far.
Yeah, Oliver Greenall doing an amazing job to make it through back on the field. It's hard to get a move done on Luke Watts, knowing how good he is at defending. In the wet, he's very good, using all his body strength and his weight to take the car around the corners as smoothly as possible. But Oliver Greenall still wanting to keep his lead in the championship.
Well, he's won both of the finals from the previous 2 rounds. Here we are in March, and he's struggling to make his way back through. The final not for a long time yet, of course. Makuris leading. Edgar and Pearson. 4th place is now Greenall from Rigby and Watts. The fastest man on the racetrack is now Theo Makuris, having got through into the lead. Interestingly, he does not have the fastest he does not have a fastest of all sector, but all of his sectors combined are good enough to be at the top spot. So interestingly, the 64 Oliver Greenall has the fastest sector in all 3 sectors, but he hasn't been able to pull it out of the bag for 1 complete lap. So Makuris is actually the fastest man of the race so far, despite the fact that the fastest man in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd sectors are Greenall, as Greenall dives for the inside of his teammate Edgar. Edgar goes for the switchback. Greenall is not done. Greenall slots into 3rd position. Greenall's charging through. Edgar nearly spins through the first apex of the chicane. That was so close. She held on to that beautifully. Not easy at this stage of proceedings as they come through. But Makuris leads. Edgar drifts wide. She holds this very well on the wet part of the circuit. And on the inside, there's the move. And into 2nd goes Greenall. So Greenall gets Edgar. 4th position is Rigby still. And then it is Pearson in front of Watts. But Makuris has got a decent lead now. It's over 2.5 seconds. As now, Rigby goes for Edgar and gets through into 3rd place through the first chicane. And now Pearson's going to do it. Oh, this is heartbreaking for Edgar. Once she loses 1 place, the floodgates open. And Watts is going to try and come through as well. Watts has got them both. Watts has got them both and into 4th position. What a beautiful bit of driving through the outside of turn 3. Just stormed past both of them. And now Pearson is trying to give Watts the hurry up, but Luke Watts has just pulled off an astonishing move from 6th to 4th round the outside of turn 3 under the Litchfield Bridge. Sensational bit of driving. So he is there in 4th, chopping across to Ed Pearson. Jessica Edgar sadly down to 6th position as a result of all of that. And Oliver Greenall is desperately trying to find another 2 laps of racing in order to catch up with the race leader, Theo Mercouris. If he can get it done, then he's going to have plenty of opportunities to move further forward. Here comes your race leader out of the final turn, and he will have 2 laps to go. Theo Mercouris leads the way for Crop Promotion. Oliver Greenall second, and Rigby now third from Watts, Pearson, and Edgar. Fastest lap of the race then, Theo Mercouris, until Oliver Greenall shows up, and he goes faster still. Although, interestingly, fastest of all in the 3rd sector is actually Luke Watts. So that performance that he's pulling off, he's really starting to dig deep and find something, and he's caught the back of Alfie Rigby. So now Rigby is in serious threat of losing his 3rd position to Luke Watts. Watts is all over the back of Rigby, although Rigby has been particularly fast. And he's going to make a late lunge. Watts gets a mincemeat move on the inside of Rigby, chops across the nose. That was beautifully done from Luke Watts. A really good overtake. Now Rigby's going to try and come back at Pearson to shut the door. Pearson has to take 2 wheels to the grass. So Rigby hangs on to 4th. A very close battle indeed between them as they continue to race on. And that was a tight little battle in the mix there.
Yeah, Pearson also looking to catch on to that top 3. Will he be able to? Luke Watts in 3rd position from Alfie Rigby and Ed Pearson, but I don't know if he's able to do it with this little time left.
We've had an off there. That looked to me like Alfie Briggs just overshooting at the chicane. So not quite sure what happened to Alfie Briggs, but he's gone over the chicane, over the grass, struggling in the wet conditions as we go into the last lap. Mercouris is in front of Greenall. The gap has come significantly down to just 2 seconds. It was 3 seconds at one stage. So Greenall is just hoping that Mercouris makes a mistake on this last lap and he can catch him up, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to do so. Dane Tucker, by the way, is out of the race. He retired 3 laps ago with a mechanical flag, so clearly something was hanging from the cart and he had to come in to fix it, which is effectively a retirement in these races. So Mercouris leads the way from Greenall. Watts in a brilliant 3rd place. He's really shown something pretty special today so far for the Cato Motorsport squad. But out in front, it is all about Theo Mercouris. He's read the situation perfectly. He got himself into a decent lead, and he stretched out the advantage, not by pushing too hard, just by being solid at every apex, very smooth and precise. You need to be in the wet conditions, and he's made it work perfectly. Into the left, into the right. Greenall's catching him like crazy, but he's run out of time. It's not good enough. Theo Mercouris is going to take a brilliant victory. 2nd place for Oliver Greenall and 3rd for Luke Watts. What a drive from Watts to get 3rd position. Some sensational racing. Rigby is 4th from Pearson and Jessica Edgar. Bart Harrison in a valiant 7th place, up 5 places from his grid slot. Lucio is in 8th position. Mikai Singh, despite a warning flag, is 9th. And then Evan Brown comes through to finish in the top 10. Lewis Gardner and Alfie Briggs battling away for 11th and 12th. And then Olivier Algieri makes his way to 13th place for Madcrock in front of Alfie Cottier. Then Gabriel Stelp, Antonio Sofronio, Matthew Hyde and Thomas Bohr. Jacob McComb will come through for 19th. And then Ben Dawson and Ben Price will finish us off. Thrilling stuff in the wet. Great drive from Mercouris.
Yeah, great drive from the minis and a great race from the minis. Mercouris done very well to hold on to that lead the whole race. Getting hunted down by Oliver Greenall, though. He's definitely going to be fired up for the final.
Minimax and Junior TKM up next, so it's always going to be an interesting battle with those guys. Very similar to Mini X30, those guys stepping out of cadet and into the world of Rotax at the first port of call. We saw a lot of great races from them last year. Looks like in the wet it's going to be another thriller.
Yeah, probably will, but we'll wait and see.
We've got Junior TKM in the mix there as well. You've got the camera itching there. I'm guessing you're probably going to want to run and do some more filming over the course of the day. It's quite tricky out there, especially particular parts of the circuit. It can get quite scary as the rain continues to come down. You've done the wet around this circuit many times before. Where can it get really, really treacherous when the rain starts to come down?
I would have to say in the bottom corner, through the Bobby Game corner, it is very slippy through that corner if there's a lot of rain on the track. And it's a very tight section of the track, so it makes it even harder.
And obviously that's a prime overtaking position at the ends of races as well, so drivers need to be brave, but you are obviously coming off the racing line to make those sort of moves. It can get pretty scary.
Yeah, it can get scary when you're coming off the racing line to make overtakes in the wet, especially because it's very slippy when making the overtakes, so you have to brake with caution and try and judge where the other people are going to brake.
So the drivers are making their way out onto the circuit now as they battle away for position, and it's a multiple class race this, because we have two classes in one go, Minimax and Junior TKM sharing the track together, which means that effectively we have two races to keep up with rather than one, and it's going to be quite a special race, this one. For Minimax, it will be very tough, as the drivers are obviously going to be pushed right to the limit of their ability. These two different classes sharing a grid. There's not many Junior TKM karts out there this time, and they are the ones that come out first. The Minimaxes come in behind them. But for our pole sitter, it is going to be a very interesting day at the office, as in Junior TKM, it's going to be about your man, the 22, Dale Whittaker. 51 points from the season thus far, and he has pole position in front of Spencer Lane, I believe it is, the 11. Looks to me as though Bachini has gone off in search of more stories, so we will catch up with those a little later on. Dale Whittaker on pole position from Spencer Lane. Oliver Stewart and Harry Yardley Rose on the second row. Dominic Kilmister and Connor Kearney on the third, from Charles Gaillard and Alex Roberts. Then we have the Minimax field, starting with Archie Kitching and Sam Gornall, Alex Hughes and Logan Parker, Harry Reynolds and Jez Williams, from Ryan Willis and Tristan Rennie, the fastest man of the season, Callum Boyson and Juan Waniki, Owen Ross, Jed Murphy, Cameron Ross, Finn Smith and Luke Ringham, as the Junior TKMs are getting ready for the start. Two races in one field, if you like, as the racing will get underway, and it's a false start. So they've obviously gone a little bit too far into the first corner. So on the run to the first corner, I should say. Sorry, excuse me, a little frog in the throat there. But the Junior TKMs obviously running very well under the wet conditions, but they just need another lap to get it together, which means, of course, that it's going to need to be a restart again for the Minimaxes as well, as they get themselves ready in position. Or will the Minimaxes be allowed to go off first? No, it's a false start, so they go round again. And obviously that means that the Minimax drivers will have to explore the circuit once again. Bit of a trip over the grass for Alex Hughes at the first chicane. So the drivers are obviously now trying to fend their way through. Junior TKM versus Minimax is always a really interesting... Oh! And a bit of a spin under the wet condition. That's for 22. That's Whittaker. That is Dale Whittaker. The Tim Wilson Motorsport man for pole position. Dale Whittaker has spun on the rolling lap, and he's gone off again. He's gone off again into the chicane. There's clearly some kind of problem with the kart. So the pole sitter, Dale Whittaker, in unbelievable jeopardy at the moment. Now, can he get himself back into pole position before the race gets underway? I don't think he can. He's going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. That is an absolute disaster. So we'll have to see how it goes. But a really exciting battle in the offing as the race gets underway. And it's going to be Oliver Stewart who leads in through the first chicane up towards the Litchfield Bridge, running very deep as he comes through out onto the white lines, somehow getting away with it. And we've got a kart actually parked up at turn 3 on the rolling lap, so somebody's not come through. That is Finn Smith of the Clay Racing Squad. Junior TKMs are underway, but here comes the battle. Oh dear, well, Minimax is as chaotic as you like, and that is not the cleanest of starts you're ever going to see in Minimax by any stretch of the imagination. But unfortunately, the Junior TKM race has gone underway, so they have to continue, and that is a spin for one of the Talco karts. Now that looks to me like Connor Kearney. Is that Connor Kearney who's gone the 5? No. In fact, that is the 16, I think, of Alex Roberts. So Roberts has dropped back, but Oliver Stewart leads the way convincingly. I've been joined up in the commentary box by Sean Berry, who's been racing away, along with assistant in the pits, Jade Goodwin. So battling away. They're obviously coming for the best view in the house, and it is a tricky one from this point further on. They're battling away for Junior TKM supremacy as they come through. First and second. Oh, yellow flags up at Bobby Games. Somebody having a spin and carrying on again. So a couple of difficulties there on the first lap. But down the main straight, this is all going beautifully for the 5 of Connor Kearney, who leads the way in front of Harry Yardley Rose. And then it is Spencer Lane and Oliver Stewart. Charles Gard in 5th position. You've got to feel for Dale Whittaker, though. 6th position in this race. Was on pole position. Could have been so good for him before 2 offs on the rolling lap. A real jeopardy for Dale Whittaker. Kilmister and Roberts are still there. Leading the way in Minimax, it is Kitching and Gornall, the Coles Racing twins. From Ryan Willis and Alex Hughes. Then Rennie, Williams, Voisin, Ross, Jed Murphy and Logan Parker. And then it is Reynolds in front of Ringham. Then Ross in front of Waniki. The only non-runner at the moment is Finn Smith. And unfortunately, he was... Oh, now there's yellow flags up at Bobby Game. Yellow flags at Bobby Game. Somebody has not come through. And it's yellow flags quite rapidly being waved now. It looked to me as though everybody came through. So I'm not entirely sure. There must be debris on the circuit, which I think has now been gathered up. So a very confusing yellow flag, considering that everybody had come through. There must have been some form of debris on the circuit. But the drivers tussling away in the middle of the pack as they run together. That is Jed Murphy trying to make headway in the middle of that gaggle with Logan Parker. And 27 in behind them, that is Owen Ross. So Murphy and Parker actually making up places on the 27 of Owen Ross as they came through. Out in front, though, it is Kearney and Yardley Rose. Stewart now 3rd in front of Spencer Lane. So the Jade Racing driver has clearly made his way to make progress. Then Guyard, Kilmister, Whittaker, down to 7th now. Whittaker's having a nightmare race from pole position, which he was so worthy of yesterday. Qualifying was perfect for the TWM man, and everything's just gone terribly wrong since the rain started to come down. But Connor Kearney running well in front of Harry Yardley Rose. 4 minutes and 40 on the clock, plus the additional lap. But this is where it's going to start getting interesting. Yardley Rose trying to bear down on Connor Kearney. It's the age-old story in TKM. Talco versus TWM. And off the turn they come once again. Connor Kearney just running well to come up to the chicane. Oh, there's another yellow flag at Bobby Game. And I think it's because somebody's come off and hit the tyre barrier. And it's dislodged the barrier. That's why there's yellow flags up at Bobby Game. I'm trying to figure out why there's yellow flags down there. And yeah, there is a cart. There is a driver now. The reason I can't see it out my window is because there's a timing tower right in the way of it. But there is a driver that has come off at that part of the course. And I think that is Callum Voisin. I'm fairly sure that's Callum Voisin who's had an incident. So a bit of an issue there for the drivers as they continue to tussle away. So it's all going very well from Connor Kearney's point of view as he leads. Yardley Rose 2nd, Stewart and Lane, and Guyard, Kilmister and Whittaker. But it looks to me as though, well, either Voisin's got a transponder issue or he's not coming through. Finn Smith is up at the top end, having not started the race. But there's marshals at that particular point of the circuit. They're trying to, yeah, they're pushing the tyre barrier back into place. So somebody's had an off there. I'm guessing has continued on, but they've dislodged the tyre barrier, so it's caused a bit of an issue. But Kearney and Yardley Rose are still tiptoeing. Wait a minute, that's not Yardley Rose. He's down to 3rd. That is Oliver Stewart. Oliver Stewart on the Birillard, the Jade Racing team, has come up into 2nd place, and he is rapidly storming after Connor Kearney. Best laps are comparable, but Oliver Stewart has gone about 2 seconds a lap faster. So he's in the 120s while the others are in the 122s. So Oliver Stewart... Oh! Contact! 2 of them have gone off there at the chicane. Now that looks to me like that could have been Guyard and Kilmister potentially going off. And they were 4th and 5th. They were 5th and 6th places. So there could be a bit of a change there. But look at how fast Stewart is catching up with Kearney. He's rapid. Nearly a second and a half a lap quicker. He comes up to turn 3 as they roll off the top of the banking, and there's more grip on the outside. Oliver Stewart's trying to drive right round the outside. Tucks back for the inside, gets the lead. Brilliant from Stewart. He leads the way as they go over the Litchfield Bridge, dropping down the hill out of 5 and on the back straight. And he's dropping Kearney like a lead balloon. Absolutely terrific run from Stewart. Clearly, that Jade is well set up in the wet conditions. Absolutely terrific. And the team have got him absolutely nailed to the mast. Oliver Stewart doing a terrific job here. Leads the way from Kearney. Then it is Harry Yardley-Rose. Or is it Harry Yardley-Rose? I think now Spencer Lane's got through. Yes, Spencer Lane through to third. Harry Yardley-Rose is struggling to stay in front of the leading gaggle of Minimaxes. The Minimaxes are actually going faster than the TKMs, and the two leaders have got through. So that's Archie Kitching battling with, that's Ryan Willis. Ryan Willis is up to second place, and again, hammering on the back of Kitching, and he's going to go for the move. This is for the lead in Minimax into Bobby Game. Superb. Absolutely nailed that move, and Ryan Willis takes the lead of Minimax with 1 minute and 10 to go. And out in front, Oliver Stewart still leads valiantly here. An absolutely terrific run. Connor Kearney second from Spencer Lane, and Harry Yardley-Rose just hanging on in front of Dominic Gilmister. But what a race this is turning into in Minimax as Ryan Willis has grabbed the initiative and taken the lead from Archie Kitching. And now they will duel away for the victory. Project One versus Coles Racing. Yellow flags again at Bobby Game. So something has happened. They're stationary yellows, so I imagine that somebody has pulled off the circuit on the run to the Mike Wilson complex. Yes, indeed. Looks like we've got somebody to the outside line. Have we got somebody at the final turn? Yes, we have. Someone's gone off on the final corner. Now, I think that is Dale Whittaker. Yet again. Dale Whittaker out of luck one more time. What a heartbreaker from pole position. Twice off on the formation lap and now out of the race. Well, if ever you could have a nightmare race where nothing at all went right, just ask Dale Whittaker. Oh, and a spin! A spin. That looks to me like, that looks like one of the Talcos. One of the Talcos has gone around. Now that looks like Roberts. And that was right in the path of oncoming traffic. So Roberts, I think, has just got away with that without serious incident. But he's now stranded on the exit of the chicane. And he's really got to hope he can get the kart moving again. It is trying to get going as we go into the last lap of what has turned into a proper flotsam and jetsam style motor race. Now he's got going again, but his arm is in the air. He's livid. And it's not Roberts. Is it who I was fearing it was? It is. It's Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane went off there. He was in the top three. Spencer Lane was well in front of Harry Yardley-Rose, and he has spun it. So a massive problem for Spencer Lane. So many of the big guns have gone. Dale Whittaker, and now Spencer Lane. And that's dropped him all the way back to 20th. What a disaster for Spencer Lane. He can't believe his luck. But out in front, despite the stationary yellows, still at Bobby Game corner. And now waved yellows at the final turn, of course, for Dale Whittaker. It's a glorious victory for Oliver Stewart. In fine style, the Jade Racing driver has put in a stellar show. And he will come through on this final lap as he tours into the final chicane, having only pulled out a second over Connor Kearney. But that's all you need out of the final turn. And Oliver Stewart has slipped and slid his way to victory in fantastic fashion. Good job. Second place for Connor Kearney. And the winner in Minimax, they almost caught the TKM leaders, is going to be Archie Kitching. He bagged it on the last lap from Ryan Willis and has got the victory right at the death. Next is Sam Gornall through for third, and third in TKM is Harry Yardley-Rose. Hughes and Voisin come home next. Kilmister and Roberts are in the overall top 10. And then it's Parker and Tristan Rennie from Charles Guyard and Jez Williams. Juan Waniki, and then it'll be the likes of Murphy and Ross. A fantastic run from them as they finish up. Harry Reynolds in 18th from the likes of Ringham, Spencer Lane, so frustrating, and Cameron Ross with a retirement from Dale Whittaker and Finn Smith. Let's have a word with Sean Berry, actually. You were out there on the circuit in the wet conditions, Sean. What's it like out there?
Not good.
Simple way of putting it. Where is it particularly bad when the rain comes down?
Yeah, the hairpins mostly, yeah.
So how do we think the weather is really going to change the face of the day? I'm guessing tyre choice is already set in stone, but can the karts get faster if you tweak them?
Yeah, well, it all depends if it's going to carry on raining or not. I think it could be drying up soon.
Okay, that's a nice, interesting prediction. Where can we get to when we come to the final? How much progress can we make?
I'm not sure.
Is it still very much up in the air at the moment?
Yeah, it's not good. Not good today.
Fair play. Hopefully there's more improvement. Jade Goodwin is up here as well. Jade, you've seen this circuit in these conditions many, many times before, and obviously in the dry conditions as well. This is where it really tests a driver's character.
Oh, definitely. It's a lot about commitment, a lot about, just getting the the right line at the right time, and, yeah.
So the thing about this circuit is that it drains very well, but there are certain parts of the circuit that gather a lot more surface water. So you really have to keep your wits about you. The track changes every lap, essentially.
Yeah, this track is very different to any other track I've been on. It changes. It's like a different track on whatever day you come or whatever session you're out. The track can be completely different.
I'm guessing that's pretty much why a lot of the drivers from all different parts of the UK come here to train and to practice, not just because, it's the pinnacle of British club karting, but also because as a circuit, it tests you so much as a driver.
Yeah, the circuit is very difficult. Obviously, there's some bits where having an engine's good, and then there's some bits where being a better driver is good, and then obviously there's some bits where you need more commitment, and, you've got to try and have all three of those to be quick. So, you could be very quick under the bridge because you've got commitment, but you can struggle through Bobby Game because it's more technical.
Play. It's one of the things I love about this circuit. We've got another race coming up for Rotax 177. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Jade. Good to catch up with you, and have a good rest of the day, Sean. I really hope it goes well for you. And good to see you, my darling. We're on handshakes now, aren't we? Good to see you. So let's see how the rest of the day is going to crack on. We're into race number 10, and Rotax 177 is up next. Now, this championship has been very tight over the course of the first two race weekends, to be fair. We've seen a lot of good battles in Rotax 177. There's just 2 points in it at the top of the standings between Luke Oliver and Adam Sadler. And then 3 points back is Chris Thomas. One further back is Joe Bleakley. So essentially, at this stage of proceedings, it is still a four-way title fight. And that makes things particularly interesting because we've got a lot of drivers in the mix who all want to go for the title. So let's see what the grid looks like. In pole position, it's the E-plate. Michael Cheek, he lines up with Nathan Chafer, Luke Oliver and Chris Thomas on the second row from Louis Large and Adam Sadler. Jamie Desira is there beside Jason Wilson, Daniel Devereaux and Cole Edwards, from Carl Churchill and Aaron Yao, then Ian Branfield and Colin Davis. Darren Whaley is beside Taylor Adams. Ross Meakin joins Timothy Darlow on that row of the grid from Joe Fiftner and Sam Winter. Then John Scott and Mark Wingard from Ian Brown and Charlie Whaley. It looks to me as though we may not have a start for Joe Bleakley in the Coles Racing car. Back of the grid anyhow, but there may be more problems to that story. So unfortunately for Joe Bleakley, it looks as though he may not have got out. We'll double check. But even the 48 of Mark Wingard is struggling to get onto the tail of the grid. But in Rotax Max 177, it's going to be Michael Cheek and Nathan Chafer who will run from the front end of the grid. In the wet conditions, we're going to see a lot of great battles. This is going to be a false start, no matter what anybody says. It will be a false start, and indeed, it is called as one. Oh, and that's the reason why the 48 has actually broken down now on the straight. That is Mark Wingard. Mark Wingard has actually come to a stop on the exit of the second hairpin. And it looks to me as though we've also lost Aaron Yao. So Aaron Yao in the 74, I think, has made a trip into the pits. He was originally out, but now Aaron Yao is well out of the race by the look of it. So problems there as the drivers are still trying to get themselves into position. Now what's happening on the main straight? Looks as though we've got a couple of incidents there as we've had a couple of moments, but Rotax Max 177, the senior brigade, has got themselves underway again. Aaron Yao, we've had a spin on the first hairpin. Now that looks to me like one of the Coles carts, and that unfortunately is the 81 of Sam Winter. No, it's not the Coles, it's the Hayworth colours, very similar, but of course in Rotax 177, 81, so 81 there, Sam Winter, getting himself up to speed. And we watch the carts come through on the far side at the Mike Wilson complex. But Michael Cheek and Nathan Chafer will lead from the front row of the grid with Luke Oliver and Chris Thomas. And unfortunately, there's nothing Mark Wingard can do to get that cart working. He is going to be out of the race. That's such a shame for Mark Wingard. He is done for this first heat at least. And hopefully he'll be back in time for the next one. So they'll come out of the final corner, and this time it's a much better grid, and it's going to be surely a clean start this time. Yes, it is, and away we go. Cheek into the lead with Luke Oliver tucked up behind him as they go through the first corner. Everybody trying to fit through the first chicane, and they've done so valiantly. No problems at all there. Yellow flags, though, and a spin under the Litchfield Bridge. Now, I can't quite see who that is that's gone around. Well, we'll have to watch as they come around. A battle for the lead. Oh, contact! Two carts in together at the front end of the field. That is Michael Cheek. Michael Cheek has tagged in there. And who's come through to the lead? That is the 44 charging through Nathan Schaefer to come back into the lead of the race. A big run wide from Chris Thomas. It's pandemonium. Schaefer leads it. And up to second has come Thomas in front of Louis Large. So Luke Oliver was the one who came off there initially. And Michael Cheek went with him. So Michael Cheek and Luke Oliver both going off. There's more contact as offered the hairpin. That is... Now, who's that in trouble? That looks to me like the 29 has gone off there. So that is going to be Joe Piffner. Absolute disaster for so many drivers in the field. It's a crazy start to this Rotax 177 heat. And as they come through, I think that's another change of leader. Struggling for grip and adhesion off the tyres in the lead of the race. That is not Nathan Schaefer anymore. That is Louis Large. But Schaefer's going to go back for the lead. And he's got him. Louis Large has to get off the power and slam on the brakes in the hope of getting through the chicane. But for Michael Cheek and Luke Oliver, it is absolute disaster. So who is that that's off the circuit up at the top of the hill? One more driver has not come through. And I wonder if that's the cause of the first incident, actually. I can't see where Michael Cheek's come through. Michael Cheek is apparently 14th. Luke Oliver is apparently 19th. Those two were involved in that incident on the first lap. But Schaefer leads. Large second. Up to third has come Adam Sadler as they tiptoe their way through the chicanes and through the hairpins. Oh, big moment for Chris Thomas. He runs wide, and that's enough to lose the place to the 63 of Jason Wilson. Meanwhile, side by side for position, that is Jamie Desira and Ian Branfield. And we've got a spin at the first hairpin. And driver out of the cart, trying to get the cart moving again. Oh, and another spin of the chicane. So we've had two moments there. And it looks like Taylor Adams is the first one. Taylor Adams has spun. And so too has Carl Churchill. So Adams has spun and so has Churchill. So big problems for those two as your leader continues. It's Large once again back in front of Schaefer. So he's clearly stronger at that second half of the lap. Oh, and a big spin there. That looks like more than just an issue with the tyres for the 81 of Sam Winter. I think he's got kart problems. So Sam Winter goes around again. And I have a feeling that's a problem with the kart. That's not just his driving skill. There's definitely there's something broken on the kart or something. A yellow flag under the bridge. So somebody's gone off there under the Litchfield Bridge. But the yellow flag is withdrawn again. So a very tricky incident that could be for a few of the drivers out there. But we'll see how it all turns out for the drivers in the mix. But some really close racing for the drivers as they battle away. Out in front, it's still Louis Large, the reigning national champion. Won the title after a thrilling final round at Rissington in the national championship last year. As a rookie in the title fight. And now is the number one in 2019 as he goes for another title. He missed the first round of the Winter Series. Warning flag for Nathan Schaefer, apparently. So Nathan Schaefer battling away for the victory with Louis Large has been given a warning flag. So clearly his last maneuver on him was a little bit too rude as he hops and skips over the curbs. Up to fourth place now fifth place, behind Jamie Desira. Has come Charlie Whaley. Then it's Wilson, Edwards, Michael Cheek and Luke Oliver back to 8th and 9th. Then Branfield, Daniel Devereaux, Darren Whaley. Then Joe Fiffner, Chris Thomas, Colin Davis, Tim Darlow, Taylor Adams and Carl Churchill in front of Brown, Scott and Ross Meakin. With Sam Winter still in trouble. Aaron Yao, Mark Wingard and Joe Bleakley all out of the race. Aaron Yao was out on the first lap. I think it's he who was out on the Litchfield Bridge. So a big battle at the front end of the field. Drivers still sliding around all over the shop as they continue to battle away. Lots of changes for position as Chris Thomas starts to fight his way back through the field. Not sure what happened to him, but he's certainly lost a heck of a lot of time. And now he's trying to get away from the man he was battling with a little earlier on, Jason Wilson. So the pair of them have come off somewhere. And now they're trying to charge their way back through. Here is Louis Large, still leading from Nathan Chafer. Chafer's got a great run on him around the outside of the final turn, though. So Chafer may get a run up towards turn 3. They hop over the curbs. In the wet, you can ride the curbs a little bit more than you would do in the dry. As Litchfield, and a spin at the back of the field. Now that is Ross Meakin. Ross Meakin's at a spin up at turn 4. The cart clearly must be, the track clearly must be wetter than we thought it was. Branfield running well there in 9th position, having worked his way forward. He's made up 4 places and is now in front of Dan Devereaux. With Chris there. There's the move of the lead from Chafer, but he runs out wide and Louis Large gets him back. Oh, that was very tight from Chafer. He knew he had an opportunity there to go for the move. He could take a tighter line than Louis Large, but with it being the wetter part of the circuit on the outside, there's more grip. So now Chafer goes again for Louis Large. Large holding him up quite considerably in this section of the course. Sadler is third from Desira, Whaley, Cheek, Edwards, Oliver, Branfield, Devereaux and Thomas as they run through at the far end of the field and out onto the final chicane. Now they're approaching Ross Meakin to lap him, so the blue flags will come out for Meakin and they are waved on the main straight. You need to move aside and let the leaders go, and he has done so perfectly well. And he'll need to do so again for the man in third place, Adam Sadler, who, of course, took the victory in the final last time out, I think it was. He certainly has a final win to his name, as does Luke Oliver, championship leader. But both men are really struggling. Sadler in third. Luke Oliver has been fighting his way back, but Luke Oliver is currently in 6th place in front of Michael Cheek, the man who he came off with, in fact. They've decided to use that energy and aggression and channel it into a run back to the top 6. But Louis Large still hanging on in front of Nathan Chafer. It's going to be a tough battle from here on in, as Michael Cheek still battling with Luke Oliver. They've been doing that since lap 1 when they hit each other on the way to turn 4 and came off the circuit. And now they are fighting their way back through. They have got as far as Charlie Whaley in 5th. So Michael Cheek has actually got back past Luke Oliver into 6th position. Oliver down to 7th. But the race leader remains unchanged for the moment. But Louis Large has got Nathan Chafer right in behind him at the moment. So it is going to be a very tight battle as they continue on their way. It will be a tough charge. Down the main straight, up to the chicane, and in through the right, in through the left. Things are going to get very tricky as they come out of the Litchfield Bridge, diving for the inside yet. No, not quite. So Nathan Chafer just running in, tucked up behind Louis Large, as Aaron Yow's mechanic is already making progress to go and collect him, ready when the race ends. The time has run out, so this is going to be the penultimate lap, as a bit of a moment for Ross Meakin. Sam Winter has got out of the way and allowed them to go through. He's the one getting the blue flags, not Ross Meakin. My apologies. So out in front, Louis Large still hanging on to it in the lead of the race from Nathan Chafer. Chafer still very strong. Oh, goodness me, they're having to throw the cart around in conditions. But Louis Large going well. Proof that he was the national champion last year. If you needed it, still his talent is very high. Sadler in third. Jamie Desira in 4th position. And 5th place is Charlie Whaley. 5 different entrants in the top 5. Persistence Motorsport and Louis Large leading the way from NCR's Nathan Chafer, ASR's Adam Sadler, Dan Holland Racing's Jamie Desira, and then the privateer Charlie Whaley in the top 5. As they go into the final lap, and this is going to be tough for Louis to hold on to. Nathan Chafer on the CRG chassis knows what he needs to do to get onto the back of the very sideways Louis Large under the bridge. God dear, oh dear, that was more rallycross than karting. And now Nathan Chafer kissing the curb on the inside line. The front end squirrels out. He gets it stopped in order to get himself back into position. Louis Large sliding off the bridge, and he's made a mistake, and he knows it. Nathan Chafer's going to try, darts around the outside, cuts back across in the braking zone. Terrific from Nathan Chafer. Now he's got to get the kart turned in for the first hairpin. Large is alongside him. They're side by side down to the braking zone for the second. Chafer the inside, not as much grip there. He's going to hold Louis Large to the outside, cuts back across, runs him out of road, and he's come together with his front fairing. Nathan Chafer's got the lead. Absolute determination from both men as now Large tries again. Chafer cuts across him as now they come down into Bobby Game and up towards the S's. Round the outside now comes Louis Large trying to get back on Nathan Chafer. But he's never going to make that stick. He has made it stick. Goodness me, my apologies. He gets it round the outside, and Louis Large and Nathan Chafer are now going to run to the flag, and Louis Large has it. But I do fear that that contact with the front fairing might have displaced it. So I hope that's not the case, but Louis Large and Nathan Chafer having a sensational run on the last lap. Persistence pays off again for Louis Large as he takes the victory from Nathan Chafer. Sadler third from Desira, Whaley and Michael Cheek. Luke Oliver seventh from Cole Edwards and Dan Devereaux, with Chris Thomas unable to make the top 10. What's happened to What's happened to Chris Thomas over the course of the race? What's happened to Chris? He's dropped down a long way on the last lap. So Chris Thomas has had an off, I think, on the first sector, as has Colin Davis. So Fifner is 10th, Wilson 11th from Churchill, Davis 13th, Chris Thomas slips to 14th. It's a nightmare first heat for him. 15th for Darren Whaley, 16th for Taylor Adams, then Tim Darlow and John Scott. Ian Branfield slips to 19th after an off in the final couple of laps as well. He was right up in the top 10 at one stage. And then Ross Meakin and Sam Winter complete the field. Ian Brown retiring a couple of laps from home. And then Aaron Yao, Mark Wingard and Joe Bleakley, you already know about. But what a tough race this is turning into for every class. We've had so much drama over the course of the first couple of hours of the day. But race 10 comes to an end. Louis Large and Nathan Chafer getting the victory. Senior X30 up next. This is somewhere you hope to be one day, Kai. And obviously, the drivers at this level, this is where, you know, for a lot of drivers, you've got the last step before you go into kart racing. For others, this is a proof that you're one of the best kart racers in the world.
Yeah, definitely. It's up to the drivers and mechanics / parents to decide where they go on from seniors. It is definitely one of the major steps in karting. Cadets is also one of the other important ones, which is the beginning step, but the seniors is the final step, which teaches you the final bits that you need to know about motor racing.
And because you've got those two different types of driver, those who want to step into Formula One and are using this as a platform to train, and you've got those who just feel that karting is the pinnacle, there's nothing better than karting. It's interesting because you've got that two types of frustration where the driver wants to prove he's the best and others that are hoping to prove that, you know, they're worthy of a Formula One team. It's interesting to watch how sometimes the tension can boil over in senior racing.
I think most drivers on the grid want to make it to professional motorsport if they start out in karting. But some drivers, their goal is to just be the best in karting. But especially in seniors, I think all the drivers just want to be the best, because when you prove you're the best, that opens all the opportunities to get forwards in motorsport.
Very true. So, Senior X30 is up next. So, Senior X30 is going to be the next battle on the circuit. And obviously, with Senior X30 comes plenty of big names. Hang on to your hats, because this is going to get pretty spicy. Cole Kilner on the front row of the grid from Clayton Ravenscroft. Elliot Harvey and Kieran Jeremy on the second row from Harry Platten and Nelson King. Then Matthew Hudson and Thomas Wood, Sean Butcher and the Swede Robin Knutson, Ben Hodge and Henry Ayres from Gary Edwards and Charlie Bennett, Eduardo Cosateng and the O-Plate Thomas Turner after a howler of a qualifying session yesterday. Jensen Brown needs to recover alongside the American-Japanese star Reese Ushijima, Alex Pendlebury and Derek Morgan, Alex Spinks and Ewan Wilson, Joe Reeve-Smith and the Finn Emil Kajalainen. His teammate Artu Salmela is alongside Thomas Day from Louis Short and Jack Bowman, Valtteri Valkejärvi, the third Finn for MLR, along with Matthew Hunt, then Cameron Coombs, Harry Torpy, Richie Faulkner, Alexander Patterson, Gareth Duffin and Jonathan Campbell. A truly international field then in Senior X30 as drivers come from as far afield as Australia, Japan, Scandinavia, the United States to race here at Trent Valley Kart Club in Lincolnshire. That's just how an important sign of how important British karting is to the spectrum of motorsport. That's why they travel hundreds of thousands of miles to come and race here, because they know they will learn the best they'll learn in Britain.
I think British karting has to be one of the best types of karting. Obviously, there's European racing, which is definitely a big step up from British karting, but British karting kind of nurtures you into the sport and brings you up into Europe.
And, of course, the British drivers tend to excel in Europe, so that proves the point as well. Here we go! A cracking start for Cole Kilner as they launch for the first corner. Is everybody going to get through unscathed? Just about, but I tell you what, Cole Kilner came to battle with a game plan, and it's worked to perfection as he leads the way. There's problems on the main straight, though. 2 karts in the war zone. Unfortunately, that is Henry Ayres, who has come together with Matthew Hunt. Matthew Hunt has had a major problem, and Hunt is out of the race. It looks to me as though Henry Ayres has got going again, but Cole Kilner leads. No, that is Clayton Ravenscroft. Where's Cole Kilner? What's happened to Cole Kilner? So Kilner has dropped back. The 73 is now down in about 5th or 6th position. So Ravenscroft has stormed through to the front. I can't even see Cole Kilner. He's there or thereabouts. I think he's in the top 10 somewhere. But he's had a bit of a difficult start to the race. Obviously getting hung out to dry on the far side. It was, in fact, Ravenscroft that made that massive launch forward. My apologies. Very easy to get them confused when they're 73 and 75, and you're looking at a number, not the colour of the kart. But Ravenscroft is your leader. 2nd place. That looks to me like one of the BMRs, so I'm guessing that's Platten. It is Harry Platten. 3rd is Elliot Harvey. Then it's Nelson King, Sean Butcher, Charlie Bennett. Then it's Turner, Wood, Hudson, Jeremy. What has happened to Cole Kilner? I can't see him anywhere. So Kilner has come through in 32nd, and he's gone off on the grass in the first chicane. So Kilner is having a nightmare second race. He drove so beautifully in race 1, and he's had all sorts of difficulties at the start of this. As Butcher makes his launch up the inside for 4th, Sean Butcher gets past Nelson King. Nelson King still giving him gusto, but no change at the moment. Sean Butcher still there in position, and oh, that's an off. Oh no, that's the 53 that's come off there. That is a disaster for Charlie Bennett. Charlie Bennett in the Project 1 kart. He came through at the end of the first lap in the top 6, but now it's all done. What a shame.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Charlie Bennett, looking so promising. Up into 6th, made up 8 places. He came from 14th on the first lap up to 6th, which is amazing. Made up 8 places. You can see the disappointment that he has. Oh, look at the disappointment in his face.
I think he's taken a knock, actually. Look, he's taken a knock. He's actually holding his chest there. It looks like he's got an injury to his arm as well, some discomfort. So there is a chance that he will get escorted off the circuit into the medical centre. What a shame for Charlie Bennett. Was doing such a good job in those opening couple of laps. Oh! And that's a big spin. That's Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft from the lead is gone on the exit of the bridge. Ravenscroft. That is such a rare occurrence. Clayton Ravenscroft has had an incident there up on the bridge, and that has given the lead to Platten, with Elliot Harvey now dicing for the lead. Elliot Harvey and Sean Butcher going with him. Harvey through, Butcher through. 1, 2, and 3 now. Those drivers have gone. Ravenscroft is now struggling to hold off the resurgent Thomas Turner, who has fought back to P5. So Turner back into P5. This race has come alive again. And I think it's to do with the fact that it's stopped raining. They're on wet tyres, but it's actually starting to dry up fairly quickly now. Now, Sean Berry was in the commentary box a little while ago, and he said it's all going to depend on whether the rain will stay. I don't think it will. He's got a point, because now it's not raining. The track is drying, and whoever can handle themselves in a drying condition where there's still plenty of water around is actually going to be a master of these conditions. Harvey, Butcher, and Platten from King, Turner, Ravenscroft, Hudson, Morgan, Wood, Brown, and Kieran Jeremy in front of Ewan Wilson, Ben Hodge, and Louis Short. So far, so good. Down the back straight, Elliot Harvey leads from Butcher and Platten. How rare is it to see a mistake like that from Clayton Ravenscroft? I don't know whether he was assisted or whether he spun on his own, but that just shows you how tough it is.
Yeah, it just shows that anyone can spin off the bridge, no matter how good they are. it's a very difficult part of the track when it's where there's loads of mistakes made there, and it's just so crucial that you get it right.
So Clayton Ravenscroft charging after the man in 5th position now, Thomas Turner, who seems to have had a better handle on things. Charlie Bennett's kart is escorted away from the scene of its breakdown. And despite a little bit of discomfort, Charlie Bennett is now talking away at Marshall Post 6. So I assume he is, in essence, okay. Oh, problem. A problem for Emil Karjalainen. Karjalainen's in trouble. Bashing his engine in frustration. Come on! Give me some power. He's got nothing. What a shame. Unfortunately, he's going to come to stop on the stretch towards the S's. And Emil Karjalainen, the Finn, absolutely livid. Clearly some kind of mechanical problem has got him out of the race. So now Karjalainen is going to need to get out. What a shame. That's such a disappointment. He's a very talented racer as well, is Emil Karjalainen. Like his compatriots, he's come all the way from Vanahito in Finland. My apologies. He's actually come not too far away from there, from Oulu in Finland. But it's a long way to come to break down, isn't it? What a shame. Victory still going well at the moment for Elliot Harvey in front of Sean Butcher and Harry Platten. But Sean Butcher's getting on with this now. He's used to these conditions nowadays. He is of Australian descent, but he's based in London. He knows the crack in British karting now, and he is absolutely determined to find a way through. As a nice move there in the mid-pack. That's Cameron Coombs on Jack Bowman. Got a very nice move in the hairpin. Set him up for a lunge and then just tucked back on the inside and did him on the undercut. Very nice work from Cameron Coombs. Meanwhile, down the main straight, Harvey is trying to hang on in front of Butcher and Platten. Butcher's desperate to make the overtake because Harry Platten is all over the back of it. Platten's got a problem! Platten's got a problem! Oh, Harry Platten was right on the back of the leading two and he slows. Harry Platten, mechanical problems again. Out of the race goes Harry Platten. What a shame. Now, I'm guessing that's got to be water potentially in the engine. Something's come away from Platten. What a shame. Yet more bad luck for the BMR driver.
Yeah, that's such a shame. That's going to be the 6th retirement of this race. That's a lot of retirements in a race when it's not even raining. But that just shows how tricky the conditions are. It's not raining, it's not dry, but it's damp.
Harry Platten, genuinely a contender for the victory today. And what a shame. That's just undone all his hard work yesterday. He doesn't deserve that kind of problem. But poor Harry Platten. There's not many people who work as hard as the Zenon squad at BMR. And Harry Platten, totally unfortunate. Such a shame. He was bidding for the victory. You could sense he was riling up on the back of Harvey and Butcher. He had caught them. He was going for the victory. And it's all come undone. And as a result of that, Butcher has been given free rein to go for Harvey and has got past him and has now started pulling away. The Australian has only 2 laps to go and he's in a good position. Oh, we got an off after Bobby Game corner. Couple of drivers coming off there, so we'll need to see who tumbles down the order. I think it's Thomas Day who had initial problems. He's now dropped back. But I wonder if that's the likes of Valtteri Valkejärvi who's had an incident there. It's more bad luck for the Oulu Finnish drivers. And it is, Valkejärvi who comes through now. But the driver in dire straits was Richie Faulkner, unfortunately. So it's Sean Butcher who leads. Elliot Harvey second. And Nelson King has now come up to third in front of Turner, Ravenscroft and Hudson. Derek Morgan 7th from Jensen Brown, Ewan Wilson and Thomas Wood as the leaders are going into their final lap this time. And the Australian Sean Butcher for Mick Barrett Racing looks set to emulate Cole Kilner in race 1, who by contrast has had a very difficult race. He's now back into 12th, having fought his way back from pole position. That's not going to be much consolation for him, but for Sean Butcher, he's taken the lead at exactly the right moment and checked out.
He's also set the fastest lap on that lap by 0.4 of a second. That's a big gap. He's pulled 0.4 on that lap. Now it's 1.7. It's a gap of 1.7 seconds. It looks like he might have just got the win unless he makes a big mistake. But don't uncount Elliot Harvey. He's just catching that little bit, looking quick, looking fired up.
Yeah, if anybody's going to catch Butcher, it is going to be Elliot Harvey. He's had a very topsy-turvy start to his season. A lot of spannering, but he went very well at the Dubai O Plate back in January. But here is Sean Butcher running out in front and with plenty of time and space to deal with anything thrown at him. He's timed this to perfection. He just needed to get a good break on Harvey, get a good momentum move, and it was beautifully executed. So now the Australian comes through the final few sections of the course, out through the Mike Wilson complex, and this is going to make Papa Butcher very happy indeed. He'll be watching from the sidelines. It's a great run from Sean Butcher, and the Aussie has done it again out of the final corner, and Sean Butcher takes victory at Trent Valley Kart Club. Superb. Elliot Harvey second from Nelson King. Thomas Turner and Clayton Ravenscroft in the top 5 from Matthew Hudson. Derek Morgan, Jensen Brown, Ewan Wilson, and rounding out the top 10 will be Kieran Jeremy, who really struggled. Both the BMR boys really struggled in the end. Jeremy to stay in the top 10, which he just managed, and rather sadly, Harry Platten, when going for the victory, so cruelly robbed of a chance to do so. It's such a shame. Cole Kilner fights back to 13th in the end, just in behind Tom Wood and Louis Shaw. Hodge 14th from Robin Knudsen, Edwards, Coombs, Torpy Day, and Eduardo Cosseteng, ahead of Reese Ushijima, Campbell, Reeve Smith, Bowman, Ayres, Patterson, Valkeavi, Faulkner, Spinks, and Duffin. The retirees, Platten, Pendlebury, Karjalainen, Salmela, Bennett, and Hunt. What a tricky race, and that was, we very nearly lost one driver per lap in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was very close to doing that with the 6 retirements that were very unfortunate. Very skilled drivers that went off as well, including Harry Platten, Charlie Bennett, Matthew Hunt, all talented drivers, just getting very unfortunate.
It is always tricky in these conditions, and if you're going to get a mechanical difficulty, you're going to get it in the wet, because there's all opportunities for water to get into the engine, you know, the difficulties with the kart. If you get loose on the wet stuff and you hit the curbs in the wrong way, it can damage the axle. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong.
There's lots of problems that can go wrong in the wet. It'd be hard to name all of them because there's so many.
So problems aplenty, unfortunately, but cruel luck for Harry Platten while battling for the victory, having caught the 2 leaders and lined them up. Unfortunately, his race coming to a premature end with mechanical problems. What a shame for Harry Platten, but a great victory for Sean Butcher in front of Elliot Harvey and Nelson King in the top 3. Next up on track, Honda Cadet for their second heat, and it'll be the first for Kia Nakamura Berta today, who did such a fantastic job in his first IAME Cadet heat. That should set him up for a really good run in Honda Cadet, being the advantage of running 2 classes, meaning basically double the track time and then double the knowledge if the weather conditions are changeable.
Yeah, if he has double the track time, he should be able to gauge off the weather how easy it is to, what type of tyres to put on, and he gets more experience throughout the day.
Now, it's worth pointing out the fact that with IAME Cadet and Honda Cadet, you know, they are 2 very different types of cadet kart. The power units are very different, but in terms of overall speed, there isn't really anything in it at all. I mean, if we look at the fastest lap times of the season between IAME Cadet and Honda Cadet, there's only 0.07 of a second between the best laps of Nathan Ty and Sonny Smith from back in January. So the karts are as fast as each other. They are just very different ways of driving them.
Yeah. They're different driving styles. Some of them take different lines and go different ways into corners.
And of course, with the Honda Cadets that we're about to see, you've also got that very tricky discipline, the standing start, which you don't get in any other class, never mind any other cadet class.
Yeah, that's very hard. It's all about the reaction times. I guess it's setting them up for single-seaters and Formula 1.
Absolutely. So the drivers are on their rolling lap for Honda Cadet, and we will see what the drivers can do here in their second heat of the day. Sonny Smith and Kia Nakamura Berta on the front row of the grid. The rivals continue their battle. Joshua Gambar and the Japanese star Ryotaro Sakai. Zach Drummond and Ethan Simmons from Wesley Swain and Henry Gregory. Gustav Uzhikov and Blake Ticehurst from Jan Kadachern and Cruz Speakman. Devon Nolan is alongside Reg Hayward, Sonny Mortensen beside Anastasia Dean, then Dylan Mackay and Bradley Bick, Joe Cheek and Macy Hitter, then Zico Hopkins, Collis and Tom Yeomans, Oliver Stilp and Oliver Buckton, Josh Patch and Liam Hartley, Nathan Marquez and Alexander Hawker from Fraser Oram and Aston Sharp, Mikey Porter and Gerald McDowell, then Finley Whiting and Noah Barham. So the drivers are lining up in position at the end of this rolling lap for the standing start, of course, and it will be very tough to see how the drivers will get off the line. In the Honda Cadets, it's obviously very tricky. The timing has to be perfect. Everything's got to be just so. off the start line, and it can always be very tricky as the battle continues with all of the individual classes. But this battle, this rivalry between these two at the front of the field, Sonny Smith versus Kian Nakamura-Berta, it looks like it could go on for the entirety of the 2019 season. Not just in Honda Cadet either, but in IAMI as well, because both men are doing both classes, and they are equals apart, both in different teams, and each of them with a great opportunity to run. Interestingly, Kian Nakamura-Berta are actually running in two different teams across the two classes, whereas Sonny Smith is with Oliver Ronan Motorsport for both. And it's interesting to see how both men are always, it seems, at the front of the grid in each category. So, Sonny Smith has a win to his name today. Kian Nakamura-Berta has a win to his name today. Both in IAMI Cadet. What can they do in Honda Cadet as they come through at the start of racing? Lights are going to be out, and they're going to be racing now. Great start from Nakamura-Berta. He's creeping across in front. Can he get across in time for Sonny Smith? Yes, he does. Perfect start from Nakamura-Berta as he charges off the line and under the Litchfield Bridge. So they storm through, and into the lead early doors goes Kian Nakamura-Berta in front of Sonny Smith, who comes straight back at him. Sonny Smith has retaken the lead at the upper top of the hill. Sonny Smith is back in front. Great racing from Smith as he works the battle round the outside of turn 3 and cuts back across on Nakamura-Berta with third position. That is Ryotaro Sakai, the Japanese driver and Nakamura-Berta's teammate. So, very interesting to see Nakamura-Berta and Sakai now basically working together at the sharp end of the field. 5 and 55. It's like the Alfa Romeo touring car days all over again at the sharp end of the field. Sonny Smith, Nakamura-Berta, Sakai. Then it is 23 next up. That's Ethan Simmons charging his way through to fourth as a Gambar makes the move on the inside of Henry Gregory. But has he finished off that move? Good start from Gregory, by the way, up towards the top 6. That's good news. So they charge through on the far side of the course. No major fisticuffs at the first lap until they get to the chicane, and then we have a spinner. Now, who is that that's come off the circuit? I'll try and double check as they come through. But I'm sorry to say we've had at least one incident. Oh, and a big spin through post B. Oh, a big spin into the barriers. Now we've lost somebody through. That is Noah Barham. Noah Barham has had a big spin and it struck the barriers on the way through to the couple of corners. And we've got a spin in the final turn now as well, as several drivers are trying to finish off the lap. So we've had a couple of drivers come off. That's Gerald McDowell with Fraser Oram, Mikey Porter, the one who had the big Aston Sharp. But Noah Barham has got going again after his trip into the barriers at Bobby Game. So Smith and Nakamura-Berta pulling away. Up to third now has come Ethan Simmons. He's made the move on Ryotaro Sakai. Holds it round the outside. It's getting a bit busy further back, but for 7th position, there's quite a few of them in the gaggle. And we've got the likes of Gregory, Ticehurst, Drummond, Usakov, Swain, Speakman, Haywood, Dylan Mackay, all in the mix as they squabble away for position. There's about 9 of them all in the mix. But the top 5 have broken clear. 6th position downwards is an absolute rout at the moment. All the way down to Tom Yeomans in 14th. They are battling away. So some really tense racing. Now, what has happened to Johan Kalichern? He seems to have had a bit of a disappointing middle sector. A couple of drivers have skidded away in the midsection. But out in front, it's these two once more. Smith versus Nakamura-Berta. 3rd position for Simmons. 4th for his teammate, Ryotaro Sakai. Then it is Joshua Gambar. And then comes that battle for 6th place. Drummond, Ticehurst, Usakov, Gregory, Haywood, Speakman, Swain, Mackay, Yeomans and Hitter. All the way down to 15th place now. So 10 of them in the fight for the top 6 as they desperately try to fight their way forward. Down the back straight, Sonny Smith in front of Kian Nakamura-Berta as they continue down to the braking zone. Careful on the way in. Don't push too hard on the apex. You don't want to get too close to that curb. It's fast around the outside line of the hairpins in these conditions. No rain on the circuit yet, but still very slippery, still quite wet, and with the threat of more rain in the air. So the battle continues as the drivers continue to surge forward. But as they come through the S's, it's still Smith versus Nakamura-Berta. No major difficulties at the moment. And I've just done my latest update. Apparently, there is a 60% chance of light rain in the area around now. And by 1 o'clock, that will turn into heavy rain, which will have an 80% chance of falling on the circuit And there is actually a yellow weather warning for wind at this point, so it is going to get very tricky for the rest of the day. Smith and Nakamura Berta lead the way over the line. Third position is still going to be Simmons in front of Sakai. And fourth place, Sakai is in front of Joshua Gambar. Then comes that battle. Drummond, Uzakov, Ticehurst, Gregory, Speakman now in front of Yeomans and Hayward. Mackay, Swain and Hitter are all still there. Sonny Mortensen has joined the gaggle too. Then it is Joe Cheek from Zico Hopkins Collis, Stilt, Marquez, Whiting, Nolan, Patch, Bick, Calichurn, Dean, Hawcott, Hartley, Buckton, Porter, Oram, McDowell, Sharp and Barham. And despite the slip and slides, nobody is out of the race yet. But Nakamura Berta has turned up the dial in lap 4. He's now going to try and make the bid to get past Sonny Smith. This is the battle we're going to need to get used to over 2019. It'll happen a lot over the season. Up to the S's, in through the left, over the curbs, in through the right, over the curbs, and down towards Bobby Game Corner. And I think we're going to get a first major push for the lead from Nakamura Berta as he comes through, trying to make that overtaking move. Hasn't been able to make it stick just yet. Just trying to get the car stable and balanced around the circuit. Very easy to get it wrong. And there's battles aplenty as they duel away for 6th position. The gaggle of karts still very tight together. Oh, we've had an off in the chicane as Nakamura Berta goes for the move for the first corner, and he's going to go through up the inside and takes the lead. Nice move from Nakamura Berta into the lead on Sonny Smith. So Simmons, Sakai, Agambar, and then we've got this battle. Now it's led by Gustav Uzakov. Uzakov has come through to 6th in front of Drummond, Yeomans and Ticehurst. Then it's Speakman, Hayward, Gregory, Swain, Mackay, Hitter, Cheek and Mortensen. Still, Hopkins, Collis and Marquez are having a terrific tussle. The 3 of them for 18th position. They came across the line separated by 0.15. Very tight battle with those boys as they continue to run together. Oliver Stilt, Zico Hopkins, Collis and Nathan Marquez. Kier Nakamura Berta trying to get the kart stopped for the second hairpin. It's not easy when the kart is sliding around. Sonny Smith is now doing all the hard work, chasing after your race leader, Kier Nakamura Berta, over the curbs, through the left and through the right, and up towards Bobby Game once again. So far, so good as the drivers continue their tussle for position. But this is starting to turn into quite an exciting race as the drivers continue to squabble for position. But we're getting some really sensational racing from the drivers now. Lots of great tussles to come. And so they continue to race and they can push hard very much indeed. But the drivers are still giving themselves plenty to do as they continue to race for supremacy. There's a lot of great racing to come. But these two still squabbling for position on the inside of Sakai. Joshua Gambar finding absolutely no space at all for making the mistake to dive up the inside and get the move into turn 1. That was brave. That was brave from Joshua Gambar. That is about as clean a move as you're going to get by chucking it up the inside on the curbs. Joshua Gambar. Oh, and a spin. A spin on the bridge. Now, who is that that's gone? I don't want to say that's a Gambar. It's not. One of the drivers just inside the top 6 has spun the kart and got it going again. It is Zach Drummond, I'm afraid to say. Zach Drummond has had an off on the bridge and now finds himself down the order. So he has dropped down positions quite a way. Sonny Smith, meanwhile, is having a crack at the second place man, Kier Nakamura Berta. Kier Nakamura Berta is having a crack at Sonny Smith, I should say, because they appear to have swapped positions again. Sonny Smith has got back through into the lead. Kier Nakamura Berta still there in second place as they go into the last lap. It's now or never, and both men know it. So here goes Nakamura Berta trying to go round the outside of Sonny Smith as they go underneath the bridge. And Nakamura Berta trying to cook up on the inside. He's diving for the inside Sonny Smith to protect the line. Nakamura Berta dives back for the inside line and gets the move into turn 4. Nakamura Berta back into the lead. They drop down off the bridge. Sonny Smith is still right there. Down the back straight. This is all going to be about Kier Nakamura Berta holding his nerve. Oh, he's getting a nudge from Smith in the braking zone. Now, was that Nakamura Berta braking a tad early? Smith goes on the inside, squeezes Nakamura Berta to the curb. So Smith is through. Well, it was determined as ever. Nakamura and Berta edging him out on the grass. They both go to the grass. Sonny Smith drives round him on the grass and gets back into first position. My word, these two are pulling out some cracking racing. And now they come up to Bobby Game for the last time. Can Nakamura Berta swing out through the right-hander and tuck up on the inside of Sonny Smith? Nakamura Berta to the inside of the Mike Wilson complex. He's through. He's through right at the last. Nakamura Berta's going to have this to the finish, but Sonny Smith's coming back at him into the final chicane. Down the main straight. There's not going to be much in it at all, but Nakamura Berta's just going to hang on in front of Sonny Smith. What a final lap. Absolutely magic. Just when you think you've seen the best of Kia Nakamura Berta, he pulls something like that out the bag. Oh, this kid's got it in spades. What a performance from both of them. Truly majestic racing. Third place from Ethan Simmons. A very admirable performance there too. Josh Agambo in position in front of Gustav Uzakov and Ryotaro Sakai in the end, slipping behind his teammate. Yeomans, Speakman, Gregory and Haywood in the top 10 from Blake Ticehurst and Joe Cheek. Dylan Mackay and Sonny Mortensen from Wesley Swain and Macy Hitter. Zach Drummond recovers to 17th in the end from Nathan Marquez, Oliver Stilp and Zico Hopkins-Collis. Josh Patch, Johan Calichurn, Alex Horcutt and Devon Nolan from Liam Hartley and Bradley Bick, Mikey Porter and Oliver Buckton, Finn Whiting, Fraser Oram, Aston Sharp, Anastasia Dean, Gerald McDowell and Noah Barham. Well, that was quite something. That was one heck of a race. It's quite an amazing run to see a race battle like that. Goodness me, that was tight. But Nakamura Berta versus Sonny Smith, there's going to be so many chapters of that battle written this year. We're going to see quite a few of them as the season develops and progresses. So imagine quite a few more of those battles are to come in the 2019 season. I can sense there'll be plenty of them. But what a result for Kia Nakamura Berta to fight through in such brilliant fashion, as the racing will continue as the day progresses. But we'll see some truly sensational performances throughout the day as the rain continues to come down and various drips and drabs as the day moves on. And according to my latest weather report, and I'm updating it via the Met Office, we have a yellow weather warning for wind, but we have a 60% chance of rain over the circuit at this moment in time, increasing to an 80% chance once we get to 1 o'clock. So things will get pretty hectic at that stage of the day. The drivers are about to be sent out onto the circuit now for Senior Rotax for their second heat of the day, this being for groups B and C, and they are now on circuit. So let's talk you through the grid. On pole position, Kieran Gifford in front of Tom Edmonds, and then the second row, Luke Wooder and Oakley Pryor from James Lowther and James Johnson, George Holbrook and Rob Ellis, Lewis Malin and Anki Stenning, along with Michael Roots and Chris Wright, George Smith and Guy Cunnington, Tom Walker and Travis Coyne, Ben Donkin and Tiernan McCann, Jemima Hepworth and Jack McConnell, from Alex Kirkwood and Harvey Edmondson, Mark Ross and Alex Holgate, Daniel Yowd and Jake Douglas from Harry Canham and James Watson, then Finley Sword and Sam Stansbury, Mackenzie Morris and Matthew Beaumont from James Lingard. So Gifford and Edmonds will be starting off from the front of the starting grid. It's going to get quite tricky for them as they battle away for position. That is for certain, and we'll see plenty of great drama from them as the day progresses. So it's going to be an interesting race, whatever happens here in the greasy and slippery conditions as the battle will progress through the day. But Gifford versus Edmonds is going to be an interesting dynamic. The two KR Sport drivers, we've seen in the past that it's not always harmonious at KR Sport. There have been some great performances from the drivers in the past, but it's not always squeaky clean, as the multitude of amazing talents that come through that particular squad always seem to give us plenty of drama and action through the course of the days ahead. But we'll see some really great racing in front of us as the drivers are battling away for supremacy. They want to obviously have as exciting a day at the office as is possible. So they're going to have plenty of race action to come in order to get to that stage. But there's plenty of racing from the drivers as they run around the circuit. So with the racing very much in earnest from the competitors, they will all want to have a really strong run. But everybody very much up for the scrap as the drivers progress around the circuit. They will want to have a good performance. They will get up to speed as fast as is humanly possible. So the racing will obviously be very tight and twisty natured, but everybody wanting to finish strong. So the racing is set to be quite tight as the weekend progresses, but everybody is now getting an understanding as to how they are going to need to perform as the day progresses, because there's going to be a lot of drivers who will want to finish on a high as the season progresses. But this race weekend in particular is quite a tough one for drivers to gauge how well they're going to perform, because obviously we'll see a lot of drivers in the war zone through the course of the weekend. Lots of great battles obviously to come. So they want to put on a good show. They want to be right at the sharp end. And away we go. This is going to be a clean start this time. And we are away. A great scrap as they go through the first corner. And already Kieran Gifford has edged Tom Edmonds to the grass. Edmonds having to take a trip to the grass there. And that was because there wasn't quite enough room for two of them to fit on that inside line. So they will come through up the top of the curbs. Drivers just trying to edge their way through and over the bridge as cleanly as possible. Looks as though we've got everybody through without too much drama and incident. That's good news. As up towards the hairpins they come, and it's Kieran Gifford hanging on in front of Luke Wooder. And they slide, slipping and sliding and darting around all sorts of different racing lines through the first hairpin. But Luke Wooder is all over the back of Kieran Gifford, who leads the way early doors. Then in third place behind Wooder, that looks like James Lowther. It is indeed. And in fourth is James Johnson. Contact at the second hairpin. Several drivers down the order having to take avoiding action. The one caught out most of all is the 98, rather sadly, and that is Matthew Beaumont. Non-start for Harry Canham. All sorts of problems for him pre-race by the look of it, as several drivers going off the road on their approach to the Mike Wilson complex for the first time as they run very deep out of Bobby Game corner. But the race leaders are coming through in fine fettle. And it's Kieran Gifford who leads from Lowther now. Lowther has forced his way up into second place. He's fought valiantly, and Johnson's gone with him. So it's Gifford, Lowther, Johnson, Pryor, Holbrook, then Wooder, Malin, Ellis, Smith, and Guy Cunnington from Chris Wright. Now, what has happened to Edmonds? He's there in fourth position, just a whisker in front of Oakley Pryor. So a couple of moments already in the first lap or two. And it looks as though James Lowther's got a major issue. Lowther's had an incident and has dropped back into our sixth position. Look at the joss of a second. Four of them banging wheels and barge boards as they come through. Down to the hairpin, the second hairpin, and they're darting around all over the shop as Oakley Pryor gets a good run on the undercut past Tom Edmonds, and that sorts him out into fourth position. That's a big tussle between Luke Wooder and James Lowther. Lowther trying to edge his way through up towards Bobby Game corner. The lead is now coming through on the right-hander. Lowther slots his way on the inside of Wooder through Bobby Game, and trying to get him on the switchback is not going to work for Luke Wooder. He's not going to be able to get the draft off the corner. All this is great work for Kieran Gifford as the DHR boys are battling away for second place, struggling out of that final turn, and into second place has now come Johnson. So Johnson leads that gaggle in front of George Holbrook, who is now dropped to the back of that train. So Johnson, Pryor, Edmonds, Holbrook, then Lowther, Wooder, Malin, Ellis, Cunnington, McConnell and Stenning as they again jockey for the second position. Oakley Pryor now to third. Make that second. He dives for the inside and gets the place, but he runs wide on the exit, and that's enough for Johnson to take him back. So still they fight for position, but it's a real knife edge for second place. For Kieran Gifford, he's just loving it. Out in the lead. He's got a good advantage now over the rest of the pack. Second place, Johnson. For not for long, Pryor. Edmonds edges on the inside of Johnson, who gesticulates as if to say, what are you doing? I'm racing and I got sideways. What do you want me to do about it? Brilliant racing. And there's a problem for the 21. That's Thomas Walker. He's obviously had an incident there in the hairpins. Some major concerns for him as he's slow on the way through. But Kieran Gifford continues on his way. No problems for him out in the lead of the race. Down the main straight. Second position, still Johnson, but not by much. He is still struggling to hang on in front of Pryor, Edmonds, James Lowther, George Holbrook, and now the inside goes Wooder. So Wooder has made the move stick there on Lewis Malin in front of Cunnington and McConnell. Then Rob Ellis, Ben Donkin, Travis Coyne and Michael Roots, Chris Wright and Mark Ross. From George Smith and James Lingard, then Douglas, McCann, Youd, Kirkwood, Watson, Holgate, Sword, Stansbury and Hepworth. Just Harry Canham and Harvey Edmondson out of the race, unfortunately. And neither of them deserve to be on the sidelines. Oh, and into the barriers! Into the barriers at the hairpin. Battling away with the 57 of Michael Roots. That looks like Chris Wright, I think, has gone off into the barriers there. So a real problem. Having hit the barrier and now trying to get going again. Was that Wright who's gone off? Well, double check on the way out of the turn. It's the 88 that's gone, in fact. And, oh no, it's the 28. My apologies. Is that Anki Stenning? No, it is the 88. I was right the first time. That is Tiernan McCann. So Tiernan McCann, unfortunately, hitting the barriers at the first hairpin. As Kieran Gifford is now being caught by James Johnson. Up to third has come Holbrook. Lowther goes to fourth past Edmonds into turn one. So a nice move there from Lowther as he takes on Edmonds. 2.5 minutes plus a bit of change on the clock. So it's going to be a tough one for the rest of this race. But Kieran Gifford is being caught quite rapidly now by James Johnson. So Johnson working hard. Still no extra rain as yet, though. It was raining earlier, but there's no more rain to be seen around the circuit as yet, which could be good for those who decide they want to take a gamble on slicks. No slick tyres in presence at the moment, though. Still very wet out there. But Johnson is definitely making his tyres work slightly more efficiently than Kieran Gifford. George Holbrook up to third. Fourth is now Lowther. Wooder using every inch of the curbs to get past Tom Edmonds. And has made his way through. Warning flag has gone out to Luke Wooder. So I'm not sure what that's for. But Luke Wooder is going to get a warning for some transgression on the circuit. And there's a big... Oh, it's a big battle in the mid-pack as there's 4 or 5 drivers questing for a couple of the positions outside the top 10 as they squabble away. And still Johnson chips away at the lead of Kieran Gifford. George Holbrook has set the fastest lap in his attempts to catch them. And now Kieran Gifford's giant lead has been evaporated. He now leads both of the DHR boys. Holbrook makes a big lunge on his teammate Johnson from a long way back. He's going half a second a lap quicker than him. That's why he's getting impatient. But he needs to measure this. He needs to be very careful when he makes the move, because that wasn't quite going to work out on the way through turn 4. But he's still got plenty of time. Now they know he's a threat. So it's any one of these 3 that could still win it. And don't count out the likes of Wooder and Lowther. Wooder makes the move on the inside of James Lowther at the second hairpin to get into P4. Oh, and there's a little bit of argy-bargy in the middle of the pack. By the look of things, a little bit of eagerness there from George Smith to get past the 64, I think that was, of Alexander Kirkwood. And they ended up rubbing side pods there as they came down towards the second hairpin. So definitely some big moments in this race and some great overtakes in the offing. Here we go as they come onto the main straight with 2 to go. Here comes Johnson, makes the move on Gifford and gets the lead into turn 1. Nicely done. So into the lead goes James Johnson. And now Holbrook's going to go for second place. Holbrook up the inside. He has not made that stick, though. Gifford has shut the door as he comes back for another go. And he's there this time. This time he comes through. So Holbrook is into second. And now Wood is going to make the bid for third as they go down the back straight up towards the first hairpin. Gifford is desperately trying to hang on to third position. But Wood is going to outbrake him and get into second nearly. Oh, he's edged out. And Holbrook's on the grass. And Gifford's got past both of them. Now Wooder and Holbrook are going to edge their way back past Gifford. And up the inside comes James Lowther. Edmonds is going to get on the inside of Lowther. They've both got past Kieran Gifford. Edmonds on Lowther makes the move. Goodness me, what a squabble. That got pretty hectic. And it's still getting a little bit hectic for poor George Smith, who's now having a bit of a war with... no, who is that he's hanging out with? I think that is Daniel Yaud this time. But the leaders are clear. James Johnson in front of George Holbrook now as they go into the last lap. It's DHR 1 and 2. But can Tom Edmonds hang on to third position on this last lap in Senior Rotax? He's really going to have to work hard as they come up and over round the banking. Goodness me! Holbrook is sideways through 3. That was an absolute tank slapper as the back end stood out. He held it on the throttle. George Holbrook absolutely wayward through 3. And now Wood is making a big lunge under the braking zone for Edmonds round the outside. Holbrook on the inside of his teammate Johnson and gets him. Holbrook takes the lead. My goodness. There's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy at DHR after this race. Holbrook chucks it up the inside of Johnson in the first hairpin. I don't think Johnson even realised he was there. But George Holbrook is going to steal a mighty victory on the last lap. They go through to Bobby Game Corner. Johnson is trying his best to keep up, but nothing doing. Absolutely sensational run this has been. And it just gets better and better for George Holbrook. He comes through the final corner. It's going to be tight to the line, but George Holbrook is going to get the victory. Just in front of teammate James Johnson. Edmonds, Lowther and Luke Wooder come through in the top 5. Kieran Gifford is only 6th in the end in front of Oakley Pryor. Then Malin, Cunnington and McConnell. Donkin, Ellis, Lingard and Douglas from Michael Roots and Chris Wright. And then it's Mark Ross, Daniel Yaud and Alexander Kirkwood rounding out the top 20. Travis Coyne and Alex Holgate, George Smith and James Watson, Finley Sword, Jemima Hepworth, Tom Walker and Sam Stansbury, Tiernan McCann, Mackenzie Morris and Matthew Beaumont. And we will sadly, of course, not see Harvey Edmondson or Harry Canham crossing the finish line when they were both done at the end of lap 2. Very exciting stuff. Junior X30 up next, and Kai Bachini has rejoined me in the commentary box. Junior X30, we've already seen some good battles from them. I think we'll see some more because we're waiting for this rain to come back. And as I say that, it has just started to do so.
Speak of the devil, Drake. Yeah, Junior X30's been some really good battling so far. Expect to see some more throughout the day. Definitely going to give us more excitement. And I think these are one of the classes. They're in between. So they're halfway there, they're halfway through. So they're going to be really good battles. And there's obviously going to be a couple of mistakes because they don't know everything. But I guess that adds to the excitement.
Now, one of the guys I've been most impressed with in Junior X30 these first 2.5 weekends of the Winter Series has been Alessandro Sananetti. He's leading the championship. He's been very solid. He's only won one race over the course of the Winter Series, but he's never really been outside the top 5. He knows how to get these races finished. He's very calm. He's very measured. He's very calculated, a very smooth driver, and it's that consistency. He's been in the top 5 6 times now, I think, over the course of the season. So he knows how to get that car across the finish line in big points.
Yeah, he's really consistent in these races. I think he got lots of experience from being in Europe and he done really well out in Europe. But I think he's came over to England and done the best he can.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see how well he's gone. He is going to be coming out in this race as well. Will Murdoch is there on the front row alongside Ivan Lomliev, with Oliver Behrman and Freddie Spindlow on the second row. Then Blake Anglis and Douglas Bolger, Sam Shaw and Joe Taylor from Marcus Littlewood and Oliver Duppel, Alessandro Sananetti and Tom Levin, then James Walker and Alicia Barrett, Aaron Walker and Alex Lay from Charlie Cole and Sam Heading, then Tom Edgar and Josh McLean, Lucas Ellingham and Tom Mills, Josh Torpey and Oscar Joyce, Harry Cottrell, TJ McDonnell, Harvey Ryby and Alex Kobe from Luke Barham, JP Slater, Josh Rowledge, Callie Bergman, Alex Moody, Chris Bingham, Reese Newburn and Carly Atkins. So the drivers are in position. The track's conditions is wet, and it definitely looks as though the rain is coming back in now. It's getting quite drizzly out there. So the rain is now returning to the circuit, and this is the rain that I expected would come over the circuit at about this stage. And according to the weather conditions on the Met Office, it's a 60% chance of light rain. Well, it's a 100% chance of light rain at PFI because it's happening right now. And now the drivers are formed up in their 2 rows, and they will charge forward for a good race. Will Murdoch and Ivan Lomliev at the front. It's a false start. False start straight away. No doubt about that one. It looks as though Freddie Spindlow had moved quite early, and I think they wanted an additional rolling lap, to be honest, because in these conditions, when the rain is coming down, Kai, obviously you want to get as much knowledge of what the track is doing, and as the rain is currently falling, the more experience you have of it, the better.
Yeah, definitely. These rolling up laps are more of a scouting lap and a warming up lap to warm up your tyres, warm up your engine, clear the brakes. But definitely scouting how the conditions are on the track so you can gauge how you're going to have to drive during the race.
Looking at the weather conditions, I think all of the slick tyres need to be packed up and put away. I'm not sure they're going to be needing them again today. So the drivers are obviously getting themselves dialed in for the action. Just to give you an idea, about an hour and a half or so before heavy rain descends on the circuit, and that will be locked in and staying around the circuit pretty much until the closure. And it's going to get pretty heavy round about 3 o'clock. So it's going to be a difficult day to judge. But I think in terms of tyre choice, there is no contest. There is no choice. Wet tyres for the rest of the day is pretty much going to be the order of proceedings. Will Murdoch and Ivan Lomliev at the front of the grid from Oliver Behrman and Freddie Spindlow. Then Anglis, Bolger, Shaw, Taylor, Littlewood, Duffel, Serenetti and Leben. From Walker, Barrett, Walker, Lee, Cole, Heading and Edgar, McLean and Ellingham. Here we go. Is this going to be a good start? Yes, it is. And Murdoch's got a good one. Lomliev's got an even start with assist. And both of them have gone off. Spindlow and Murdoch go off onto the grass, and everybody trying to chop their way through under the Litchfield Bridge. How is everybody coping around the outside? So far, so good. Nobody falling off. And as they come through to the S's over the Litchfield Bridge, our cameras are getting quite misty as they come through with the rain now tumbling in. But we can still make out everybody just about hanging on to things. But Ivan Lomliev has come through in fine style. Having been one of the stars of Mini X30 last year, he's stepped up into Junior X30. And the young man from Bulgaria having a really good run. Now, who is that on the far side? Having had an off, that looks to me like Sam Heading has had an... Oh, and we got one of the Fullertons have gone off. One of the Fullerton carts has gone off there. That, unfortunately, is the 22. So that, I'm afraid to say, is Chris Bingham for the S8 Racing team. So Chris Bingham has had an off at the first step. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack as well. And goodness me, that very nearly cost somebody very dearly as they came through. Well, we'll have to try and figure out how that's all played out with the results as they come through at the end of the lap. But it's very tricky up at that final section of the course through Bobby Game to the Mike Wilson complex. And as they come through at the end of the lap, it looks as though everybody's A-OK. But it's Oliver Behrman who now leads the race from Ivan Lomliev. Will Murdoch in third from Douglas Bolger. Joseph Taylor and Sam Shaw. Blake Anglis and Tom Leben from Sam Heading and Oliver Duffel. Then Alessandro Senenetti and Tom Edgar. From Freddie Spindlow and Josh McLean, Alex Lay and Marcus Littlewood, then Mills, Ellingham, Rowledge, Cole, McDonald, Barham and Aaron Walker having had a miserable first lap. So now they're going to battle again. Oh, it looks as though we got somebody off on the circuit up at the chicane, is it? No, I thought we had a little bit of an incident there. The rain is definitely coming down. Well, let's see, it's coming heavy now. Heavy drizzle on the circuit, and we've got more carts slipping and sliding around the circuit. And we've got an off by the look of it there. Well, out in front, still pushing away is Oliver Behrman. You spotted something? What we got in the mix, Kai?
It's the number 98, who is Alex Kobe. That looks like he's having a problem with the car. Has he pulled off? It looks like he might have to. We can see lots of smoke coming out of his exhaust. Looks like he's having a problem with the engine. Look very slowly through the corners. Yeah, the Alonso chassis of Alex Kobe not coping well, and he's touring in to retire. What a shame. Good spot, Kai, as they go through at the front end of the field. No problems at the front end. Oliver Behrman from Murdoch, Lomliev, Bolger, Taylor, Shaw, Heading. Serenetti now up to 8th place with the fastest lap of the race. The championship leader is coming back into the action, and the Italian stallion is going well as he makes another passing move up to the chicane over the bridge. Trying to slot the carts neatly through over there is not easy as they go down the back straight. Oliver Behrman, the youngster from Chelmsford in Essex, one of my happy hunting grounds as a teenager, is there in the midst out of the first position
Will Murdoch now back into second place. He's fought his way back to position. Lomliev third, but under some severe threat from Joe Taylor in the sister car. Then it is Douglas Bolger trying to hang on in fifth position. A whisker in front of, now is that Sam Shaw? Yes, it is. Sam Shaw, and then his teammate Serenetti. So a good battle as Tom Edgar has just slipped a place behind Serenetti and Sam Heading. Tom Leben and Blake Anglis is still in the mix there. A few drivers still struggling, but it's going to get more and more treacherous as the day goes on. Problems too for Alicia Barrett on that first lap, as she has dropped all the way back to 31st, I'm afraid to say. Difficulties for her as across the line, it's Behrman, Murdoch, Lomliev, Taylor, Shaw, Bolger, Serenetti, Heading, Edgar, Leben, Anglis and McLean from Alex Lay and Lucas Ellingham, who's fighting back again, up to 14th place now, Lucas Ellingham.
Looks like Alessandro Serenetti has dropped back a little bit in a battle with Douglas Bolger, Sam Heading, Tom Edgar and Tom LeBron.
Yes, indeed, he has lost ground, so he's managed to get himself into position. There we are, side by side, down the straight. That is Bolger having a bit of a battle with the 52 of Tom Edgar. Edgar trying to make his way through on the inside of his own teammate. Edgar, absolutely resolute, the Northern Irishman, running well to try and get it on the inside. Bolger braking very early, and unfortunately Edgar clattering into the back bumper and almost loading him through, but manages to get the place regardless. There might have to be a bit of a conversation about that one later, as off onto the grass. That is Tom Leben. Tom Leben has overshot there for the Mark Litchfield Racing Team. Leben has gone off and has now got to try and get himself back into position. I don't think he lost too much ground by going over the grass, so he might have lost maybe a place or two at the most. But it is really treacherous, and as that rain continues to come down, it's going to make things even more slippy. But Oliver Behrman and Will Murdoch are the class of the field as Joe Taylor breaks into third past Ivan Lomliev. So Joe Taylor now into third position through turn one. And as they come under the Litchfield Bridge, it's going well. Oh, we've had another change of position there. That looks to me like that was Sam Shaw making the bid to get past Ivan Lomliev. He's not quite been able to get the move there, but he's definitely closing up on him. Further back, Serenetti is having to shake off the attentions of Tom Edgar as down to the braking zone. Serenetti's so good on the braking zone for the inside line of that first hairpin. He just rolls off the power, dabs the brakes, the back end sticks it out to the right, and he drags the kart across the apex of the first hairpin. So great to watch. He's masterful at this track and in these conditions. He's got such a different line to some of the other drivers, but crucially, he's found what works for him.
I think he developed a different line in Europe, and it looks like it might be working for him. He's obviously gaining time as we see battles throughout the pack. Josh McLean not one to count out. He's definitely going to be trying to fight through the pack, though.
Yeah, Josh McLean doing a very fine performance of fighting his way back after a difficult qualifying yesterday. He's now there or thereabouts. He's made up 6 places. Ellingham in front of him has made up 8. So the man second in the standings really needed to use these heats to get himself into a good qualifying position for the final. And he's doing just that. So this is good work from Ellingham. Just the one retirement, namely Alex Kobe on the Alonso chassis with mechanical problems, dropping him away from the fray at the end of the second lap. But Oliver Behrman is being caught by not just Murdoch, but Joe Taylor as well, as Sam Shaw now finds himself in 4th position for the BKC Racing Squad as Serenetti lines up Sam Heading. Heading is trying to hang on in front of Serenetti and Edgar, and they are battling away for position. Behrman trying to hang on now in front of Murdoch and Taylor. 4th is Sam Shaw in front of Ivan Lomliev. Then Heading, Serenetti getting a little bit of a duff job through the second hairpin, but manages to make up the time with assistance from Tom Edgar and Douglas Bolger in the chase as well. Oh, and a spinner in the second hairpin. Now that, I'm afraid to say, is Carly Atkins. Carly Atkins, who had charged his way through from the back of the field. He'd made up 17 places up to that point, but unfortunately, Carly Atkins having a little slide, so hopefully the Crop Promotions driver can fight his way back into contention. Over the line, Behrman being caught rapidly by Murdoch. Taylor is right there with him. He's ready to pounce, and we've only got 2 laps to go. So now, at the moment, drifting out wide and getting a good run round the corner is Oliver Behrman. He hangs on to the lead for the moment. But there's dueling in the crowd as Alessandro Serenetti is going to try and sweep on the outskirts of the corner to make the place up. Serenetti trying to go with his teammate, but he's not able. Edgar has already got past him and Sam Heading. So Edgar has made the work through. Here comes Joe Taylor now. He's going to try and work with Murdoch to close up on the race leader in the hope that he can almost snooker him into position. Now he's going to get the undercut. Joe Taylor, plenty of speed off the turn and into the chicane, into second place. Perfect move.
Yeah, that was an amazing move. Watch out for Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw's just catching that tiny bit by tiny bit. But on this last lap, it's going to be crucial. As we saw Alessandro Serenetti in the last one, he caught on when he was quite far back because of the battling. But Sam Shaw, you better watch out. Yeah, it's a really good run so far from these guys as they continue to tussle away through the final chicane and down the main straight. This is going to be such a good battle. Into the last lap we go. Oliver Behrman, Will Murdoch, Joe Taylor having dropped back a little way now in third position. They go under the Litchfield Bridge. Is Murdoch going to slice his way through? Not quite. He's not close enough yet, but he wants a good run off the hairpin as they come up towards 4. Over the Litchfield Bridge, through to 5. And this is where he's going to make a good lunge if he gets a good exit. Oliver Behrman knows he's still there. And he's pulling out as much of a gap as he can afford to. Serenetti has now finally dealt with Edgar. He's trying to make his way past Ivan Lomliev, I think. So Lomliev is still there in P5. Serenetti having fought his way back to top 6 position. A dive up the inside, a very late lunge and clatters into his teammate. Spins the cart. Serenetti losing places then and drops back behind Edgar. God, he was lucky he didn't lose more there, really. Well, that was very tight. He just went for a lunging move and unfortunately dropped some water on the braking zone as he did so. And that almost cost him dearly. But, crucially, the race victory is now going to come the way of your man in the lead of the race, Oliver Behrman. He's held on to the pressure cooker. And out of the final turn, he will be able to taste victory. Down the main straight with some pressure from Murdoch to the line. But it's just enough. Good work from Behrman. Just in front of Murdoch from Taylor, Shaw and Lomliev. Edgar, Serenetti, Heading, Bolger and Ellingham, who fights his way back to 10th position. 11 places made up. But the man who's made up the most is about to come across the line. Josh Rowledge will have made up 13 off the line, sorry. 17th is Barham, 18th is Rowledge. Carly Atkins actually beats that because he's managed to make his way up to 20th from all the way back in 36th on the grid. Good work from the drivers. And again, a very exciting battle. Some drivers making best use of the weather, others being very much caught out. Yeah, it's a difficult condition because it's not dry, but it's not wet, but it's like greasy on track. So if they chose slicks, it'd probably be a bit more slippier, but it depends how it dries out during the day.
And the difficulty with it being greasy rather than either wet or dry is that you can't predict which tyre is going to work the best over the course of a race.
Yeah, that's a problem. So they're going to have to project off what the track looks like and what the base is that they've had off the previous heats to see what the conditions were like back then.
Yeah, it's always tricky. It's always very treacherous. Behrman with the victory in front of Murdoch and Taylor. Shaw, Lomliev and Tom Edgar in 6th from Alessandro Serenetti and Sam Heading. Then Doug Bolger and Lucas Ellingham in the top 10 from Anglis and Spindlow, Tom Levin and Alex Lay. Josh McLean and Marcus Littlewood from Luke Barham and Josh Rowledge. Then Tom Mills and Carly Atkins from TJ McDonnell and Aaron Walker. Alicia Barrett recovers to 23rd, a whisker in front of Oliver Duffel. Terrible race for Oliver. Then James Walker and Oscar Joyce, Charlie Cole and Harvey Ryby, JP Slater and Harry Cottrell from Rhys Newburn and Callie Bergman, Alex Moody and Josh Torpy, with just Chris Bingham and Alex Kobe failing to take the finish, I should say, after difficulties earlier on. So, well into the action now as we crack on with the day's racing at PF International. So far, so good. 14 races down and 22 to go. And it's Junior Rotax time as the drivers will come out onto the grid for another thrilling encounter. And they'll head out onto the circuit in the hope of another thrilling encounter. It's always going to be very tricky, but in Junior Rotax, they always want to get a really good show of it. And so, no doubt, it is going to be a very tough battle from the start of the Junior Rotax contest. Still heavy rain across the area, and it's very much a high-risk chance of heavy showers come at 1 o'clock. So all the drivers need to be aware of that. Matthew Higgins and Kai Hunter will be on the front row of the grid from Tom Adams and Ben Casely, Harrison Collins and Taylor Babs, with Harry Newman Oakley and Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harry Holland and Will Jenkins from Will Ellswood and Matty Hengley, then Jack Stedman and Jensen Watts, Ed Matthews and Luke Sharp, Will Walker and Jordan Morris from Kieran Kay and Hugh Lawrenson, Max Edmondson and James Winter, Dan Armstrong and Josh Wilby from John Knox and Ben Maxim, Owen Allison and Joshua Valance from Ellis Paleo and Dan Parent-Smith, Oscar Hull, Harry Arthur, Josh Powell, Madison Foley and Alex Doddington. So the drivers will battle away for victory right from the off in this junior Rotax battle. And with the rain coming down in drips and drabs through the course of the day, it is currently spitting out there on the circuit now. The drizzle is coming in, and it's only going to get heavier as the day goes on, according to the weather forecast. So there's no more slick tyre running, I think, for the rest of the day. It's all going to be about the kart control and steely nerved racecraft of the drivers. So here we go. And it's going to be a perfect start. Matthew Higgins has gone into the first corner and taken the lead as there are a few drivers already starting to go across the grass, in through the Litchfield Bridge and up through the hairpin. Higgins running the very long way round the hairpin and should be able to hang on to his lead on the outside line. Yellow flags already as we've had a spin or two up at turn 4. Looks like one of the drivers is actually pulling off to retire and has actually accidentally held up his colleague in the process. So down to the brakies over the hairpin for the first time as they go through into that first corner, that first heavy braking zone. There's a few drivers who are really struggling to make mid-speed. Oh, and a couple of karts have spun out in the middle of the gaggle. But leading the way is the E-plate of Tom Adams in front of Hunter and Higgins. Hunter shutting the door firmly in the face of Matthew Higgins. And Kai Hunter is going to try again. Higgins right round the outside and gets the place. Terrific driving there from Matthew Higgins. He was not going to be intimidated at all. Early problems, unfortunately, for a couple of drivers. Harry Holland has had a major difficulty and not completing the first sector. We've had William Walker in trouble. So William Walker, I'm afraid to say, looks like he's out of the race. But through they come onto the main straight once again. And it's the E-plate who leads us. Adams, Higgins, Casey and Hunter. From Babs, Taylor Truman, Newman Oakley and Hingley, then Will Jenkins and Harrison Collins rounding out the top 10. Stationary yellows, because on the main straight we have a retirement, and that is Will Walker. So Will Walker, Will Ellswood's had a problem as well. I think that might be Will Ellswood who's out of the race, actually. And we've got a very slow kart under the Litchfield Bridge. So already there's some difficulties as Adams breaks in. Now the rain is really coming down. And that's making things tougher and tougher for the drivers to cope with. But it's not heavy, thick rain. It's just constant drizzle. And that makes the circuit very difficult and very slippery. The E-plate leads the way. Adams second. Now Adams leads the way, sorry. Second is Higgins, but for how much longer? Because Ben Casey is giving him such a hurry up now. Casey trying to make his way through up towards Bobby Game Corner. Has he got his way through on the inside? Yes, he has. And he drifts wide and drifts the man in formerly second place, Higgins, wide. That's allowed Kai Hunter to come through into third position. So Hunter now into third. And as Hunter drifts around the final chicane, he very nearly lost that third position to Ben Casey. To the man in fourth position, I should say, Higgins. So they go through the first chicane. Taylor Truman now fifth in front of Taylor and Babs. Then Newman, Oakley, Hingley, Collins and Jenkins. Matthews, Stedman, Morrison, Jensen, Watts. Then Hugh Lawrenson and Joshua Valance. Edmondson's in the mix there as well. So the battle is constant and very real up at the front end of the field as the drivers continue to charge forward. But there's going to be some really intense racing for a lot of these guys as they continue to battle forward. Oh, tussle for second place and nearly a spin for Ben Casey. He just about hangs on to that one. And into second has gone Hunter as a result of that move. So Hunter gets through. Casey nearly losing the kart in front of Higgins. Then Taylor Truman, Babs, Newman, Oakley and Hingley, Collins, Jenkins, Matthews, Stedman, Morrison, Jensen, Watts. And that's an off there, unfortunately, for Jensen Watts. The Zip JMR kart just getting wide on the second hairpin. And we've got a name for one of the drivers further up the road. That is Harrison Collins. Harrison Collins has gone off. And he's hit the barrier. Now he's still in the kart. It is still moving. He's trying to get the kart going again. But Harrison Collins has definitely fallen away. Oh, we've had another one come off there. Now that looks to me like we've lost another big name from the fray. I'm not sure who that is that's gone. I think that might be, well, I think that could be Harry Arthur potentially, who's come off there at the final couple of corners. Either that or that's Madison Foley having got back into the race again. Yes, it's Madison Foley who's rejoined the race from the pit lane. Wow, it's getting tougher and tougher to keep up with half of the movements in this race, as we now have Will Ellswood out of the race, Will Walker out of the race. But Will Ellswood was the real catastrophe of that first lap, as he ended up clattering into another driver. And still they duel away in these very difficult conditions. The battle continues all the way throughout. Tom Adams leads the way in front of Kai Hunter and Ben Casey. Matthew Higgins and Ryan Taylor-Truman, then Taylor Babs and Matty Hinchley as they run through on the far side. They come into that final chicane. The rain is absolutely relentless here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Over PF International Circuit, the race continues with Tom Adams in the lead, Kai Hunter second, and third position for Ben Casey ahead of Higgins, Taylor-Truman, Matty Hinchley now, and Harry Newman-Oakley. Taylor Babs has come into the pits. It looks as though Taylor Babs is pitted, so he must have had some kind of problem. For the second race running, Taylor Babs has speed, but no luck at all. And that is such a devastation yet again for Taylor Babs. Well, just when you think you've got it all made, he's just tumbling down the order. That is such a disappointment. What a shame for Taylor Babs. But Adams leads it, Hunter second, Casey third, and Higgins fourth. And they have settled into a fairly natural rhythm. So I don't think there's going to be much change in the top five now. It's all going to be about how the drivers develop in the closing stages. But a really exciting tussle throughout is looking likely to conclude in the favour of Tom Adams. The E-Plate has used these wet conditions to his best advantage and is having a really good run. 3 wide into the chicane further back. That's going to end in tears for somebody if they're not careful. And they're all jockeying away for position. Very high and handsome up on the curbs. And that battle is continuing. It's getting a little bit crazy at times. But they have just about stayed away from each other. The 3 drivers in question are battling away for position. I think that is the likes of Harry Holland, Luke Scharf, and Jensen Watts. They are all swapping positions every corner pretty much. And those 3 should be able to continue that battle all the way to the death as the 54 moves aside. That is Luke Scharf having had an incident at the final turn. And have we got a kart off the road there? No, I think Luke Scharf just ended up coming off and rejoining. So, as I said, somebody was going to end that battle in tears. And unfortunately, Luke Scharf was the one who ended up dropping back behind Watts and Holland. So the battle continues up front for third position now as Casey's being caught by Matthew Higgins. Higgins has caught him up rapidly. A difficult first sector for Matthew Higgins, but a good first sector, I should say, for Higgins. A difficult one for Casey. But as they come through, it's going to be tough to see how the move is going to be made by Matthew Higgins. He needs to keep up the pressure on Ben Casey, and he is now close up to him. Meanwhile, Matty Hinchley is closing up on Ryan Taylor-Truman as they go into the penultimate lap. Oh, and a spin at the back end of the field, unfortunately, there as well. That looks like Owen Allison has had a bit of a moment. And has got going again after a spin. So a slight problem there for Owen. But he has managed to get the kart going again after a little bit of a pirouette and the first hairpin. Josh Wilby had a little bit of a spin there as well. My apologies. So Josh Wilby actually had a moment. But the victory is still going strong for our race leader. Tom Adams, no major... Oh! And an off on the final turn. Down the main straight. That is the 96 that's come off right in front of us. That is Harrison Collins. His miserable day at the office comes to a close in the second heat. He had an off earlier on and hit the barriers up at the chicane, and now he's had an off on the final corner down the main straight. So Harrison Collins bins the kart and pulls it up on the main straight as the leaders go into the last lap of the race. And it's going to be a really tough battle from there on in. But Harrison Collins will not be part of it. Last lap, here we go. For Tom Adams, it's just cruise control to the finish. Second place, Kai Hunter. Third is Casey. Fourth is Higgins, very close. Taylor-Truman's not far away. Matty Hinchley and Harry Newman Oakley are trying to stay with them just on the outskirts of that top 6. So it will be a tough... Oh! And a spin on the second hairpin right in front of Josh Wilby. That is John Knox. So John Knox losing the kart, getting it back together again. So that ended up being very tricky, but he manages to get the kart slowed down. Unfortunately, does not hit the barriers. Now there's a stationary yellow on the way under the Litchfield Bridge, and it looks like we have got a kart pulled off there. So I'm not sure who that is that's pulled off, but we seem to have a missing kart up under the Litchfield Bridge. I can't quite see who that is, but we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Trying to see if it's amongst the leaders. I don't think it is, because out of the final corner will be coming our race leader very shortly. Tom Adams has had a terrific run. Oh, there's an off now under the Litchfield Bridge. Yes, yellow flags as somebody's come off there on the way under the bridge. So Jordan Morris has had a terrible first sector. I wonder if it was him, but the checkered flag's out for Tom Adams. And yellow flags because their kart is now being cleared away. Matthew Higgins is third. It was Ben Casely. Ben Casely went off under the Litchfield Bridge. He's had a spin on the lap and dropped back to 6th position in the end, actually. So it was Casely who came off, but not who's hit the barrier and retired the race. Jordan Morris had an off and has come back on. So who is it that's gone off under the barriers and parked the kart after the side of the marshal's post? It was a big hit as well. I think that was Alex Doddington. So we think it might have been Alex Doddington that's had that accident under the bridge. But it looks to me as though he's not come around again. So drama to end the race as the weather continues to get worse. Tom Adams leading from Kai Hunter. Higgins, Hinchley, Newman Oakley and Casely to the line. From Taylor Truman and Will Jenkins, Ed Matthews and Hugh Lawrenson. Then Stedman and Edmondson, Valance and Winter. Morris, Kay, Armstrong, Watts, Scharf and Harry Holland rounds out the top 20. From Oscar Houle and Ellis Palayo, Ben Maxim and Josh Powell. Harry Arthur and Dan Parent-Smith. And then Josh Wilby, John Knox, Owen Allison. And we think it was Alex Doddington who went off under the Litchfield Bridge. Harrison Collins, Taylor Babbs, Madison Foley, Will Ellswood and William Walker all failing to finish as Harrison Collins is being rescued on the main straight. A very tricky situation, unfortunately, for several of the drivers. And now, goodness me, the rain really is coming in over the circuit now. This is the big rain shower that we predicted. And here it is. And, oh, dear. This is going to get a miserable, miserable day, isn't it? It's now getting towards torrential conditions.
Yeah, very torrential. The rain's coming down hard now. It's just a shame. Just before the Miami Cadets, I was hoping it was going to be a nice race for them, but clearly not. It's going to be exciting for us, though.
Well, it's definitely going to be, for anybody with a decent vantage point, great motorsport to keep an eye on. But as you say, the tricky conditions are going to make things a real knife edge for the contenders. And in the wet conditions, it obviously is not what the drivers wanted. There are going to be a few drivers who had a dodgy qualifying who may be quite happy about this because they can make up positions. But just taking a look under the Litchfield Bridge, look at the standing water that's now developing on that second corner. That's an absolute nightmare if you get that wrong.
Yeah, if you get it wrong, if you just run a tiny bit wide, you're going to get caught in the water, which is going to pull the car near to the wall. Let's hope no one does hit the wall, though.
Well, I did say on Facebook earlier in the week, can anybody go faster this weekend than the fastest lap of the season by Ben Donkin? And Steve Ravenscroft piped in, as he usually does on these occasions, and said, none of it's torrential weather conditions all weekend, it won't. And he was absolutely right. Green flag flies, and out onto the circuit go the Miami Cadets, ready for their next encounter. And this is going to be quite a battle. Aidan Neate and Lewis Werrell on the front row of the grid from Leo Robinson and Ashton Hodgson. Ellis Stevens and Macaulay Bishop from Harry Jr. Burgoyne and Alex O'Grady. Sonny Smith and MJ Canini. Nathan Ty and Ryan Ward. Ted Bradbury and Oliver Phillips. Jack Cunningham and Sky Parker. Vinnie Phillips, Lewis Bird, Kylan Ingram and Michael Gray. Finn Leslie, Fraser Anderson, Scott Riley and Sebastian Minns. Then George Davison, Joey Brown, Connor Grant and Eddie Hayes. Tough to call a winner from this one because there's plenty of top talents in that top 10, even top 20, with a few drivers having to fight back. But there's quite a few names in this field who could take the victory not just in this heat, but in the eventual final. It's going to be tough, Kai.
As you were saying earlier, one to watch has to be, in this heat, one to watch has to be Nathan Ty Jr. As you said, he's got the lap record so far, so it must mean that he's quick in some way, so let's see what he can do.
Certainly has the Winter Series lap record in Army Cadet, which he did in heats he did in the final, actually, at the first round in January. So it's always going to be a really exciting battle for the drivers as they progress. So we'll see how the drivers go from the start of this. I think it's the third race of the weekend so far from the Army Cadets. We've obviously had two very intense ones, and obviously we will see some very exciting racing from the drivers as they come through once again. But they will battle for a very strong race ahead. But the weather has very much deteriorated. We are now in full wet conditions as the karts come off the turn down the main straight. Is it going to be a clean start? You betcha! Away we go! And a real tussle as they make their way to the first corner in soaking wet conditions. They go through the first chicane, clean as a whistle as they go through, and up towards the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. Let's see how the battle is as they go through the hairpin. So far, so good. Everybody keeping it nice. And a spin! A spin on the far side! And that's up amongst the leaders. Now that looks like Leo Robinson. Leo Robinson has been spat out and has to resume at the back of the field. We've got a stationary yellow up at turn 4 as well. Up at turn 3, but that is withdrawn. So I think that must be for Robinson, who's already charging through the back of the pack. But up in front, it is Aidan Neat from Lewis Werrell. No, that's Harry Jr. Burgoyne. Harry Jr. Burgoyne is in second. And in third place, that looks to me like MJ Canini. It is the 31 of MJ Canini. Then Ellis Stevens, then Hodgson as Lewis Werrell goes grass tracking down the straight to the chicane. What an amazing start. And we've got a retirement already, I'm afraid. That looks to me like George Davison. And who else is that that's off the circuit there? We've had George Davison. I'm not sure if he even started the race. But we've got another off there. I wonder if that's Kylan Ingram, actually. That's a real shame. Kylan Ingram was obviously on his comeback to the world of cadet karting. And that's not the way he wanted to end his second heat of the day. Across the line. And it's now a lead for Harry Jr. Burgoyne. He loves these conditions. And he's running very well straight away. So Harry Jr. Burgoyne leads Aidan Neat. Canini, Hodgson, Sonny Smith has made the move on Ellis Stevens to move up the position. And as they go under the Litchfield Bridge, the weather really is coming down now. The rain is absolutely relentless. And we got spray off the karts. And this is where it's really going to get tricky for drivers as they try to see their way around the circuit. It will be tricky. The visors will steam up, mist up, and then, of course, get rain on them. So it's all about reading the conditions and the situation as best as possible. Is that a 3 move? Is that a 2-on-1 move? Very nearly. Oh, and there's a battle. It's Bishop. He's going to get a mechanical flag, and he's clattered into the side of Nathan Ty. Ty does a full pirouette and doesn't even lose a position. Unbelievable. He joins on the circuit again in front of Lewis Werrell. I have never seen that before. He's pitched into a 360-degree spin and keeps going without losing a place. Amazing.
That's absolutely outstanding. How did he do that? Fair enough if he'd done a 360 and kept going, but you'd at least think that he'd lose 1 or 2 places. But how did he not lose a place?
No idea. Amazing. Nathan Ty carries on. But Bishop, I'm afraid to say, is going to get a mechanical flag. There's nothing he can do about it. The rear bumper has parted company on the left sprocket and is dragging behind the cart behind him. What a shame for Macaulay Bishop. That will effectively be game over for him. And that's such a shame. He doesn't deserve that. Meanwhile, up to the battle for 4th position, we've got Sonny Smith, I think, has made the move on the inside of Ashton Hodgson. Yes, he has. So Sonny Smith now in P4 as leading the race, Harry Jr. Burgoyne. Second is Neat. Third is MJ Canini. What a race he's having. Up to 3rd position as now Neat goes side by side with Burgoyne. Down to the hairpin. Is Burgoyne going to hold it? Burgoyne gets out wide. And MJ Canini gets into the inside of Neat and gets 2nd place. Almost gets Harry Jr. Burgoyne as well. But just tapped the barrier. Or just tapped the bumper, I should say, on the way out. And very nearly lost everything. Neat is now getting squeezed by a very resilient MJ Canini. Sonny Smith and Ashton Hodgson are getting in the mix there as well as they come through. This is going to get pretty scary. We're struggling to see on the far side of the circuit through the water on the camera lenses. It's getting quite treacherous out there. But now we can start to see Harry Junior Burgoyne leading the race. That's a teammate in second. That's got to be Sonny Smith. So Sonny Smith is there in P2. Canini third. Neat fourth. Hodgson is fifth. Sixth is O'Grady. And seventh is Ellis Stevens in front of Nathan Tye, Lewis Werrell, Vinnie Phillips and Ryan Ward, with sadly Macaulay Bishop out of the race. And there's a 5-second penalty going out. So who's getting a 5-second penalty? Well, I'm not entirely sure who that's gone to, but apparently there's been a message for Scott Riley, I think it is. So Scott Riley, we are told, has been given a 5-second penalty. Now, I'm wondering if that's for jumping the start or whether that's for contact on the circuit. I didn't see anything, but MJ Canini is now struggling to hold off Hodgson and Neat. They've both got through. Here comes O'Grady round the outside into the second hairpin. And Ellis Stevens is having to fend off her former rival, Nathan Tye. They used to duel for race victories in the Birrell UK cadets. Now they're doing it at TVKC cadets and Tye's through. Ellis Stevens trying desperately to stop Werrell coming through as well. And they've battled away for position side by side. Is Ellis Stevens going to hang on in front of Werrell? No, Werrell's got through on Stevens. Well, a very close battle as they continue their duel. But the race leader, Harry Junior Burgoyne, is being caught by Sonny Smith, who's really strong around this circuit. And in these conditions, he is just absolutely rapid. Now onto the back of Harry Junior Burgoyne. Here they go again. MJ Canini's having a great race, though, isn't he? 5th position, in amongst the leaders, really enjoying the scrap as the battle intensifies. Up through the hairpin on the far side. Harry Junior Burgoyne and Sonny Smith still battling for the lead. 3rd position, Ashton Hodgson in front of his teammate Aidan Neat. And then 5th is MJ Canini from Alex O'Grady. Then Nathan Tye, Lewis Werrell. And then next up, I think that's no longer Ellis Stevens. Yes, that is now Vinnie Phillips. Ellis Stevens is still there, trying to keep back her teammate Ryan Ward. So as they battle away for position, up the inside goes Ward and gets the place. Meanwhile, there's a nice scrap developing for the lead as Sonny Smith is just working with his teammate Harry Junior Burgoyne to stretch out the gap to the rest of the field. So this is going to get pretty spicy from here on in. Up through the chicane, up and over the curbs. So far, so good as they continue to jockey for position. They're still jostling, they're still battling. And that's a retirement up at the first corner. And that looks to me like Eddie Hayes. That's a real shame for Eddie. So, unfortunately, he is not circulating anymore. And Eddie Hayes has come off the circuit on, I'm guessing that's up at turn 4. And they've wheeled him back. 1 minute to go. And the fastest man on the track is Ashton Hodgson. He's catching up with the leaders. This could still be quite spicy yet.
Yeah, the battles are heating up. It's getting a bit spicy. Ashton Hodgson, Aidan Neat with Monty Junior Canini in between a fusion sandwich with Aidan Neat and Alex O'Grady behind him.
That's a very brave move into turn 1 from Michael Gray. He got on the inside of Jack Cunningham, and they went side by side into turn 1, but he was never going to yield. So a great bit of driving from Michael Gray for the Jack Dex Racing team. And here they come again out of the first hairpin. It's 2x2 hurrah at the front 4. Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1 and 2. Fusion Motorsport 3 and 4. MJ Canini 5th from Alex O'Grady. And then Nathan Tye, Vinnie Phillips, Lewis Werrell, Ryan Ward. And then we've got 2 more in the mix behind Ryan Ward. That is Oliver Phillips and Leo Robinson fighting his way back. And then Ellis Stevens, who sadly has slipped back to 13th place now. So up towards Bobby Game Corner as they continue their resolute battle at the front. The Fusion boys are working together to try and catch the Oliver Rowland twins as they come through the final couple of corners of the lap to start the final one. And this is going to be tight. Harry Junior Burgoyne versus Sonny Smith. Who's going to get the victory? Or will they concede to the Fusion pair behind? It's going to go very close indeed as they go into this last lap. Under the Litchfield Bridge. There's just about a smooth line developing through that first chicane. And as they come up through the far side of the course, here comes the move up the inside. This is going to be Sonny Smith's opportunity to take the lead. And he's done it. Sonny Smith gets past Harry Junior Burgoyne through turn 4, over the bridge. And that's allowed Ashton Hodgson to get close. We got contact further back. That's Ellis Stevens. Has had an incident up on the hairpin as well. And that looks to me like Ella Stevens has tangled with Oliver Phillips. And another spin at turn 4 as well. So 2 more karts in the mix. Meanwhile, Harry Jr. Burgoyne is glued to the inside line, trying to hold off Ashton Hodgson, who dives at the inside. Goes wide. Both of them have. Aidan Neate gets them both. Aidan Neate to second. That's how good Aidan is. He never panics. He never loses his cool. He just reads the toe and makes his move on the inside line. Great work from Aidan Neate. So he's in a second. If there's one more mistake from Sonny Smith, he could win the whole thing as they come through to the final few corners. In the Mike Wilson complex. Still a few drivers losing grip. But out of the final turn, Sonny Smith has read this to perfection. He comes through the final chicane. He's so good at this. Here comes Sonny Smith into the final straight, and he's done it. Sonny Smith wins again. Aidan Neate second, and Ashton Hodgson a valiant third. MJ Canini gets his best result of the season in P4. A whisker in front of Alex O'Grady, Harry Jr. Burgoyne, and then Nathan Ty. Vinnie Phillips, Lewis Werrell, and Ryan Ward round out of the top 10 from Leo Robinson and Ted Bradbury, with Ella Stevens and Oliver Phillips managing to finish in their positions despite their tangle on the last lap. Finn Leslie and Sebastian Mins, from Lewis Byrne and Michael Gray, Jack Cunningham, Joey Brown, Connor Grant and Scott Riley, Fraser Anderson, and then the last 2 home should be George Davison and Sky Parker. But then, of course, we have those retirements in Eddie Hayes and Macaulay Bishop and Kylan Ingram, who was out on only the first lap. Well, tricky stuff in Miami Cadet, but yet again, Sonny Smith and Aidan Neate managing to keep their cool. That's the thing. When the pressure's high, you've just got to stay focused.
Yeah, I think Aidan Neate's one of the best at doing these because he's great under pressure. Oh my, what's happening there? There's still battles going on into the pit, still some contact going on. There must be something that happened on track. That's a very strange situation. We've got the likes of, well, that's 2 of them, Finn Leslie and Sebastian Mins. Did they see the checkered flag? I don't think they did. Looks like those 2 are still racing. Yellow flags, so now they have. Well, that got pretty scary. Well, I'm just trying to keep an eye on them, actually, as they go through. Yeah, they have now come into the pits. I wasn't sure if they'd spotted that the race had ended. That was a pretty hairy moment. But a real shame as well, actually, for Macaulay Bishop, because he was right in the mix of that. And just one little tap on the rear bumper, it loosened the left side, and there was nothing he could do. He was always going to get a mechanical flag for that one. Not his fault at all, but unfortunately, that is motor racing. 8 minutes go on the clock again as we get ourselves ready for another great battle. And it is going to be a tough one. Mini X30 again. And we'll see what Theo Makuris and Jess Edgar can do once more from the front row of the starting grid in the second heat, the Mini X30. Theo Makuris and Jessica Edgar from Matthew Hyde and Edward Pearson, Oliver Greenall and Alfie Rigby, then Marcus Luzio and Mikai Singh, Luke Watts and Lewis Gardner, Ben Price and Bart Harrison, Evan Brown and Alfie Briggs, Gabriel Stilp and Antonis Pronio, Alfie Cottier and Jacob McComb, from Dane Tucker, Thomas Bohr, Olivia Algieri and Ben Dawson. First race was a tough one earlier on. Makuris lost ground and then gained it back again. But in these conditions, on this circuit, it's going to be whoever has the advantage in the wet or in changeable conditions that are going to get the benefit. We could see quite a few drivers starting out of position, the likes of Jacob McComb, Gabriel Stilp, Antonio Sofronio, Alfie Briggs, Olivia Algieri. These guys could really start to fight their way back through the field. Yeah, definitely. Those names that you just named are very strong drivers, and we should be watching out for them coming from a bit further back.
And the thing is, in these situations, it's about staying calm because everybody wants to get the best start possible, but they are going to meet a river through turn 1. Just looking at the standing water at the Litchfield Bridge, it's an absolute lake at the first corners, so they've got to be very careful how they position the karts. They'll obviously want to make sure that the start is as clean as possible. It's not going to be easy. They now form up into their rows, and they will get the race started very shortly indeed. Theo Makuris and Jess Edgar, Matthew Hyde and Ed Pearson, Greenall and Rigby, Luzio and Singh, Watson, Gardner, Price and Harrison, Brown and Briggs, and it's a false start. The leaders clearly decided they wanted a little more track knowledge, and to be honest, when you look at how wet the circuit has now got, and as the spray properly flies up from the tyres now through the first corner, that's actually sensible to go around for a second formation lap, as they need to be better safe than sorry, realistically. So the battle is still going very strong out there, as the drivers are hoping for another strong run. And the drivers will be hoping for another very exciting race. Mini X30 gets very heated at the best of moments because they're fresh out of cadets wanting to make a good impression. But in these conditions, it really will be a very difficult mission as the weather has now really come into its own. It's got very tricky indeed out there. And the drivers are hoping for as much as they can possibly get out of the start of this one. But the drivers now all forming up into their 2 rows once again. False start the first time around, guessing they obviously wanted to have another strong run on the second tow around. But so far, so good for the drivers as they get themselves ready for more action. And the battle is obviously going to be very intense from the off. So the drivers are obviously going to have a bit of a moment as they continue around. But the drivers will want to have a really strong run from the start. And as the battle continues, it's going to be a good run for all of the drivers in the early stages. The race is going to get underway as they charge through, and off we go into that first corner. And it's a very tight start as they run through to the Litchfield Bridge and have a really strong battle. Underneath the bridge they will go and fly their way through. No major dramas. It's all okay for the race leader, which is Jessica Edgar, as she starts to make up progress in the tippy-toey section of that first start. Makuris is still there. He's in 3rd position. So that inside line, Ed Pearson in 2nd position, has clearly had a stronger run initially. And then they will continue to charge forward as the lap progresses. But it's always going to be pretty strong off the start. Tippy-toeing their way through. That's a nice move into 3rd position for Alfie Rigby as he charges through to 3rd. Very good run on Theo Makuris there as they come through the 2nd hairpin. Looks as though everybody's pretty much neat and tidy for the moment at least, as they all want to dice for position. But a really strong challenge and a really good battle on this first lap. Everybody just keeping themselves nice and neat at the moment. Nobody really making a silly maneuver. They just want to get themselves into a decent position, and then they will charge forward. But of course, this is going to be a long race, and they know that. 6 minutes 40 on the clock, and the standing water and the spray is properly religious now as they come through around the course. It's everywhere, and it's relentless. Edgar leads the way from Pearson, Rigby, Makuris, Luzio, Greenall, Watson, Hyde, from Gardner, Harrison, and Sofronio. So Jessica Edgar just getting on with it, leading the race. As I've said before, she's really good in the wet weather conditions, but then the Edgar family have a massive history when it comes to karting in these conditions. And Jessica Edgar is just the latest member of that family of very talented racers. And of course, with Jessica Edgar doing so well, it might not be too long before she joins her brother, who is doing a fantastic job in Formula 4 in the 2019 season. Johnny Edgar. So they continue on their way as they go up the short stretch through to the right-hander. Up through to the hairpin at the Mike Wilson complex, and still the charge is very strong. They come up towards the right-hander. Couple of slips on that first couple of laps as well. 2 more drivers in trouble. One going very slowly on the way down to the 2nd sector. I think that's Dane Tucker in more troubles as he runs very slowly. I think Dane Tucker is actually going to pull off at Bobby Game Corner, so that's a real shame. But it's Edgar who leads. Rigby 2nd from Greenall, Pearson, Luzio, Watts, Makuris, Hyde, Gardner, Harrison, Sofronio, and Price. Ahead of Alfie Briggs, Alfie Cottier, Gabriel Stilp, and Jacob McComb. From Olivia Rogeri, Evan Brown, Ben Dawson, Dane Tucker, and Thomas Bohr. So it's Mikai Singh who's pulled off, in fact. Mikai Singh, who's off the racetrack at Bobby Game Corner. So yellow flags are at Bobby Game. But this is turning into quite a whitewash for Jessica Edgar, who leads the way comfortably. Up to 2nd, though, has come Oliver Greenall, even past Alfie Rigby without really batting an eyelid. So a really good run as they come through to the chicane. And Oliver Greenall is just running well in 2nd position. Fusion 1 and 2. Jess Edgar in front of Oliver Greenall. Then Alfie Rigby, Ed Pearson, Luzio, Watts, Makuris, and Hyde. Theo Makuris really struggling in the torrential wet conditions when he triumphed so brilliantly in the changeable conditions of earlier. And Ben Dawson has had a moment on that run to the second hairpin. But Jess Edgar still leads from Oliver Greenall. Now, Greenall is looking to try and make it 3 wins out of 3 in the finals. And don't forget, in the Trent Valley Karting Club Points Championship standings, it's only the race results of the final that count to the championship standings. So if you don't make it through to the final, you don't get championship points. Oh, and a spin under the bridge. Now, I think that looks like Alfie Briggs. Alfie Briggs has spun under the Litchfield Bridge, and fortunately, he has been very sensible and kept it out of the barriers. He knew that the kart was getting away from him. He's kept it out of the barriers under the Litchfield Bridge, and that was such quick thinking from Alfie Briggs. He averted disaster there and stayed out of jeopardy. So he's dropped to the back, but at least he is unhurt with some quick thinking there. Good driving from Alfie Briggs. It's very easy for anybody to lose it under the Litchfield Bridge, but to catch it in such a way without losing control of the kart completely, gaining an understanding of knowing what the kart was going to do and keep it out of the barriers, that was very well held by Alfie Briggs. And he should be very much admired for that. That was a good bit of work from him there. Meanwhile, the Fusion twins are leading the way, and they are now nose to tail. Oliver Greenall has caught up to Jessica Edgar, and they will be challenging for first position very soon indeed. So Jess Edgar and Oliver Greenall, 1 and 2 as they come through. Third position, no problem at all now is Watts. Watts is through to third in front of Rigby, Pearson, McCurris, Lucio, Hyde, Gardner and Harrison. So McCurris up to 6th, Rigby down to 4th behind Luke Watts. So as they come through at the hairpin once again, still very tricky section of the course this. And the drivers will obviously want to keep themselves very calm and collected throughout. They'll want to be in a strong position throughout the lap, and it's not easy. But over into the lead has gone Oliver Greenall. He has gone through on Jessica Edgar. So Greenall has bagged the lead on this lap. Edgar is still right there. And the two of them have got well clear. Luke Watts running well in third. Rigby trying to hang on in front of Pearson, Mercuris and Marcus Lucio. So it's all still very tight at the top. As again, a bit of defensive driving from Alfie Rigby as Ed Pearson tries to go for the move on the inside. But if there is an opportunity to, he is going to try and make the lunge. But so far, so good as Alfie Rigby keeps Ed Pearson at bay. But the leaders are coming through once more. And it's Greenall in front of Jess Edgar with just over a minute and a half to go. But of course, that is bearing into account the fact that the timer goes down to 0. But then there is an additional lap after time is counted back. And Pearson makes the move into turn 1 on Rigby. So he's through into 4th place. Rigby is going to get him straight back again. Will he be able to hold it on the inside line? He darts out for the outside and Pearson gets him on the switch back. Great bit of driving from Pearson. Rigby trying to come back at him as they come over the bridge. Rigby will try. He's not able to get close enough. Sheet ice, the amount of water on the circuit now nearly. Mercuris still working hard to get there in to try and get back past Rigby. Rigby dives for the inside of Pearson again. Pearson gets him on the switchback. Nicely done. Ed Pearson is not fazed at all by Rigby challenging him for position. Rigby comes back on the inside and Mercuris gets both of them. This time Mercuris has got them both. Well seen by Theo Mercuris. He reads the situation to perfection. Rigby now gets sideways. Pearson's going to try and get up the inside of him. Lucio's right there. But Theo Mercuris has done it absolutely beautifully. And now that looks to me like... is that Watts now in the mix? Yes, Watts and Pearson are very much in the gaggle. Watts is now closing in on Jessica Edgar. But then it is Mercuris who leads the battle further back. Then it is Rigby, Lucio and Pearson. And then the two behind them are Hyde and Gardner from Bob Harrison and Antonis Sofronio. Ed Pearson apparently has got a transponding issue. But Ed Pearson should still be there in position. Oh, and a spin! A spin in the first corner. We've got yellow flags. Now, who was that that's gone? It's one of the drivers in the... It's Ed Pearson! Ed Pearson has had a spin up at the Litchfield Bridge. And he's kept going again. But Ed Pearson will have lost positions in all of that. So a problem for Ed Pearson. He didn't transpond for some reason as he came through. So Ed Pearson in trouble. And then having a spin. So not quite sure what happened there, but certainly some difficulties. But now it's a case of what happens next, as the drivers will come through to complete the 7th lap of the race. And there's only going to be 8 of them, because they will come through at the end of this one and start the final lap with the rain absolutely pelting down here at PF International for the 3rd round of the 2019 Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. They go under the bridge. Oh dear, chucking it through with plenty of skill. The leaders, Greenall and Edgar, going through, with Watts trying to close up on Jess Edgar. But the rain is absolutely tumultuous now around the circuit. Oliver Greenall just stretching out the advantage, and if he can do this in the final, he'll make it 3 from 3. So it's going to be a very tough battle, that is for sure. But as they come through down the back straight, it is going to be a really exciting battle for the drivers to contend with, as Greenall continues down to the S's. And it's going to be a really exciting battle as they come through onto the short stretch around the back. But a really exciting run this has been so far for all of the drivers in Mini X30. They continue on their run. So the battle will come his way as the checkered flag is being prepared. And Oliver Greenall has fought his way back from a lower position. He's made up 4 places. And Oliver Greenall is back where he belongs at the top spot. Oliver Greenall takes the victory in race 17. In Mini X30, it's Heat 2. But he wins from Jessica Edgar. Luke Watts is 3rd. And Theo Makuris, after a brilliant fight back, comes through to 4th place. 5th position will go the way of Alfie Rigby in front of Marcus Luzio, with Lewis Gardner. No, it's not. It's Matthew Hyde, in fact. Lewis Gardner looks like he's had an off on the last lap. So Hyde is 7th. Sofronio is 8th. Then Harrison and Alfie Cottier. Gardner does come home in 11th from Ben Price and Gabriel Stilp. I'm not sure what's happened to Ed Pearson, but I didn't see him come through. He might well have done already, of course, because he did have some issues with the transponder. Now, who is that spun on the last lap? That looks to me like one of the Cosmics. I think that's Dane Tucker. Dane Tucker has spun on the last lap of the race, and that's a real shame. He was trying to get it to the finish, but Dane Tucker, I'm afraid to say, appears to be out of the race on the final lap, and that's a real devastation for him. So he's trying to get the kart back onto the circuit again in order to complete the race, but he won't be classified as a race finisher, sadly. So that is a real shame. Now, for Dane Tucker, it's not a very miserable end to his race, but for Oliver Greenall, it's bouncing back in fine style is the order of his day as the racing continues. But obviously there's going to be some pretty exciting... Oh! A bit of a spin on the rolling lap. That is the... I think that's Ben Dawson spinning on the way home. He'd already crossed the finish line, but he had a spin post-race. So very easy, of course, in these conditions. There's a lot of standing water on the circuit now, so the drivers are obviously going to find it very tough throughout. And to be fair, they're going to have this for the rest of the day as well. It's going to be this kind of intensity of weather all the way through to the finish. But it is going to be tough for the drivers to cope with, and fair play to them for doing as well as they have done. But it is going to be tight, that is for certain. So just to give you an idea of how the state of play is likely to remain for the rest of proceedings, we have got plenty more races to come, of course. And we are now up to the battle for Senior X30. We should have Honda Cadets, then Rotax Max, IAMI, Minimax, and Junior TKM combined, and then Rotax 177. There may be a break in proceedings, but don't hold on it, because there is going to be a very tough battle for the rest of the day in terms of the weather conditions. Obviously, the marshals will want to keep things flowing as much as possible to get through it and just come to a decent end. So that's got to be top priority as the drivers come out, ready for Senior X30, race number 2. And it's been a tough battle for them already today, so they've definitely got some good races in front of them still to come over the course of this very wet and windy 3rd round of the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. But now they're going to get themselves up to speed, ready for another strong start And after the race we had from them earlier on, it is sure to be just as intense. Lewis Gilbert from pole position with Clayton Ravenscroft alongside him. Former teammates, Teddy Pritchard-Williams and Kieran Jeremy, Louis Westover and Nelson King. From Lewis Malin and Thomas Wood, Charlie Lamb and Robin Knutson. From Brad Pennell and Henry Ayres. And then it is Mark Kimber and Charlie Bennett. From Thomas Fleming and Thomas Turner, Max Jean and Rhys Ushijima, Rufus Hunt and Derek Morgan, Oliver Greetham and Ewan Wilson, Archie Tillett and Emil Karjalainen, Alexander Wang and Thomas Day, Jamie Rogers and Jack Bowman, Abigail Ross and Matthew Hunt. From James Towell and Harry Torpey, and then Ben Cowley, Alex Patterson, Andrew Trevor and Jonathan Campbell. And I am shocked to say that there is already a warning flag that has gone out to the 173. That is Thomas Fleming. The race has not even started yet, and he has already received a warning flag. So that is fairly dramatic. And obviously we need to now figure out what is going to be the proceeding from here on in. So it'll all be about what happened. So here we go. Down the straight and into the first corner. There goes Lewis Gilbert trying to lead the race. He runs out very wide through the chicane and has lost a couple of positions, as there's barely any visibility at all through the chicane. But this is going to get pretty intense as they continue to battle on, and still they come through. Up in the first couple of corners, Gilbert has dropped back to about 4th position, makes the way through on the inside to retake that 4th. Oh, and into the barriers. Now we've had a big shot there. Now I wonder if that's Charlie Bennett again. Is that Bennett having had an incident on the first couple of laps of the first race? Has he done it again in exactly the same place? Well, no, that looks like Thomas Day, in fact. So I think that is actually... No, it is Charlie Bennett. I was right the first time, and it's the 53, sadly, of Charlie Bennett, who's had another incident in the opening couple of laps. And that is such a shame for Charlie Bennett. He's now got to spend the rest of the race fighting his way back for the Project One squad. But that's going to be the name of the game for him from now on. Leading the way over the line is the 55 of Teddy Pritchard-Williams. He's taken the advantage in front of Ravenscroft, Westover and Gilbert. Then it's Malin, Pennell and King, Jeremy and Kimber, Jean, Lamb, Fleming and Wilson. From Knutson, Tillett and Morgan. And then it is Wood from Hunt, Ushijima and Ross. And then we have Henry Ayres from Thomas Turner and Oliver Greetham. Jack Bowman's running well. But obviously there is going to be a significant battle as the racing progresses. But Teddy Pritchard-Williams has definitely read the situation well. Oh, there's an off up on the bridge. So we've had a bit of an incident there. Now I can't see who that is that's gone into the barriers, but it looks like we may have, well, it's either Henry Ayres or Abigail Ross. I think that's Henry Ayres. So Henry Ayres, rather sadly, has gone off into the barriers at turn 4. He's tried to get the car going again, and it is moving. So Henry Ayres oh, and a spin in the second sector as well now. We've had somebody else going off. I couldn't quite see who that was, unfortunately, that drifted over the line there. So we'll have to see who that works out to be. But Teddy Pritchard-Williams is leading the way comfortably in the wet from Ravenscroft and Westover. Gilbert, Malin, Pennell, King, Kimber and Jeremy. From Charlie Lamb and Max Jean. Now we'll have to keep an eye on the battle up front, but in the wet weather conditions, it's getting tricky for drivers just to stay on the racetrack at this point, as the spray is absolutely everywhere and the lap times are really down. To give you an idea, the fastest racing lap of the season in Senior X30 thus far comes from Ben Barnicoat, who did a 57.44 in qualifying back in January. Lap times now, for those listening, well, we're in the 1:16s. So we've got a lot slower race circuit than we had back in January. Oh, and that's a very bold move from Ewan Wilson, trying to get his way on the inside of the 173 of Tom Fleming, who then decides, right, if that's your trick, I'm going to go up the inside of Kieran Jeremy, my teammate. And he makes light work of him there. So nicely done from Fleming. But it still looks as though things are going to be very tight as the battle continues to develop. So let's see how things continue to battle. But it's obviously going to be very tight from here on in, because you have to take into account the fact that the drivers are struggling for grip. They're struggling to see where they're going. And obviously everybody just wants to work in unison with each other. But it is very tricky at this point in proceedings, because everybody effectively wants to be, you know, in as strong a position as they can be, with just a couple of races to go in the championship. So I would suspect that obviously the drivers are going to be very much in position for the season to come, and the battle is obviously going to be very strong with the racing to go. But out in front, Teddy Pritchard-Williams continues to hold that advantage. Westover has now crept into second place past Clayton Ravenscroft. So he has managed to get through. Will Ravenscroft be able to get him back again? Well, the way he's currently dropping down off the back of him, no, not really, is the answer. But Teddy Pritchard-Williams is keeping things nice and neat. Fastest of all in the first two sectors, though, is currently Thomas Turner. So Teddy Pritchard-Williams sets a new fastest lap. He's in the 1:15s. None of the other drivers around him can get close to that. They're still heavily in the 1:16s. But the rain is still chucking it down here. And Teddy Pritchard-Williams is just checking out in the lead. He's having a really good run and keeping things together. So he goes down the back straight, up towards the hairpin, hoping that there's going to be a nice braking zone into the right-hand. See, Pritchard-Williams is just so smooth here. And that's what you need in these wet conditions. You need to be in a strong frame of mind, as that looks to me like Brad Pennell has gone onto the back of Lewis Malin. Pennell is trying to come through and dive up the inside if he can get a spot on Malin. But Pennell is not going to get the chance to come through. The PFI car has to remain in position. And as they go through the S's, it's always going to be a very strong battle for the drivers. And they will continue as the race season progresses. They come through the chicane and onto the main straight. So far so good as they continue to power down the main straight. Over the line and into the chicane. Over the Litchfield, under the Litchfield Bridge, sorry. And there goes Teddy Pritchard-Williams in the lead from Louis Westover and Clayton Ravenscroft. Westover is trying to chip away at Teddy Pritchard-Williams' advantage. But having the clear track in front of you really gives you an advantage in the wet, because you don't have spray to contend with. You just get on with it. You just run at your own pace. As Thomas Turner now sets the new fastest lap of the race, down in 15th position, but a 1:15.4 is almost half a second quicker than Teddy Pritchard-Williams has managed. And his best lap is only 100th of a second faster than Louis Westover's best effort. Interestingly, though, not a lot of pace from either Ravenscroft or Gilbert. They are third and fourth, but neither of them have really been able to keep up with the same sort of pace. As a warning flag goes out again for the 173 of Tom Fleming. So we had one pre-race and one in the middle of the race. Up the inside, making a bid for the pass. That is a good charge from Thomas Wood, who gets through on the inside there of Alexander Wang. So he gets through in the mid-pack. Very tough racing, though, as Teddy Pritchard-Williams leads. Louis Westover second, still about 2 seconds ahead. But Westover did gain about 0.4 of a second on him in that last lap to set his personal best. So Pritchard-Williams needs to keep the pace up in the penultimate lap. Otherwise, Westover's going to catch him. But Pritchard-Williams has got a decent lead. It's just over 2 seconds. He just needs to keep it up. He can't afford to lose too much ground. If he does 2 laps like the last one, then he should be able to hang on without too much jeopardy. But still, the 36 drivers continue. None of them have actually pulled off the circuit, despite a few thrills and spills. They are all still going. But Teddy Pritchard-Williams is crucially that 2 seconds clear of Louis Westover right up until the bitter end. So he is going to have to work hard. But it's going to be very tight to the finish. That is for certain. So now it all comes down to who's going to have the best opportunity as they come through. That final chicane before the lap begins is there for Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who just balances the throttle nice and neatly. Don't look behind you, Teddy. Just keep going. Last lap. Plenty of time. And there's a 1:47 being given a warning flag now by the look of it. That is Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber in the Strawberry Racing Car, up to 7th place, has been given a warning. He's been steadily working his way through the traffic, and he's there in P7, but he's obviously picked up a warning on his way around the circuit. But here comes your race leader, Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Since lap 1, has controlled the pace. He's never pushed the kart too hard. He's just kept the rhythm flowing. And with half a lap to go, he just needs to keep up the rhythm. No need to panic. Louis Westover is throwing everything at him, but he's not going to catch him. So as far as Teddy Pritchard-Williams is concerned, he just needs to balance the car. Just take it nice and easy, one corner at a time. Don't overcook it. And into Bobby Game corner he goes now through the right-hander. This is a lovely run from Teddy Pritchard-Williams. In through the hairpin as he goes through the right and into the left. It will be a textbook performance of wet weather driving from the MLC driver. Into the final turn. And it's masterclass all the way. Teddy Pritchard-Williams gets the victory in his heat here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Superb. Second for Westover. Third for Ravenscroft. Fourth is Lewis Gilbert. Fifth position for Brad Pennell in front of Nelson King and Mark Kimber. And then side by side, Lewis Mayling just edges out Charlie Lamb in front of Tom Fleming and Max Jean from Ewan Wilson, Archie Tillett, Kieran Jeremy and Tom Turner. Derek Morgan and Rufus Hunt, Oliver Greetham and Robin Knutson from Reese Ushijima in 20th. Then Alex Wang and Matthew Hunt, Charlie Bennett and Ben Coley. From Tom Wood and Alex Patterson, Harry Torpy and Jack Bowman. Then Thomas Day and Jamie Rogers from Jonathan Campbell and Emil Karjalainen. Abigail Ross and James Towell. And then Andrew Trevor and Henry Ayers will complete the field. And I'm delighted to say that the race battles have really given an opportunity in these wet conditions for a few of the star names to rise themselves further forward. It's good to see a few of the drivers who sometimes struggle to make an impression to be given a good opportunity to storm forward. So really great to see the kind of battles that we get from the competitors out there. So we'll see some great racing, no doubt, again from the likes of Teddy Pritchard-Williams as he continues to run out in front. And he's having a really good day of it up at the sharp end. With Louis Westover second and Clayton Ravenscroft third. It's always good to see these guys putting in such a terrific show. So we'll have the third heat for Honda Cadet up next, and then those listening on the Downforce radio feed, there will be a slight pause in proceedings as we reboot the feed once again to go into the second half, because we can't do longer than 5-hour stints, and 5 hours is quite a long stint anyway, to be fair. So after the Honda Cadet race, there will be a slight pause in proceedings. All you'll have to do from home is hit the refresh button, and you'll be able to get back into the action straight away, no delay, and back into the hunt for race victory. We'll go the racing from race number 20, which will be Senior Rotax, straight after this race, which is for Honda Cadet. Wet weather conditions very much torrential now around the circuit, as the drivers will now go into the hunt once again. Race supremacy. The 19th race of the day, Heat 3 for Honda Cadet. Oh my goodness, it's going to be another tough battle with plenty of drivers to make a play for it. Connor Duncan versus Kian Nakamura Berta on the front row of the starting grid this time, with Jack Plant and Ryotaro Sakai on the second row, Jack Hobson and Ethan Simmons, Louis Islin and Henry Gregory from Connor Leishman and Blake Ticehurst, Stephen Duncan and Cruz Speakman, Jamie Perrelly and Reg Haywood from Hayden Eldridge and Anastasia Dean, then Henry Jocelyn and Bradley Bick from Jai Lawrence and Macy Hitter, Oliver Guyard and Thomas C. Yeomans, Aidan Evans and Oliver Buckton, and then Miles Turnbull and Liam Hartley from Oscar O'Sullivan, Alexander Hawker, Thomas Behrman, Aston Sharp, Kasper Tomolewski, Gerald McDowell, Kit Malowski and Noah Barham. So the battle is still going very strong indeed for the drivers as they continue their assault on the PF International Circuit in what has now very quickly become torrential conditions around the circuit. They will all want to put on a pretty impressive show as the race phase continues. But obviously Honda Cadet is standing start, so they will all want to line up in a strong position around the course. They are in their 2 lines of formation and they will pull up onto the starting grid ready for a standing start. Still a great performance from Connor Duncan, who has had an amazing run so far. Connor Duncan putting in a really good show in qualifying yesterday and worthily lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Kier Nakamura-Berta, winner of his first heat. So let's see if he can keep the ball rolling into this second race of the day for him in Honda Cadet. But there's going to be challenge aplenty from the likes of Plant, Sakai, Hobson, Simmons, Islin, Gregory and Leishman, Ticehurst and Stephen Duncan from Speakman and Perrelli, Hayward and Eldridge, Dean and Jocelyn, Bick and Lawrence, Hitter, Guyard, Yeomans, Evans, Buckton, Turnbull, Hartley, O'Sullivan, Hawcott, Thomas Behrman, Sharp, Tomilewski, McDowell, Belofsky and Barham. The last couple of carts have now made their way into position. I think a couple of them have just missed their point on the grid ever so slightly. Obviously, it's a bit tricky in the wet conditions to stop the cart into your grid position. So just a couple of drivers into their positions on the grid. But now, when they are in position at the starting points they should be at, the racing will get underway. And so the green flag will be flying momentarily at the back of the grid. The engine revs are rising. We're getting ready for a start. Go! Nakamura-Berta getting a corking start, but Connor Duncan has got a good one as well. Is Connor Duncan going to yield to Kier Nakamura-Berta? No, he does not, and they bang wheels as they go under the bridge. They're still side by side, and Connor Duncan wins the fight. Nakamura-Berta chops back across for the inside line, though, and gets the place back. Oh, great to see Connor Duncan elbows out, unrelenting in his bid to keep the lead. And he gets back into second position, I think that is, as the man who had got into second place runs wide. No, my apologies, that was Connor Duncan running wide, and now Jack Plant has got into second. But still, a terrific battle from Connor Duncan. He can be very proud of that. Oh, and a spin on the way up to the barriers. 2 spin, 3 spins, as a couple of drivers have ended up having an off there on the way down to the hairpin. That's Eldridge and Dean. So Hayden Eldridge and Anastasia Dean have had an incident there, as several drivers have come a crop up. I think Kasper Tomilewski was the other one who spun off the circuit there as they get back onto the circuit. So that could have got very nasty indeed, but they've just about got away with that without too much drama. Couple of drivers running wide at Bobby Game Corner, but nothing nasty. As the leader comes through once again, Kier Nakamura-Berta. And with that kind of lead, it'll be very tough for him to lose that kind of ground. But second place is Jack Plant, and he's doing a great job in second. And he's pulled out a decent gap for Jack Hobson. Ticehurst is third from Speakman. What's happened to Connor Duncan? Where is Connor Duncan? He's missing from the fray. So Connor Duncan has not come through by the look of it. And that is a real shame. I'm not sure where he's gone. But it certainly looks to me as though Connor Duncan has dropped out of the race. He was there in the first 2 sectors. And there's a stationary yellow at the final turn. So it looks to me as though, rather sadly, Connor Duncan, yes, he's come off just on the main straight. And that's a real shame. What a disaster for Connor Duncan. A real crack at victory, undone in an instant. And I've just seen him walking back into the pit lane. That is such a heartbreaker for Connor Duncan. He deserved better than that. But unfortunately, his race ends on lap 1 from pole position. So Nakamura-Berta leading the way from Jack Plant. Jack Hobson in third position. Fourth is Blake Ticehurst from Cruz Speakman and Lewis Islin. Then Ryotaro Sakai, Stephen Duncan, Tom Yeomans and Connor Leishman. So they come through once again out of the final chicane. And Jack Plant is going great guns here in second place. He's got a good gap over Jack Hobson. Just needs to keep the pace and stay intact with Kier Nakamura-Berta. But he will know that the man in third position, Jack Hobson, is starting to edge relatively near. Although Jack Plant was faster than Hobson on the last lap. So as they battle away for second position in the Heinz Racing team, Plant is still going very good in second place in front of Jack Hobson. Ticehurst in fourth from Cruz Speakman. And then it is Thomas Yeomans who's doing a good job there in sixth position. So through they come. Now that's a move stepping up for Cruz Speakman as he lines up Blake Ticehurst for fourth position. But he's had to bail out of the move. He just thought, well, it's a little bit too early, really, to go into the inside of the first hairpin with lots of commitment. He just had to keep phasing it out. So far, so good for Jack Plant. 2 seconds away from Kia Nakamura Berta, but still phasing out Jack Hobson in third position. So Jack Plant going well in second. Needs to keep the faith. You never know what can happen in motorsport, especially in karting, especially at PFI, and especially in the downpour. He's just got to keep the faith and keep pushing. This is a good run so far from our leader, Kia Nakamura Berta, out onto the main straight once more. And looking good to keep his winning streak flowing. Got to remember, he is leading the championship in both categories and has won out of the 4 finals of cadet racing there have been so far this season. Kia Nakamura Berta has actually won 3 of them. The only one who has taken a win off him was back in January, and that was Aidan Neate in the IARMY Cadet. But in Honda Cadet, Kia Nakamura Berta really has been the class of the field, and he continues that form here. Oh, a bit of a wobble for Jack Plant, but he's still got space from Jack Hobson. That's not going to be a concern yet. He's got plenty of momentum off the turn as well, so he's been able to keep good speed. Meanwhile, assisting the men in 5th and 6th position. They are helping each other out by the look of it. That is Thomas Yeomans and Blake Ticehurst. So Thomas C. Yeomans running well in P5. And then behind Ticehurst, we've got Steve Duncan, Ryotaro Sakai, Ethan Simmons. Oh, and a spin. And that, unfortunately, is Stephen Duncan. Stephen Duncan has had a spin there. That's a real shame. And hopefully he can fight his way back from there. But for Stephen Duncan, that's really not gone well. So as Kia Nakamura Berta continues to lead the charge, he has got a decent gap in front of the rest of the field, and he is continuing that mode. So he just needs to keep up the pace, keep up the momentum, and he's running beautifully well. So far, so good as he continues to keep the pressure mounted. And oh, we've had an off. We've had an off there, and that, unfortunately, is Liam Hartley. Liam Hartley has gone off the circuit there in between the first and second hairpins. So Liam Hartley, rather sadly, is out of the race. And that's a real shame. Oh, we got 3 wide over the line. That looks like a little Ayrton Senna battling away there. Lewis Islin with the Senna tribute lead goes under the Litchfield Bridge, dicing for position with Jai Lawrence and Alex Hawkeye. And the 3 of them having a terrific squabble. But Kia Nakamura Berta leads the way here in first position. Now, bit of an issue for Jack Plant. He is being caught by Jack Hobson. Quite rapid now. Hobson is right there, looking for a way to come past Jack Plant. But we know how good Jack Plant has been over the last few months. He's getting faster and faster as the weekends progress. And he's looking likely to be a race winner in 2019. So Jack Plant just needs to keep pushing, keep bagging in those points, and keep getting some good performances in. A lot of this race is going to be determined by how he deals with the threat of Jack Hobson as they come through the far side of the circuit. So far, so good, but Jack Hobson is closing in on Jack Plant as Nakamura Berta leads the race. Then it's Plant, then Hobson, second and third. The gap was steady at about 2 seconds. It's now come down to 1.6. No, it's come down to about 0.6, my apologies. So over the course of the last couple of laps, that gap has definitely come down. Speakman is now 4th ahead of Simmons, then Yeomans, Ticehurst and Hayward, Hitter and Perrelli. From Henry Gregory and Ryotaro Sakai, who's had a bit of a scrappy end to the lap there, unfortunately. The Japanese star lost about 4 seconds in that final sector. So he has slipped back to 12th, but he has got time to make up more ground as we are now on the final lap but 1. We're certainly going to run out of time on this lap. And with 10 seconds to go, into the chicane goes Kia Nakamura Berta on the run to Bobby Game Corner. So he is going to find himself some time. But he's only going to have 1 additional lap to run around the circuit. So the battle is raging all the way through. And the battle is going to be very, very exciting for the rest of proceedings. So the battle for Kiya Nakamura Berta is almost at an end as he comes out of the final turn and goes into the last lap of this heat. So the battle really will be quite intense from here on in, and he knows it. But at least he's on the right charge and the right kind of march. Good work from Jack Plant. Hobson is about 5 to 6 kart lengths back from Jack Hobson. I think he should just have enough to hold on to that second place, providing he makes no mistakes in this final tour. He just needs to get on with the job here and come home in second position. But for Kiya Nakamura Berta, it's yet another textbook display in the wet here at PF International, the third round of the Trent Valley Karting Winter Series. So he can't seal the title this time because, of course, there is no dropped scores in effect in the Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series. So he's got to go all the way to April. But he's certainly looking like he's in the right shape and the right frame of mind to do so, with both Honda Cadet final victories across January and February's rounds of the Winter Series. Here in March, it's looking pretty good for the moment. He just needs to keep it up. And then when we go to April for the season finale, 4 weeks from now, he's going to find it pretty plain sailing if all continues as it is now. Through they come, and it's going to be a fantastic end to proceedings as they come out of the final turn. And Kiya Nakamura Berta is going to take another heat victory in the 2019 Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. And he looks back. Where is everybody? There they are. Here comes Jack Plant. A great drive from Jack. He held on to it in second place. Good composure, good nerves, and he held on to it there in front of Jack Hobson, who gave him pressure throughout. Fourth place for Cruz Speakman is gone in the final lap. Ethan Simmons has taken it from him. Cruz Speakman fifth ahead of Tom Yeomans, and then Blake Ticehurst, Jamie Perrelli, Macy Hitter, and Reg Hayward from Gregory, Stephen Duncan, Connor Leishman, and Miles Turnbull, with Jai Lawrence in front of Lewis Islin and Ryotaro Sakai, Hawcutt, Eldridge, Bick and Evans from Buckton. And then we have the likes of Guyard, Jocelyn, Dane and Sharp, O'Sullivan and Tom Behrman, McDowell, Tomilewski, Polovsky and Barham, with only the retirements of Liam Hartley and Connor Duncan, rather tragically on the first lap for Connor Duncan when fighting for the victory, spinning out on the final corner and on the main straight. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the final, but now we take our brief pause. We'll come back into the action again with race number 20, which is the Senior Rotax third heat of the day. And then, of course, it won't be too many heats after that before we start going through the B finals and then into the finals of the third round of the 2019 Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series for 2019.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingham, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.